Hey everyone, how are y'all? Someone, how are you? Hey Werewolf Queen, how are you? Emerald Queen, how are you tonight? Hey Hoping for Answers, how are you? Check. Okay, let me check it real quick. Let's see. Okay, okay, I got it. Thank you. Crumb crazy. Okay, and why do we have Sybil in chat tonight? Usually Sybil doesn't come out unless somebody has been bad. Oh Lord, now we got FAFO in the chat. Sybil is sick of the YouTube bullshit. I'm getting that way. It's getting ridiculous, honestly. Not gonna lie. All right. Yeah, I'm completely running late tonight. I had to go to the store before they closed. Got home 5 minutes before I'm supposed to go live. Hey Tonka, how are you? Hey Anthony, how are you tonight? All right. Emails pinned to the top of the chat. Julie, how are you? Lady V, how are you? Hi, how are you? Make sure I haven't missed anyone. Casey, how are you tonight? Let's see. Okay, Jen, I just saw your email. Thank you. Okay. Hey, Evie, how are you? K Brass, how are you tonight? Julie, we are doing good. I hope you are as well. Yes, about May the 2nd. Is that the one you're talking about? Yes, I've seen it. Let's see. Jen, yes, it is. It's very interesting. I even went to the when I looked it up on Google Maps. It was ridiculously crazy how close it was um, to the kid's house. Hey, Janie, how are you? Tina Marie, how are you tonight? Oh wait, I gotta put my chat on live chat because I'm not seeing everybody. Is Pippi Longstocking in here? I don't see her. Hey, musical. Okay, so I think that it's time to make this case simple. Either blood DNA is found at the house or traces of what was used to clean it up. Has to be one of the two. Something's going on here. Oh, there's Pippi Longstocking. How are you doing tonight? Lady V, we're going to be talking about some more Kohberger stuff. I don't have a whole lot put together tonight. I've been just running crazy around here today, so probably going to open up the panel because there's some things like I want to hear what y'all's thoughts are because I haven't had the panel open in a while. I want to hear, since all of this new stuff has come out and all these court documents and all this and that, I want to hear what everybody's thoughts are on all this. Let me check the Idaho website one more time just to make sure that nothing else has came out. And it hasn't. Elliot, how are you? I'm still laughing at Elliot, y'all. I can't help it. Julie, you're more than welcome to talk about your opinion in here. You know that. Crane Hill Gal, how are you? Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, put this towards a nice gift for the mods. Well, thank you. That was very nice of you. Is Debbie White Widow Baby taking a break today? No, Casey White Widow Baby's in here. See, I know someone is bitten. Okay, you are talking about spiders now. See, I feel like only that facts counts. I mean, Julie, honestly, that should be the only thing that people put out. But there's times where people put information out and they don't look into it and vet their facts and their information and all that. All right. Hey, Titanium Build, how are you? King Scarlet, how are you? King Scarlet says she's got to get her sushi. Titanium Build, it is good to see you as well. Okay, so musical says it two things: actual physical facts or very strong illogical reasoning. Everything else is guesswork. Yes. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with throwing out your theories or, just your thoughts and opinions on stuff. But putting it out as a fact is something completely different. All right, so there is something that I have to make a correction on that I actually said last night. And hoping for answers. Thank you so much for that super chat. And she says, Happy Mother's Day before we get into crime talk. Well, thank you, Hoping for Answers. Happy Mother's Day to you as well. And happy Mother's Day to all of the mamas out there and the dads who are doing the mama thing as well. So I hope you all have a wonderful Mother's Day. Bryan, hey, how are you? And yes, I did get your emails. I haven't had a chance because I've been digging into other things. I haven't had a chance to read them, but I did get them. So thank you for sending them to me. Brad, how are you? See, right. And if by chance you figure out a fact, be very thoughtful with the info. Yes. And if you find out that you have said the wrong thing or put out the wrong information and you have the information, the correct information, it's always good to come back and correct it. Okay. Thank you, Michelle. And happy Mother's Day to you as well. So, if the house was cleaned up, that would be useful. The social media of people relevant could be examined to see if they ordered cleaning products. Water alone would not clean up that amount of blood. No, it would musical. Honestly, it would. I think take a lot of cleaning supplies to clean up the amount of blood that would have been in that house. Honestly, Lady V, thank you so much, and happy Mother's Day to you as well. See, I've never seen you here. It's neat. Scarlet is incredible. Okay, so last night on the live, I said that someone had sent me some information um, that they had gotten from somewhere else about this Demetrius dude in Emma. I still think that Emma and Demetrius is super, super suspect. Uh, we know that they're into drugs and they're into selling drugs and all this and that. Evie, thank you so much and happy Mother's Day to you as well. Um, but someone had sent me some information in an email saying that Demetrius had a brother who lived in Tacoma who had a white Hyundai Elantra. Hey, S1, how are you? I even showed the car on here last night, went to the Google Maps and pulled it up. Hey, Jim J, how are you? Come to find out, that house is not where Demetrius's brother lives. That white Hyundai Elantra sitting in that driveway, it's not his brother's car. It is a completely different family that lives there now with a completely different name. Demetrius's father used to live there. He sold the house in May of 2022. If you go to Google Maps, and I can even pull it up, give me just 1 second, and I can show y'all this. If you go to Google Maps and go to that address, let me hold on. I gotta get it off of my paper here. A few seconds. Okay. Hold on, I'm just gonna pull it up for y'all. I'm just getting it all pulled up here. Thank you, Evie. Okay. So here's the house. This is from September of 2022. This was after the house was sold. Now you can move it around. I gotta find the little spot. I think this is gonna be it. No, I didn't go far enough. And you can still see there's the house right here. You can still see the white Hyundai Elantra sitting in the driveway, and there's a blue car sitting beside of it. This is from July of 2022, after the house was sold. The people that live in this house currently own it, and this car, this white Hyundai Elantra, do not have the last name Robinson. Completely different last name. So I put out the wrong information after getting it from someone who had sent it to me. So I do apologize for that. And I wanted to come on here tonight and correct that. And let that be known that it is not Demetrius Robinson's brother who lives in the house. The people that live in this house currently are no kin to him. We cannot find any association with this family that lives there and Demetrius Robinson or his dad or anything else. Hey, Lori and CJ, how are you? So I just wanted to put that out there. I still do think, though, that Emma and Demetrius are super, super suspect, though. And I really do think that they need to be checked into. I didn't realize how close Emma's parents' house was to the girl's house. Literally 8-minute walk, and that's taking you down the street um, instead of cutting across her parents' backyard and just across Willenta Drive and into the girls' backyard would have taken a 2-minute walk. Hey, Dreamcatcher, how are you? King Scarlet, you're very welcome. Um, so I do think that they should get looked into more. Titanium, Emma is friends with, or was friends with, some of the victims, Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana. It has been put out there that she frequents the house a lot. Um, she was arrested back in March along with her boyfriend, drug dealer, and partner, whatever you want to call him. Um, they were arrested in March of this year, 2023, because they gave drugs to Caden Young, who overdosed, was taken to the hospital, released from the hospital. 7 hours after he was released from the hospital, he passed away. So her and this guy, this Robinson guy, was arrested for giving him the drugs that was cocaine laced with fentanyl. So whenever they were arrested, Emma's name got through out there because of her being friends with the girls at the house. Um, and people are trying to piece them together. I do think they do need to be looked into more. Um, not saying that the girls at the house, meaning the victims, were selling drugs or anything like that. So I'm not saying that at all. But there was a lot of parties that went on at that house. I'm pretty sure people who went to these parties did drugs. I'm pretty sure a lot more people than just those 3 victims knew Emma. And so that was probably one place that Emma probably sold drugs, was to people who went to their parties. And it was also showed, and let me see if I can grab that. I should have did a screenshot of it. Um, Emma was arrested, well, pulled over for a DWI. And on the video, that body cam footage, it shows that she has a tattoo on her left arm, right above her wrist, like on the top part of her arm. The body cam footage from the night that the cops went to the girl's house the first time, like before midnight, and they had Maddie on the phone and all this and that. There was 2 girls walking away from the house, and the cops passed them in the driveway, and they cut their light on. The one girl who has the dark hair, she had like the little bandana looking thing on her head, looked a lot like Emma leaving from the house, her and a blonde-headed girl. And in the body cam footage where she gets the DWI, she has the same thing on her head. But in the body cam footage at night, I can't tell if she's got the tattoo. She could have very easily gotten a tattoo afterwards, but it was hard to tell if she had it or not. Let's see. PP Longstockings, it looked like Emma to me. When I seen it and then seen the body cam footage of the DWI stop, it looked a lot like her. I was just looking for that tattoo, though. It would have been 100% proof. Okay, so before they are on camera, you can hear someone yelling Bailey. So see, whenever the video was sent to me today, I didn't listen to it because when I got the new computer, for whatever reason, I didn't get speakers to go with it. I don't know why. So I've got to get speakers. So anytime I listen to anything, I had to put a headset on. Well, all I did today was just watch the video. I didn't listen to the audio, but now that you've mentioned that, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it and see if I can hear that. And plus, you can hear a lot more when you have the headset on. But there was one other thing that I wanted to show real quick before I open up the panel and get everybody to whoever wants to come up and discuss this. I only want to talk about the Bryan Kohberger stuff tonight. If we talk about any other cases, we can do that after I'm done with all this. Hey, Jan, how are you? I do want to give credit to Sleuthy for this, though. I don't know if one of the mods has Sleuthy's Twitter. I should have grabbed her link before I went live. But I do want to show this real quick and give her credit because this is where I got it from. But this is the thing showing the house where the white Elantra is. And if you look right down here, it's the seller was a Robinson. He's an unmarried person. The buyers, a married couple. That's their last name. And then down here, the date of the document was May the 2nd of 2022. So thank you, FAFO. So the white Elantra does not belong to Demetrius Robinson's brother. It belongs to the family who is currently living there. Okay, so I just wanted to show that because I did have it pulled up here and I didn't want to forget it. What was I going and looking for? And if y'all are not, if y'all don't follow Sleuthy on Twitter, y'all really should. She puts out a lot of good stuff. She deep dives into a lot of stuff. She vets her stuff. Big Al swears he's in love with her brain. So if y'all don't follow her on Twitter and y'all have Twitter, y'all really should. Let's see, headphones are always really good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it now, Titanium, that Jen said that you can hear that because I mean I never paid attention to that before when I had watched the body cam footage, and then I didn't even listen to it. Today I was just mostly focused on the people that was in it. Okay, there was something else that I was going to pull up here, and I forgot now what it was before I pulled the other up. Huh. Give me a second, y'all. Okay. Well, I don't remember now what it was. I guess it'll come to my mind in a minute, y'all. Obsessed for Disneyland. Thank you so much for the super chat. And she says, Happy Mother's Day. Well, thank you. That is very nice of you. And Happy Mother's Day to you as well. See, I definitely have a keen eye for identifying people and dogs. I've gotten 267 dogs back to their owners before I can match certain markings. It was Emma, Scarlett. We are not crazy. Pippi Longstocking, I'm going to agree with you. When I watched the body cam footage at the girl's house, and it showed the girl with the thing on her head and everything, and then as soon as I watched the body cam footage where she got pulled over, it was like, damn, that's her. But I wanted to confirm it 100% with the tattoo, and like I said, she could have had the tattoo in the body cam footage at the girl's house. I couldn't see it, so I'm saying it's her that was there. That was her, and the blonde girl was walking away from the house. Now I couldn't really see the blonde headed girl real good. I could just tell it was a girl there that was walking with her. She had blonde hair. I believe there's a blonde girl in the car with her that was in the front seat when she got pulled over, but I didn't really pay a whole lot of attention to if I could see her face either, because I was more focused on Emma. And if you Longstocking troll, my husband said the same thing. That if you take and you put Emma beside Bryan Kohberger, they kind of look alike. she has that, I'm not trying to be mean or nothing like that, but she kind of has like that manly type look in her face. They favor a lot. Just he's got short hair and she's got long hair. Emma is a real smarty ass. See, I didn't listen to I should have listened to her because I seen the part where they had her out of the car and was talking to her and she was appointing and blah 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 and all this and that, and I should have listened to it. But yeah, my husband was like, her and Bryan Kohberger uh, look a lot alike. Who said you guys were crazy? Um, I don't think anybody said it, titanium. I think it was um, just a figure of speech. Like we're not crazy, like because it is her. Thank you, Jan. Happy Mother's Day to you as well. And y'all, what is today? We've got 43 more days until the prelim, and right at a week before they have the hearing on the 22nd. Both have bushy eyebrows. Yes, I did notice that too. That was like the first thing that stood out. And I noticed that the little dude that was over in the band field that got stopped for the drinking or whatever. I had his name wrote down, but I think it's in another notebook. He's got some bushy eyebrows too. So her just saying that this dude that she's seen walking through the house with a mask on, all in black, had bushy eyebrows. I'm gonna be honest, that is not 100% identification of someone. Like, there's a lot of people in Moscow that's got bushy eyebrows. Everyone's been saying she looks like Bryan. I I mean, I think if you put a baseball cap on her and pulled her hair up underneath the cap, and then you put one on Bryan and no makeup on her, they would probably pass for brother and sister, honestly. Let's see, you also act a lot different when you're drunk than you would if you were sober. True. She does. I wish I had a side by side of her and Bryan. It is crazy how much they look alike. Defense will call an expert on eyebrow business. I mean, in musical, that's a hot business. A lot of a lot of people go and get their eyebrows done. Uh, I'm just wondering if she went and did like a lineup or something, and they put Bryan Kohberger in it and made everybody wear the type of mask that she's saying that she saw this person have on, because obviously it could be several different types of masks that this person could have had. Um, so I'm wondering, honestly, did they put several people in a lineup and she have to go through uh, and identify the eyebrows? Hey, Megan, how are you? Because how is she just by eyebrows? How is that 100% IDing someone? Lineups use all similar looking people. Yes. Oh, shoot. Hold on. I got to chase it down. 1 second, y'all. My chat was moving too fast. Hi. Thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. Y'all, these cats in here. Hey, Paula. How are you? She identified. I mean, like, how else is she going to identify him? I mean, now there could be other ways. Hey, Roger, how are you? There could be other more of a description that she gave that maybe just what they put in the PCA. So I'm curious to know, like, if there was other things, like, did he have on a hat? Did he have a hoodie on and have the hood up over his head? Like, was she able to see his hair and the color of the hair? And was it curly, straight, long, short, whatever? I'm curious to know if there was more of a description that she gave. Coffee and conversation. How are you? See, I can see the conspiracy theory now. They are half siblings, and that's why Bryan was there. I am in no way, I am in no way saying that her and Bryan are half sisters. So I hope people don't run with that, but they do look alike. One of the creepy cops repeatedly seen on camera footage at the King Road home has extremely bushy eyebrows. Got goosebumps the first time I saw him. Plus a stare at the TV camera every time. I remember one of the cops that was there the day uh, that they went around to the back of the house and they talked to Kaylee. The one guy kept mentioning about the balcony. Did y'all hear that? He kept talking about like it was a door on the third floor and a balcony, and uh, he mentioned it like two or three times. I mean, and it was kind of weird. Like, what was the purpose of him pointing that out when he was just going there to talk to a college student about a noise complaint? Let's see, they won't use them to identify him and just say what she heard in time that she saw him walk by her. And see, that's another question that I have. They claim that they found a latent footprint. Okay. How did they only find one footprint that happened to be in front of Dylan's door, in front of her bedroom door, and then it's put into the PCA that she saw him walking towards the back sliding door? Where's the other footprints? Like, he had to step before that footprint that is just magically in front of her door to prove that that's the way he went, the way that she says that she saw him go. And he had to step with that same foot after that footprint. So why is just that one spot with a footprint? Like, if he stepped, if there was any blood on the bottom of the shoe, it had to have been unless he was one-legged. I mean, he literally, like, he would have had to have, he had to step with that foot. And I don't get me wrong, he could have stepped in blood with one foot. Okay, that is possible. But that one foot with that blood on it had to make other steps in the house before it got to Dylan's door and after it got to Dylan's door. Because apparently there was no blood close to her door. Toy, how are you? And are they saying that that's the only footprint they found? That is the only one that they put in the PCA. Now, I don't know why that they would put just one footprint in the PCA. Why not say that if there was more footprints, why not say that the footprints were leading past Dylan's door and leading to the backsliding glass door, which is the way that Dylan claims that she's seen him leave the house. Like, it seems like that would be a more logical thing to put in the PCA because it would help it out even more. I mean, I get that the PCA that came out, it was able to give them, it was enough to get them a, hey, Debbie, an arrest warrant, but it seems like that would have helped it even more. And it's only one footprint with blood on it from a shoe that has a diamond shaped sole on it, or a diamond pattern sole. There had to have been other ones. See, in the trial, I know, Julie, I'm so impatient. It's going to be, I know it's not that many more days before we know it. It'll be down to like less than a month before the trial. I'm such an impatient person. A lot of people are waiting for this stuff to come out. Let's see. So they are playing this very close to the chest. All they needed with the PCA is an arrest warrant. Yes, that is true. Moscow obviously has a shit lazy cop as no reports are being filed after being called to come. I don't understand the no reports on some of these calls that they go out on. Hey Bullets, how are you? Maybe the state is keeping cards. I'm pretty sure they're keeping a lot of stuff close to their chest. I'm just hoping that it's enough. Um, Whatever they present at the prelim, I hope it's enough that it moves on to trial, and then it'll be enough to convict. Because just what we've seen and how they do stuff, I'm kind of worried. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of worried if they're gonna have enough and they're gonna be able to present it in a way that it's going to get a conviction. I mean, like somebody just said, you get a call, you go out, you don't make a report on it. Is it just laziness, or the cops, do they just not care? I don't know. Why is it Ann Taylor stating the items that she took from 1122? I don't see you later. I don't know. I wonder what else she took from there. I want to know what was on that receipt that she took out of that bathroom at Bryan Kohberger's apartment. Some people may not think that there's anything to it. I'm just, I'm curious of why she took just like it's almost like the way the lady explained it in that paperwork, that Ann Taylor knew where it was at. She went straight to the bathroom. She took it out of the cupboard and left with it. That in that box that the cop claims that she couldn't see the contents of. And do y'all remember? Hold on. I know what I was going to look at a minute ago, but I got to go to the Facebook group to grab it. Do y'all remember the other night? I think it was last night, where I was talking about. Where is it at? Where I was talking about that it said in one of the court documents. Hey Phil, how are you? That it said in one of the court documents about the receipts, that they wanted only the receipts showing ownership of a knife, a sheath, and all this and that. Well, I found. Where did I write that down at? Well, I wrote the page down, but I got to get the document. It was in the document that was like 166 pages long. I gotta go to the Facebook group to grab the document, and then go. Where is it at? And then I'll go to the page. Here we go. So you also think that the woman accompanied Ann Taylor and was taking photos outside. Pippi Longstocking, a lot of people are saying that. I mean, she looks just like his sister, but I wonder if his sister would be allowed to do that. Okay, let's see. Let me go to page 63. Hold on, y'all. Let me get it pulled up here. Wait, is this the right? Yes, here we go. Some of this stuff, it takes me a second to get to because it was on my old computer, but I didn't move it from the old computer to the new one. Okay, I did read this. Hey Sheldon, how are you? I did read this whole 166 page document, right? I think I went over it. And nowhere else in any of these documents that is within this one document says anything about taking receipts for anything else. Okay, I thought I did. I wanted to make sure. And Taylor is going to plead that she is living Groundhog Day. Oh, I'm not reading it again. No. I'm just showing this part because I had mentioned it last night, and a lot of people were wondering about um, the receipts that were taken. There was the three receipts: the Walmart receipt with the Dickies tag, and then there was the two Marshalls receipts. Everybody was wondering like what was on the receipts, what was the reason for taking them, blah blah blah, and this and that. No, I'm not reading it again. That was too much. Um, but I remembered as I was reading through this, this is the only place that it mentions a receipt. So I'm wondering if the receipts that they took had on them where this knife, whether it was a knife, a sheath, sharp tools. But let me zoom it in. And Titanium, no, I did not know that he was back. I know that his Twitter was taken down, deleted, whatever. But I haven't looked to see if he's back or whatever. Okay, I don't know if y'all can see this, but we're looking at number 2, and that's it. All right, so it says, and let me do this so y'all can see what is. Okay, so this is the search warrant for his house. All right, and it says right here, you are commanded to search within 10 days of the date. The premises described as follows. The apartment located at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, it's number G201 in Pullman. So this is the search warrant for his apartment. It gives the description of the apartment. And then it says, seize if located evidence of the above listed crimes, including number 1, they wanted blood or other bodily fluids or human tissue or skin cell or other with blood or other bodily fluid or human tissue or skin cell on the items, which we know that they took some of those items. But number 2 says knife sheaths or other sharp tools, including any dagger, dirk, or sword, or any written indicia of ownership of same, including sales receipts. So I'm wondering if those 3 receipts that they took, shows a knife, a sheath, dagger, sword, dirk. I don't know what that is exactly. I'll have to look it up. But I wonder if those 3 receipts had something like that on there. How long has he been back? Because I did not know he was back. I'm going to have to catch up with his shenanigans now. So another, no, someone, no, I don't know if another knife was used, but they were wanting any proof, including sales receipts, of him owning one of these items. And like I said, I went through the whole thing, this whole search warrant. I didn't see anything else mentioning uh, a receipt. Like if you find a receipt with this item on it, other than the knife sheath, sharp tools, dagger, dirk, sword, other than those things mentioned with the sales receipt, there's nothing else on here about taking any receipts out of the house. Let's see, and they already had the sheath, right? So I'm wondering if, I mean, that's the only thing I could think of that would be on there, because that's the only thing that they said to take a sales receipt for. If the sales receipt had one of those items listed on it, then take the sales receipt. And then they said that Ann Taylor went and got a receipt out of the bathroom. I see a dirk is a long dagger, traditionally Scottish. Okay, thank you for that, musical. I never heard of one. Daggers, swords, stuff like that I have, but never heard of a dirk. And then, of course, I asked for the clothing, including but not limited to the dark shirts, dark pants, match shoes with a diamond pattern sole. See, on his Facebook, and then I heard he was on another creator's chat tonight. Oh, wow. So he's back on YouTube making his rounds again. I'm wondering, is he back on Twitter? Titanium? Or do you know? Because I was following him on Twitter, but Aunt Taylor thinks she's Perry Mason. Hey, Boomer girl, how are you? See, I wonder if a karma bit was used because of all the blood and with them covering all bladed items. Okay, so what exactly is that, someone? Let me look that up because I've never heard that either. Let's see. Oh, never mind. I see what it is. See, I blocked me. Yeah, he never blocked me, so I'll have to go back and see. Um, I'll have to see if he's back on Twitter. But someone, yeah, I just looked it up. It's a very interesting looking knife. I'm just wondering, like the whole sheath thing, if it was like it's a K-bar knife sheath, but does that mean that a K-bar knife was actually used? Like, is someone trying to mix people up? Hey, American Princess, how are you? It I mean, people get frustrated with people throwing out other ideas and stuff like that, but uh, I mean, anything with this case is possible. Like I've said, you get. P Fox said you got to be a special kind of stupid to leave a damn sales receipt. I mean, P Fox. They're saying the dude drove his own car with his phone with him to commit 4 murders. It, it doesn't surprise me that he left the sales receipts of knives, if that's what is on them. So probably more than one weapon, in my opinion. Possibility. I mean, and I'm not trying to be graphic here, but was something like that happening? Um, Knives can get dull really easy, so it's a possibility that he had more than one. Whoever did this had more than one knife. So Corner said Rambo combat style knife that could lay doubt he was solo in the ordeal. But see, she's saying a Rambo combat style knife, and a Rambo knife. I don't think they consider uh, a, a K-bar knife a Rambo style knife, though. So, do I have anybody in here that's ex-military or active military? I know Vapor is, but he's not in here right now. Let's see. Justin is a dude that came out spreading all the rumors about Dylan. He was saying some pretty bad things about Dylan, and saying that he knew for a fact that she was like that because he is like that. Okay, so let me Google it real quick then. Okay, so wait, Rambo's knives is based on the design of a Vietnam era survival knives that were carried by pilots, exemplified the Randall 18. If I'm not mistaken, the Rambo style knives are bigger than what the K-bar knives are. Okay, hold on one second. Okay. Well, it didn't tell me what I wanted to know. Let's see, it's larger. Yeah, it's. I know that the Rambo style knives are bigger than the K-bar, but I wonder if they consider the K-bar knife a Rambo type knife. And it's not answering my question on Google. Let's see. Rambo style is a K-bar. Jay Clark, how are you? Everyone is overanalyzing everything in the case. It's pretty cut and dry from what the release in the PCA. See, unless, like I said before, everything we're being told is a lie, which I doubt. I don't think they're going to lie in the PCA because anything that they put in there, in order to get a an arrest warrant, like they got to have the proof of it. Ow. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so I'm ex-Navy, but I never did battle like that. I just want to know, and I'm curious. Okay, so I don't know who this is talking about but whenever I Google it, is a K-bar knife considered a Rambo style knife? Rambo style knives have taken on a generic term for any large, wicked looking knife, and that a K-bar knife is really not a Rambo style knife. The first two knives that were made for the movie Rambo were created by a fellow named Jimmy Lyle and were based on a survivalist tool. Let's see. And they're considering a K-bar knife as a combat knife. All right. So I don't know. I think that they're just going with a K-bar knife when it could be something completely some other type of knife. I think they're just going with a K-bar knife because that's the type of sheath that they found. Let's see. Probably just made it in time for the wrap up. No, Cricket Moon, we're just getting started. We haven't been going very long. And happy Mother's Day to you as well. So why didn't DM say that she didn't see the knife or witness blood on the intruder? That, as one, she could have told them that she saw that, and they just didn't put it in the PCA. Um, Probably a lot that they didn't put in there. They just put just enough to get the arrest warrant. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the panel. There's something else I was wanting to show y'all tonight, but I can't remember what it is. Um, I'm out on conspiracies on this one. JFK, different story. Just a second, y'all. All right. See, just like, oh, y'all, and I've heard um, Emma was a DoorDash driver. I have also heard that Bryan was the cleanup dude. Those are some rumors that was going around today that I seen. And for whatever reason, now all of a sudden there's people coming out wanting to talk, and I don't, which is fine. Don't get me wrong. If people know something and they want to come out and they want to talk about it, but they're not under the gag order, that's fine. But why are you just now coming out? That's what doesn't make sense. Some Yeah, my chat keeps jumping for some reason tonight, and I can't keep up with what people are saying. Okay, so from writing as many court reports as I did in my career, I can tell you that there is so much more we don't know. Bullets, I agree. I think that we're probably only finding out about like 5% of what they have, of like the total amount of evidence that everyone has. Lady V, hold on, I'm pulling you up now. How are you?
I'm great. How are you, Scarlett?
I'm doing good.
Hi, mods. If anybody says anything, I can't type. I only have one device right this minute.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Yeah, I apparently have missed a lot of information that's come out today.
It, most of it, I think, is just rumors. Honestly,
Are, okay, seriously, are you getting okay? Are you getting worried that maybe they're not going to have enough to convict this guy?
um, not really worried. I think it's just more of the fact that we don't know everything, and it makes people probably feel uneasy because especially like everybody who's been following the case from the very beginning. If this is a guy who done it, they want him to go down for it,
Right.
and because they don't have to tell us what all they
No,
have, I think it puts a lot of people on edge. I'm just an impatient person, and I can't wait for the prelim and all the evidence to come out and all this and that. Um,
I don't think they should put it in there at first, though. I think they should hold some of it back.
right. Yeah, I mean, I know that there's some stuff that they can't put out to the public, for the integrity of the case, and they don't want to taint a jury and all this and that. It's just, I think a lot of people get uneasy because they don't know it all. Hey, Gina Marie. Um, and it gets
Yeah,
people worried, that they may not have enough.
yeah, sometimes I feel like that too. That's why I was asking, because sometimes I'm like, oh man, I don't know. It doesn't sound like they have enough, but
Right.
surely they would continue it if they needed more time, right?
Yeah, they
I mean,
would.
that wouldn't be fun for us, but I mean, they need to do what they need to do to make sure they have everything they possibly
Oh
can.
yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I know it's scheduled for June the 26th, but it's not going to surprise me any if Bryan tries to get it pushed back.
Yeah,
You
me
know,
either.
it would suck, but I think that him and his attorneys are going to try to drag this out as long as they possibly can.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
Let's see, do we have Casey? There's probably so many anonymous sources out there that it's not even funny, honestly. I would like to know where Banfield's getting her sources from or her
Well, she has
information.
secret contacts, and that's probably more
Yeah.
than likely listening to creators.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, from what I understand, they're close to the investigation, which makes absolutely no sense because there's a gag order.
Yeah.
And then you've got what's the dude, um, the Howard guy that's writing the stories, which he came out with another, I guess, chapter, I guess you could say, because like the stuff that he writes is almost like a book. He writes a lot in each one of
Yeah.
his things.
Hey,
Um,
wait, I need to go back and read that. I forgot all about that. That was actually pretty
yeah, I
interesting.
haven't. I seen where the last version came out. Oh, I guess maybe a week and a half ago or something like that. But I haven't had a chance to read it because I was without a computer for several days, and I haven't had time since I got it to go and read it. But he comes out with the information on the sheath being sent to Texas, and what I was thinking about today, and I even asked my husband this. He's saying that the Idaho lab tested the sheath and they didn't find anything. So
I thought they
why?
found something on the little
Well,
button
according
thing.
to the Howard guy. Hey Mooch, how are you? According to this Howard guy, Idaho lab tested the sheath and they didn't find anything. So they sent it to a lab in Texas. And the lab in Texas found the DNA on it. Now,
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know where he's getting his information from because there is a gag order.
Yeah.
Unless that was put out before the gag order was put out, because the gag order wasn't done until January, middle part of January, February, something like that. And they found the sheath in November. So, what I don't understand is, though, is why did Idaho, after testing the sheath, feel the need that they needed to send the sheath to another lab to be tested? Was it because they wasn't 100% confident in their findings? Uh,
Well, it could be too, I mean, some labs have more sensitive machinery
mhm. But why
or
not
has
send it to
more
begin with?
experience. Yeah, I don't know myself. I mean, if they were worried about that, I think they should have sent it there first thing too.
Right, because this lab that they sent it to, was it called a startup lab? I think that's what it was called. Or that was the type of lab that it was. But they had never, they do mostly cold cases. They've never done an open case until this one.
Hmm.
Um, but for whatever reason, it was sent down to this lab in Texas. And the lab
Well, I'm
down
glad they
there,
did.
right. Um, but the lab in Texas is the one that, from what the Howard guy's saying, is the one that found the DNA on it. And then the trash that was found in that Bryan had threw out in Pennsylvania was picked up that night and then sent back to Idaho to the lab. And they tested it, and that's where they found his dad's DNA. Hey, Kelly, how are you?
Yeah, that's just weird.
There's a lot of weirdness going on with this.
It really is. I mean, why his dad's DNA? Why didn't they just get Brian's? I don't. That's just strange to me.
I don't know. And
It's
see
always been strange.
see you later was asking how did they get BK's father's DNA? They got it off of the trash when because they were watching the parents' house and they seen him. It was like what was it 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
And he took the trash and went to the neighbor's trash can. Hey, Altered Soul, how are you? And threw it away. So FBI went and got it. And hey, Amethyst, and they took it and sent it back to Idaho, and Idaho tested it, and it came back. It didn't come back saying that it was Michael Kohberger's DNA. It came back saying that the DNA that was on the sheath, um, it was there was a match for it, but the DNA that was on the trash came back as how did they say it? 90 was it 98 or 99 whatever it was would be males would be excluded as that DNA on the sheets biological father or something. It was worded
Right.
weird like that. But anyway, it came back as it being the DNA on the trash was the biological father to the DNA that was on the sheet.
Didn't okay, it's been a little while. So, and we've been watching so many different cases. So I have a question.
Hmm.
Didn't they didn't they say that his grandfather had one?
Had one what?
A knife?
Like a K-bar knife?
Yeah. Or did we
Mm,
just speculate so much that it's in my head?
I don't remember hearing that about.
Maybe not. Maybe it's just because I know I was talking to somebody. It might have been Brittany about if his if his grandpa had it from the war or something, that would be the kind of knife they were talking about. Maybe he'd been out in the woods playing with the knife,
Hmm.
something that he had kind of thought about using for a really, really long time.
Right.
So, I mean, if that's not the case, then that's not the case. Maybe that's what it was. But I feel like it'd probably be something that he like fantasized with for quite a while before he did it. I'm not so sure it would be a new knife.
No, I think he's probably had it for a while. Um, I don't think that I think he hid the knife. I don't think he threw it away or
Yeah, I
destroyed
don't
it
either.
or anything like that.
I know we had that discussion on here a long time ago. I remember that because I was like, I don't think he did either.
Yeah, I think that that was almost kind of like his best friend, sort of like
Yeah, well, it's like,
you know,
I mean, these kinds of unalivers, they like fantasize about things most of the time. They fantasize about it a long time before they actually do it. So, whatever it is they're fantasizing about, that's usually something that they guard
right,
dearly from losing. So,
right.
I think he would have stashed it instead. But I know we had three or four guys on here that was saying no, they wouldn't think so.
Yeah, I think he hid it somewhere, and he's the only person that knows where it's at.
Yeah, out there on that drive, he took that drive.
Hmm.
That's when I'm thinking he did it.
Yeah, when he went down, was it like a day or two afterwards or whatever?
Yeah. And he like just basically turned around and came back.
Yeah, a lot of people think the forest that's down there. I can't remember the name of the forest right now, but a lot of people are thinking that maybe it could be there.
Yeah.
And you know, if he put it out there, it's
Oh,
literally like looking for a
yeah.
needle in a haystack.
Especially if he, kind of buried it over, which I would
Hmm.
assume he would.
Okay. FAFO thinks it's close to his home in Pennsylvania. And I mean, I even said that there's a
That could be.
possibility
Yeah. Because
that
he has woods out
he
back
took
there
it.
too, right?
Right. Yeah. And I mean, he knows that area. Hey, sweet candy, how are you? You know, he grew up there. So I even said that there was probably a chance that he took it back
Mm-hmm.
uh, to Pennsylvania with him, or he could have shipped it with some stuff from his apartment.
I remember
Uh,
you saying that.
you
Yeah.
know, there's multiple ways that he could have gotten it back to Pennsylvania.
Right.
And if he did there, there's no telling where it's at there.
Yeah.
See, no way he held on. No, I don't think he held on to it too long. I think if more than likely if he got rid of it soon after, just in case he was caught. But if he was going to get it back to Pennsylvania, I'm thinking that maybe he could have like put it in like a bunch of stuff that he was sending home to his parents or whatever, and he just threw it in a box with some stuff. Either that or it's out in Washington in that the Washington Idaho area in that forest somewhere.
And I think this would be the lesser possibility, but I had even speculated that maybe since he ran,
Hmm.
he ran about the same distance of what that house was from him
Hmm.
for what every day.
Yeah, I remember
So,
the one time it was like 12:30 at night.
yeah. And so my thought had been on that too. I wonder if he along that way had found a safe place to stash it before he actually did it too. I mean, I had thought about that even.
Right. Probably somewhere that's easy for him to find or easy for him to remember, but it would be hard for anyone else to find. Like it's not somewhere that
Right.
somebody would just walk up on it, but it would be without him having to write it down or anything like that. It would be a really easy place to just go back to and remember where it's at. A hollow
Exactly.
tree. Yeah, I mean it could be in a hollow tree. It could be. I mean, there's all kind of places in a forest that you can hide something. It's just a matter of remembering where it's at.
I just have muted while my clock was going off.
Doing his
Yeah, I
minutes.
mean, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I think that would be the case no matter where he stashed it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would have some sort of thing that he would know exactly where it was.
Right. Okay, so Vapor said when him and his dad left to go home, and did they drive through that forest area on the way to Colorado? Let me
Wasn't
look
that the
that.
opposite way?
No, the forest was south of where he was at, or where the murders happened at. But I
Hmm.
remember Googling uh, from Moscow or from Pullman to, let me get it, let me look it up again. What was it? Wasn't it Loma, Colorado? I believe it's where they caught
Yeah,
him on the
I don't
plate reader.
remember. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
remember.
Let's see, Loma, Colorado. Let's see. Um. Okay, so
Oh, I hear
there.
your vape. Oh, yay. That's so
And
relaxing.
wait, what is it?
I said I heard your vape. That's so relaxing to me.
Oh wait, I'm not vaping.
You didn't just vape?
Uh.
Huh. Okay. Maybe it was my
Oh,
wishful thinking.
that's no, that's troll. You hear his vape.
Oh,
That's what you're hearing.
who's that?
My husband.
Oh, okay. I did. Well, tell him to keep doing it. It's relaxing.
Okay, so wait, what a baby says she can hear it too. So this mic is like super sensitive. So, and he's sitting probably 10 feet behind me. So
Well,
it's
hello,
his that
troll.
it is his that y'all are hearing. Okay,
Troll.
so if he went from Pullman down to Loma, Colorado, he would have went through assuming he went this way, he would have went through Boise, which would have taken him through the Boise National Forest. Let me just pull it up. It'd be easier to show it on here. All right. So, oh crap. Okay. Damn it. And do y'all remember what the name of the forest was?
Oh, my Lord. That's been so long ago.
I don't even remember what the name of it is. There's been so much stuff that I've had to remember.
Oh, I know. It just gets to
It's
be mountainous.
okay. Hey, Glowbug, how are you? All right, so he went to Lewiston, Clarkston, that area. That's when he was seen on camera. Uh, what was it? The Albertsons. See, I thought it was southeast of Moscow. Okay, so Moscow is right here. So southeast would be this way. Huh.
What highway are you having them take?
Hey, Stevie. I'm just pulling it up if he's going from Pullman to Loma, Colorado. He would have went 195. If and I'm just saying if he went that way. Um, Glowbug, I'm doing good, thank you. And then went down into Idaho, down into Colorado. So it was Pike National Forest. Okay, so let's see if we can find that. So there's Moscow. So southwest of there. Let's
Yeah,
just
I've
do
never
this.
been that far north in Idaho.
I've never even been to Idaho.
Oh, I just caught like this, like really, we were there for like 10 minutes.
Okay, let's see if we can find it like this.
The reason I was asking, we usually take I-70 when we go to Colorado. But I don't know, excuse me, I don't know That's way from like that far up in Idaho, and maybe it's
Okay.
further over than Kansas too.
This is not going to be the right Pike National Forest.
Yeah, that is true. There was a huge snowstorm, Tanya.
Right, which is the reason why I think he went south
Yeah,
instead of
because
straight
I
east.
seven. Yeah, because I-70 would have definitely been closed because I mean, they get snowed over very easily.
Mhm. Okay, where am I at? Okay, so that's starting at Sawtooth National Forest. It's still not bringing me, where I want to be at because Moscow's way up here. So I don't. I mean, I don't know if he went through that way or not. Hey, the expert, how are you? See, you saved me by having a live so important tonight. Well, thank you for joining us, expert. Let's see, unless you want to make a pit stop. I mean, he could have going from Pullman down to Loma, or even from Loma back up into, because he had to go south of all of that weather, and then went back up into Indiana, and then went east to Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, he could have stopped anywhere if he would have kept the knife that long. He could have even hid it somewhere else and went back and picked it up before him and his dad left. So that way it wouldn't have been in his
right,
house, or uh, he wouldn't have been in possession of it if the cops would have came before
right.
they did.
And I mean, God only knows how many other places they might have stopped where they could have hit it too. I'm sure they kind of
Right.
kept an eye on him to see if he went out back on one of those little
Well,
gas station things
when
or whatever.
he left Pullman though, from between Pullman, Washington, and Loma, Colorado, they lost him.
Yeah,
Him and his dad left, and they actually left earlier than what I believe they were supposed to leave, and FBI lost him for all those hours. And the only reason why they knew that he was in Loma is because the plate reader picked it up,
right.
and that's where they found out he was at. So he went
That's
all
right.
that way, and they had no. I think it was like, was it 12 or 14 hours or something like that? That they had no idea where he was at.
That was a long time. I remember that.
Right. I mean, that was just like they were not doing a very good job of keeping up with him either. And I'm not sure if his dad's been questioned. I mean, I would say probably so. Uh, After he was arrested, and they knew at the time that he was arrested that the dad rode back with him and stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure that probably the dad, mom, and if one of the sisters or both of the sisters lived in the house with them, they were probably all questioned.
Yeah, I can't. There's no way I don't think that they wouldn't have questioned them.
Yeah, just to see what they knew, or if, they had heard or seen anything, or
Or if he mentioned anything to his dad about it on the way.
yeah, if he was acting weird, anything like that. Was there a destination in Colorado they wanted to visit specifically? I wonder. Drew, I don't think so. I think that the reason why they went that way is because of the weather up north. He kind of dipped south and then went east, just to go below the weather. Let's see. Let's see. I want to know every stop that he made for any reason.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, bathroom, whatever. I mean,
just gas,
yeah,
food. Yeah, I mean, because at any point he could have dropped it. I mean, they could have stopped at a gas station, like at a truck stop, got something to eat, got gas, went to the restroom before they left. He could have dropped it in the trash can.
yeah,
There's thousands of people in and out of a truck stop on any given day. Uh, So they have to take the trash out multiple times a day. And it could
Right.
have very easily just been gone within a few minutes out of the building into a dumpster somewhere.
I just don't feel like he would have thrown it away though, unless he was got something spooked him.
Yeah, I don't know. I just looking at it. I'm looking at it as him being an SK, which I know he's would be considered a mass murderer.
Right.
But I'm just looking at it as an edit, like him being an SK, and what they sometimes they use the same weapon and
Right.
they become attached to that weapon. It's almost like their best friend. They've been through,
Exactly.
you know, their mental state is me and this knife. We've been through a lot. Uh,
Right.
you know,
That's exactly was my point.
and I don't see him getting rid of it. I still think that he has hid it somewhere that only he knows where it's at. It is in a place where he doesn't have to write down any type of coordinates. He doesn't have
Right.
to write down it's so many feet into a forest and then you take a right and you
Right.
go so many like it's somewhere he can remember it so he doesn't have to write anything down so that way there's nothing that can trace him back to that area to find the knife.
Exactly. And
Uh,
I think of him that way too, because I honestly believe had they not caught him, he would have done it again. I mean,
right.
the rage and the bloodlust and everything he had, I just really feel like he
Yeah.
would have done it again.
Right. And I do think it's a possibility that he could have hid the knife and then picked it up on the way back to Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
And that way, if the police would have came knocking before he left to go to Pennsylvania,
he didn't
he wouldn't
have
have
it.
had it, and he would have probably never would have thought that they would have stopped him or anything like that on the way to Pennsylvania. Probably didn't even realize that they were watching him.
Right.
Wait, what is this? Scarlet, I clicked
He was being
on the
careful
dude.
though.
Are you talking about the other white Elantra that was found? It was debunked as being Demetrius's brother. Altered Soul, that house where that white Elantra is at that you're talking about is not Demetrius's brother's house. That was his dad owned that house. Then his dad sold it in May of 2022, and it was bought by another family with a completely different name. They're no kin to the Robinsons, and the new family that lives there is the ones who own the White Elantra.
That's
So
weird too.
right, it's just for whatever reason these White Elantras
I
come up.
guess so.
So I mean I put it out. It was some information that was sent to me yesterday. I even showed it last night on my live about the White Elantra. So I had to come back and correct it. And you can go on Google Maps and Google the address. And I hate that this family that has nothing to do with this case, their house and address has now been put out there. But um, the house was bought in May of 2022. July of 2022 and September of 2022, the white Elantra is still sitting in their driveway. So there's no way it can be Demetrius Robinson's brothers when he didn't even live there. So, hey, Happy Cactus, how are you?
Okay,
Uh,
I hate to sound ignorant, but I am
mhm.
ignorant on this point, and that means I don't know it. So I'm ignorant on it. But before anybody gets upset about me calling myself ignorant, but uh, okay, I'm not understanding. Are you talking about Dimitri's brother having something to do with this case?
Okay, so Emma that was arrested with Demetrius Robinson.
Oh, you're talking about the one. Okay.
Yeah. It
Okay.
was someone had sent me some information that they had heard from somewhere else that a white Elantra was sitting in front of this house and that this white Elantra belonged to Demetrius's brother. And I've looked into it. I've got some other people to look into it, and it's not his brother's house. His brother doesn't live there. His dad lived there. He sold the house in May the 2nd of 2022, and then he moved to Georgia. So he's not even in the state of Washington anymore. And
Okay.
and then he ended up selling it to another family, uh, and that's who the white Elantra that is sitting at the house belongs to.
Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I was in school for 4 months, so
No, you're good.
I missed a lot.
There's still a lot, and there's like a lot of names that come up, and it's hard to keep up with a lot of times. It's very easy to get uh, sidetracked, mixed up. It's very easy with this.
So people basically were wondering if Emily and Dimitri's brother had anything to do with it instead of.
Well, it could, I don't know if that's what anybody was trying to imply that he had anything to do with it, or if it was just more so that he owns a white Elantra.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what it what it boiled down to, because Emma was friends with the girls from the house. She had been there several times, is what it's been said. um, and then she gets arrested for giving the Caden guy cocaine with fentanyl in it, and he ends up overdosing, and then he passes away. And
Right.
that's what she's currently in jail for, her and the Demetrius guy. So I think because of her involvement with Demetrius, his brother having a white Elantra would have threw a lot of speculation and possibilities and theories and opinions and everything else out into YouTubeville, as far as this case goes. But
Right.
anybody that's close with this case or has any connections to the victims, and they have a white Elantra,
Yeah.
you know,
They're going to
people,
be looked at.
right? They're gonna look into them. So, let's see. So somebody else just tagged me. Where did that comment go? Okay, so the prosecution has had it almost 6 months. Please tell me they have had a mass search of the forest. I don't know if they've searched the forest area or not. I mean, if they have, they haven't put that out to the public. I would think if they have his phone pings and it shows that he was in that area, I mean, the smart thing to do, I would think, would be go search that area for a murder weapon. But that
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily. I mean, we are talking about Moscow Police
Yeah.
Department here. I mean,
Yeah.
uh, people, a police department that goes out and does a welfare check on someone but doesn't do a report on it. But we'll
And
do
we're
a
not
report,
even sure if they actually do the welfare check
right?
there.
But they'll do a report on a stray dog running up and down the street. That's,
Right.
so
I couldn't believe it when you told me that the other day. I was like, what?
it's crazy. Like, I don't know if it's just they don't care or if they're just lazy or what it is.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing down in Oklahoma too. It's like there's are they
Right,
that incompetent? But it proves you can be.
right. Um, Iris, I'm gonna be honest. I don't believe that Dylan didn't hear anything.
I don't either.
I can maybe believe that Bethany didn't hear anything just because she was on the very bottom floor at the opposite end of the house of where Xana and Ethan were at, and 2 floors below Maddie and Kaylee. I can almost believe she didn't hear anything, or it was very minimum of what she heard. I just don't believe that Dylan, who was on the same floor and directly underneath Maddie's room, I just don't believe she didn't hear nothing.
Yeah, well, as a person who, okay, so my nail salon is on my balcony in my house.
Mm-hmm.
So it's open. My husband, he has his man cave downstairs in the basement.
Uh-huh.
Even when the door is open and I'm up here in an open room, not a closed room, but an open area,
Mm-hmm.
I can't hear hardly anything. But
I just
if it was like right below us, like if
mm-hmm.
somebody was up here, I mean, my husband hears me when I'm up here and our bedroom's right below my salon.
Mm-hmm.
He hears everything.
Yeah, but there's no just imagine though if someone was in your house being attacked, you would probably one of y'all would hear something
Yeah, here's
at
some.
that
Yeah,
point. Yeah.
yeah,
Uh, and I just nobody's gonna make me believe that Xana, if what they said was true about her hands, that she had defensive wounds and that it was like she grabbed the knife and the knife as it was
right,
pulled out of her hands almost took her fingers off. There is
right.
no way that you're going to make me believe that that girl did not scream when that happened.
No, I totally agree with you. I'm just saying you're right in your assessment of it would be harder if you were in the basement, but if you were
Yeah.
above somebody, you would hear scuffling, and their floors were all hardwood, right? I
Yes.
have carpet, so you would hear scuffling and fighting, I would think, if you're like basically right below them.
And you got to think, Bryan, he's, I don't remember how tall it said on that ticket, but he was over 6 foot tall.
Yeah,
Ethan looked to be over 6 foot tall. You got
yeah,
two large guys, and I know that Ethan was several years younger than Bryan, and Ethan was athletic, and Bryan ran, and so you got two basically athletic dudes with a couple of years in between them. If they're fighting and going at it, and Ethan is trying to defend Xana and make sure that she's okay, I just don't think that's going to be quiet either.
because he was on the floor. They found him on the floor, right?
No, they never said where they found him other than that he was in Xana's room.
Okay,
It was said in the PCA that Xana was found on the floor.
on the floor. Okay,
Yeah,
Xana
and
was.
that Ethan was also found in the bedroom, but they never said floor, bed, anything like that.
Yeah, I don't see where he wouldn't have woke up even if he was asleep.
Right. The
If he,
experts, yeah, they did say that there was some that had defensive wounds, but there was a Banfield source that came out and said um, that Xana, her fingers were almost severed because she had was fighting the guy back and grabbed the knife, the blade of the knife.
did we ever get the autopsy reports?
Uh-uh. No, they haven't released them yet. They're probably not going to release those anytime soon.
No, probably not. Hmm.
Okay, especially let me catch back up in chat here. Especially the dog barking in the room. I mean, it seems like because they said that he was on the third floor in Kaylee's room, which technically is on the opposite side of the house of where Maddie's room was. I still would think Dylan's bedroom being right outside of or right beside of the stairs that leads up to the third floor. I still think she would have been able to hear Murphy barking in the bedroom.
Yeah. Well, she said she thought she heard Murphy playing. So
Right. I'm wondering if that was the time that maybe Bryan had opened the door and into Kaylee's room and he thought maybe she was in there and it was actually the dog.
maybe.
I no, I didn't get to see Kaylee's siblings accepting her diploma. I did get to see Maddie's mom and stepdad accepted her diploma, and then her dad walked behind them and they gave him a thing as well. I did get to see that. There was actually three or four different people had posted that on Twitter today, but I never got to see Kaylee's. siblings except hers, and that was one of the ones that I was wanting to see, and I never could find it. No toxicology report seems odd. Didn't somebody tell me last night that the coroner said that the toxicology report, there was no need to turn it over to the police department or something like that, or for them to use or something? The expert, you were very welcome. I want to say somebody told me that last night in the chat that she said that.
Oh, I missed last night. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. They said something about that she claimed that the toxicology reports wasn't. Oh crap! I can't remember the exact words that they used. But for whatever reason, the toxicology reports wasn't needed, I guess, in the investigation, which makes absolutely no sense to me.
No.
Okay, so that's what the coroner said, but it seems inappropriate. Yeah, why not, if you have the toxicology reports on these four students, whether they had anything in their system or not, that doesn't matter because that is no reason for them to have been murdered. But
Was
why
that
not?
that first one? That first, remember we had that one coroner and then we had the other coroner? Remember that
Kathy
was that one?
Kathy Mabbitt is the only coroner that I've heard of.
I thought there was that one that went out and she said something really stupid about.
Now I know that Kathy is the one that called the Gonzalez family's house to talk to Kaylee's parents, and Kaylee's 17-year-old sister answers the phone and was like, "No, you can tell me the
Yes.
results of everything." And Kathy Mabbitt tells a 17-year-old girl graphic and gruesome details of her sister's murder.
Yes. Yes, I remember that.
Um, I think that was very inappropriate. I mean, this lady is a registered nurse and an
Yeah, yes.
attorney, and it seems like she should have known better than to talk to a 17-year-old child. She should have
Yeah.
been like, "No, I'm sorry. You're too young. I will only speak to
Your
Kaylee's
parents,
parents."
right,
And
right.
that's it.
Yeah, she must have been the same one. Hmm.
And
I'm
she
gonna have to write that
also,
one.
oh, the guy, I can't remember his name. He got arrested. It was after the murders happened. I can't remember if it was before Brian was. I think it was before Brian was arrested. Also, um, oh, Crime Crazy or White Widow Baby. I know who I'm talking about. But was he a construction worker or something like that? And he got arrested. Well, anyway, th- that guy there. I want to say he was a peeping tom too. Kathy Mabbitt, the coroner, also represented him.
Oh yes.
What is his name?
Hmm.
But I remember when he got arrested, people on the internet went wild with it. They went to looking into this guy and like looking everything that had to do with this guy's life. And I think he was arrested for, was it the DV or something like that?
I'll
Oh,
tell you what, I hope none of us are ever like really around that closely to something because it seems like nobody's life is
right.
no good heavens.
Yeah.
Skeletons coming out everywhere.
Uh, Crime Crazy, do you remember the guy after the murders happened in Moscow? He got arrested. I want to say for DV or something like that. He was threatening his wife, and I want to. Was he a peep? I don't know why I keep thinking he was a peeping tom also, but he was, and he worked construction, I believe, or some kind of contracting company or something like that. And the coroner also represented him like she was his attorney. I can't remember what his name is. Paige, you know who I'm talking about, right? I can't remember the guy's name, but I remember it was a DV case, and I want to say he threatened to murder his wife. Yeah, we looked into him, Crime Crazy. I think so, right? I think he had a knife, and I want to say he threatened to murder his wife. I can't remember his name though, but
Yeah, I don't
anyway,
remember
the
that.
coroner, the coroner lady in Moscow, the Kathy Mabbitt woman, she's also his attorney. Yeah, he had on a was it orange or bright green or something like that. Um, I think it was like was it a construction company or contracting company or something like that. Plus, she's just an RN, not a pathologist. Yeah, she's a registered nurse, and a coroner, and an attorney.
Right.
Okay, so I have driven from Moscow to a lot of places when I worked there. The map does bring you down south towards Colorado, then over. Never really understood it, but it's what it suggests. Okay, thank you for that. I just assumed he went down towards Colorado because of the weather and the snow and stuff like that up there, and it would have been easier just to go a couple of hours south and then east and avoid all the weather. James Leonard, that's it. Vapor, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you.
Well, that, and he probably thought, that way if they think he's just going home, it's a straight shot where maybe,
Right.
he can fool them a little bit, which obviously he did.
Yeah, because apparently he left before they thought he was supposed to be leaving, and they lost him for like, I don't know, it's 12 or 14 hours.
I
They
do
lost
remember it
him,
was a long time.
which I don't think, and it could have to do with something with the weather or whatever. The weather could have been bad up there during that time, but I don't think from Pullman to Loma uh, would take 14 hours, but I don't know. I got to clean up. Crime Crazy. Everything that's on the old computer, I didn't put on the new computer. So any files and folders and all that I have on any of these cases, I've got all Kylie stuff, Bryan stuff, all these cases that we've worked on is on my old computer. So I've got to, I guess, put them in an email and email them to myself so I can get them on this one. Yeah, more note. I do need to get some more notebooks, but I think this time I'm going to loose leaf paper. Hoffmaster, how are you? The notebooks are getting ridiculous. This case is starting to remind me of the Kylie writing. This case is it's got some Kylie vibes, but it's I don't know. There's like so many different aspects in this case. It's crazy. Ava, how are you? Riddler, how are you? Lady V, you know you got your camera on, right?
Yeah. I was
Okay.
going to say, I just asked Alexa. She said that Pullman to Loma is 928 miles.
Oh wow, it's that far.
And that's taking 84, I 84 and
Uh-huh.
US 95, about 13 and hours and 48 minutes without stopping or anything.
Okay. Well, they said it. I can't remember if it was 12 or 14 hours that they said that they had lost him, and the only reason why they caught up with him in Loma was because of the plate reader. Riddler, thank you so much for that.
Well, that pretty
And
much
Ava,
matched your
yes, I'm
timing.
doing good. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm
Go ahead.
sorry.
No,
I'm
no, no. You're
sorry.
good. You're good. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that would be pretty much matching your timing, though.
Right.
It's like
Yeah.
13 hours, and then they
Yeah.
caught him back in Loma.
I didn't realize because I mean, just thinking about it doesn't seem like it's that far, but I guess you got mountains and stuff like that, and going through there. It would take a little bit of time. Plus, like I said, the weather could have been
Right.
doing bad up there because I remember during that time it was doing bad up like Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and all that.
Where's our map guy? What was his name? Big Owl?
He has not been feeling good here lately, so
Oh,
he's been trying to take a break. So if everybody would keep Big Al in your prayers, and hopefully he will feel better soon, so he can come back and join us.
yeah, I've noticed he hasn't been around. I was thinking about that the other night. I was like, where is he?
Yeah, I usually keep up with him on Twitter and all that, so that's how I know that he hadn't been feeling the best
Oh,
the last couple of weeks. So hopefully he'll get to feeling better here soon.
well, if you're listening, Al, you're missed.
And yeah, this case is well, not the case necessarily, but the town of Moscow. It's kind of like Truckee. They
Yeah, it
keep
is.
they keep everything to themselves. They don't put anything out. Which, as far as a case is concerned, I get. If this was something that's going to go to trial, you don't want to taint a jury pool. You want to keep the integrity of the case together. I get that, but it's like they put something out and then they come back and they backtrack on it, and then it's something else, and then we find out that there's lies that they told, um, and it could have
Yep.
been for the reason of protecting Dylan and Bethany. That does make sense, uh, but they were
But why
just
put it out there in the first place?
right. Why not just not even say anything about where they were sleeping? Because I mean, they went into great detail. It from what the Howard Blum dude said in that first uh, story that he put out, that Officer Payne or Detective Payne or whatever he is walks into the house through the front door on the first floor. He notices that there was two bedrooms on the first floor. He goes to each bedroom, and it looked like a normal college student's bedroom, and that they had slept in the bedroom all night through the whole thing. And that's what was put out to us, that they slept through the whole thing and they didn't hear anything. Why even mention that to begin with?
Yeah,
If somebody asks you about it, just say you can't talk about it.
right.
Don't give any details, because when you go to doing stuff like that and then you got to backtrack on your story, and then you keep that same story until the PCA comes out, then the community is not going to trust you.
It makes you
They're
sound very uncredible.
right. And it would have been a lot easier if they were trying to protect Dylan and Bethany, which I completely understand, because maybe they didn't want this guy or whoever did this to think that somebody saw him and come after them. I get that. Why even mention it?
Okay,
It-
now I did happen to catch this because I was trying to keep up when I wasn't studying. I was trying to keep up with some of this. Uh, didn't why did Bethany end up getting was she subpoenaed or what was
Okay,
that here?
so
Well,
Brian's attorney sends it was turned out to be an out of state subpoena because Bethany lives down in the Reno area. So they ended up subpoenaing her, wanted her to be at the prelim on June the 28th. Her attorney comes back and states like this big, long, huge court document saying that it wasn't done correctly and this and that. Uh, they ended up coming to an agreement that uh, they would quash the subpoena, meaning the
right.
judge would take it away. And Bethany agreed that if they took it away, she would meet with Brian's attorney in Reno and do an interview. Now, Ann Taylor is claiming that the reason why she wanted the subpoena for Bethany is because Bethany had exculpatory evidence,
Hmm,
which could get Brian off.
interesting.
Now, I don't know what type of exculpatory evidence she would have. It could have just been a type of tactic that she was throwing out there, because if it was exculpatory, wouldn't she want her to come in and testify at a prelim
You would think.
instead of doing an interview? Because what is your interview going to do? You're just going to ask her some questions, It's not going to be done before a judge for a judge to determine if the case should go to trial or not. So that kind of makes you think that her throwing that exculpatory word in there was just a tactic.
Yeah, because I mean, Bethany was all the way in the basement. I mean,
I've even wondered, though, honestly, if Bethany was even there that night,
yeah,
because it was said also in the very beginning of the case that Dylan and Bethany, and I'd even said this was weird how they said this. Dylan and Bethany were out in the community separately. It had been said to begin with that Dylan was at the football game. I think it was the University of Idaho's last home football game, and they played UC Davis, I believe is who it was. And then they never said where Bethany was at. But for some reason, Dylan and Bethany end up both back at home at 1 o'clock.
at the same time, yeah.
Right. But then the PCA comes out and says Bethany seen Ethan and Xana at the Sigma Chi house at 1:45. So how did Bethany see Ethan and Xana at Sigma Chi at 1:45 if she was home at 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
It's like that timeline there is not adding up with them, because if y'all remember, they were also trying to figure out where Ethan and Xana went after they left the Sigma Chi house.
Okay, well, here's something just to throw it out there, okay? Uh there the girl's house is like what? 500 yards or something from that.
From the Sigma Chi.
Yeah, I mean, it took
Uh,
less than a minute
it
for
was
Nate to walk.
it was mapped out in feet. I don't remember. It
500
wasn't.
and some odd.
Yeah, it was like five something. It wasn't very far at all.
Yeah, I mean, it took him less than 60 seconds to walk there. So, maybe Bethany went out, went down real quick, kind of gave a look, saw him, and came back home or something. Or I don't know. That doesn't make sense. But you know what I'm saying?
Right. Because, but there was also Xana's dad comes out and says that he talked to Xana at midnight that night, and Xana told him that her and Ethan, or her and her boyfriend, were at home watching movies.
Yeah, I don't know. That whole thing was never straightened up.
So it's like, did Xana lie to her dad and just say that she was at home with her boyfriend watching movies when in fact
And
she
why
was
would
really,
she?
yeah, I mean, she's grown, she's in college, she's a junior in
Yeah.
college, so what would be the point of lying to her dad?
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
it's not like he doesn't know she's going to party. I mean,
right. I mean, she's dating a guy who's in a fraternity. That's
right.
what fraternities do. They have parties. So I wouldn't see the point of her lying. So why say that, oh dad, it's midnight, me and my boyfriend are at home, we're watching movies, if she was
Right.
at the frat house. But like I said, if y'all remember, it was said, what was it, from like 8 o'clock to 9:45, they said that Ethan and Xana were at the frat house. And then after that, they were trying to determine their whereabouts until they got home.
Right.
And they never could. But then all of a sudden, when the PCA comes out, Bethany sees them at 1:45 at the frat house.
Yeah, that whole thing's always been weird.
Okay,
There's just
so
a lot of weird things about this case.
for sure.
Did we ever find out if he was like following them on social media before he even moved there? Has anybody
Uh,
found that out?
no, I seen where there was an account with his name and picture on it. I believe Instagram, where he was following the girls. But I mean, was it really his account, or was it
Right.
an account that somebody made after he was arrested
Right.
and ran in there and like started following them and some other people that they were following to make it look like a legit account?
Right.
Okay, so if Bethany gets another subpoena from the defense for the prelim hearing, then you know that they got exculpatory evidence from Bethany during the interview. Is that what you mean? I mean, that would make sense, because what don't make sense right now is that they agreed to an interview and agreed to go ahead and quash the subpoena if she's got exculpatory evidence. I would be like, nope, I don't want it quashed. I want the subpoena to stay. I need her here on June the 28th at whatever time that it is that they put on there, because she has evidence that can get my client off.
Right.
I want the subpoenas to stay, because an interview is not going to do any good. I mean, are they is Ann Taylor going to go do an interview with her and her be put under oath? Because if she's put under oath,
To do a
then
deposition.
right, there is a court reporter that is brought in at that point, and then you have a transcript, and when you have a transcript, then the state also gets a copy of the transcript, so the state knows everything that was talked about.
Right.
Where if there's not a court reporter and there's no transcript, then all Ann Taylor has is her notes, and the state is not privy to the defense attorney's notes.
Yeah,
So, like,
that's true.
it's hey D22, how are you? Let's see. They would have to agree anything that lets them talk to her. I mean, if I don't think her attorney would. I think her attorney would be like, "Don't answer that. Don't answer just everything that they come out with. Don't answer that."
Right.
And if Bethany's attorney does that, then maybe Ann Taylor's going to go back and be like, "Okay, well, the interview was a no go because she didn't answer any questions. Let's go ahead and do another subpoena. We're going to make sure that this time the subpoena is done correctly, so her attorney can't come back and say that it's not."
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Just makes you wonder. It's just kind
Right.
of weird.
I mean, if I'm wondering if Ann Taylor looks at it like what I just said, I'll do the interview, but she's got to be put under oath, so she can't lie.
Right.
Even though there's going to be a transcript and the state is going to get to see it, um, she's still under oath and she can't lie.
Right.
And then that, then she can ask her and get the exculpatory evidence.
Then she can still take the fifth, though.
Yeah, she could do that as well. I don't. It's something. I mean, if Ann Taylor feels like she really has exculpatory evidence that can get Bryan off, it's kind of like a gamble that Ann Taylor has to do. Do I agree to do an interview without her being under oath? Just do I need her under oath? Like it's kind of a gamble,
Yeah,
honestly.
it really is. Yeah, because what they brought on another big shot death row attorney, didn't they?
What is her name? Elisa, something like that. Masseth, I believe is how you pronounce her last name.
So I
She,
would think they're a little. Don't that show that they're a little concerned, though? Then I mean, to you, doesn't that?
yeah. I mean, because this new lady, she's not a public defender. She's
Private.
an, yeah, she's a private attorney. So, and
What, and now are they doing this like pro bono or what? I mean, where's he getting the money for something like that? That's crazy.
well, Latah County is paying Kootenai County, which is where um, Ann Taylor's from. That's where the public defender's office is from. So Latah County has agreed to pay Kootenai County $200 an hour for the first 40 hours in a week. So they're getting paid a 40-hour work week. Anything over 40 hours that Ann Taylor puts in a week, the $200 then goes straight to her. Uh, Co-counsel, I believe it was 100. It was agreed upon that they would be paid $180 for a 40-hour work week.
Wow.
The private investigator, I forgot, was his 100 an hour or 80 an hour? I forgot how much his is, but it was a whole big thing that uh, Latah County had agreed with the Kootenai County, and this new lady, she claims to be the best criminal defense attorney in the state of Idaho. She had a client that had received 4 life sentences plus 50 years, and she convinced the court that the witness misidentified her client,
Oh my goodness.
and she got it overturned.
And we're talking about eyebrows.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we're talking about, what is it, touch DNA on a knife sheath.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Well, I
she
hope they got a
claims,
whole lot more than that.
right. Yeah, this lady, she claims to be the best criminal defense attorney in the state of Idaho. And she's a former U of I student. She went to Boise. Is it Boise State College or Boise State University, something like that? She went there. Uh, I don't know, something else about her. I don't remember what it is. But the
I
main
just
thing
think
was
you could.
that,
Sorry.
no, you're good. I was just going to say the main thing stuck out to me that she claims her own self that she's the best criminal defense attorney.
Sounds like
Uh,
Pat Cochran.
right. All right. So, White Widow Baby wants to know how many of y'all think the BK will walk? 1 if you do, 2 if you don't, 3 if you don't know.
I'm a 3. I'm a little worried.
I just hope that the state does their job.
Yeah, I hope they have way more than what they're saying. Which they
Yeah,
could. I mean, sometimes they only put bare minimum in there to
right.
get the warrant.
I think they have it, to put him away. I think they have the evidence. It's just, are they competent enough to put it all together and present it to a judge
Right.
for her to decide that it should go to a trial? And then once it gets to trial, are they competent enough to put it before, present it to a jury, and the jury find him
Right.
guilty? Hey, baby boop, how are you? Donnie, how are you?
Mhm.
Flames TV, how are you? I'm trying to make sure I haven't missed anybody. If I've missed anybody coming in, I do apologize. But thank y'all so much for joining us.
Hey, I'm going to jump down. It was nice visiting with you.
Oh,
And
well, thank you for coming up.
thanks for letting me pick your brain to kind of get caught up.
Oh, no problem.
And I always enjoy talking to you anyway.
Well, I enjoy having you up here anytime.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you guys later. Bye
Okay.
bye.
Have a good night.
You too. Bye bye. Happy
Bye.
Mother's Day, by the way.
Thank you. Happy Mother's Day to you as well.
Bye bye.
Bye. Okay. I missed everybody's thing. Okay, so we have some ones, we have some twos. LJ, how are you? LJ has a 2 to 3. Sweet Candy, how are you tonight? Let's see. His defensive team is extraordinary. It's kind of surprising. It sounds like they're trying to put together like a top-notch team. Honestly, K Mash, I can't remember if I've said hi to you or not, but if I haven't, I do apologize. Uh, hey Betty Joe, and thank you so much, Betty Joe, and happy Mother's Day to you as well. So happy Mother's Day to everybody. It is officially Mother's Day where I'm at anyway. So happy Mother's Day to everyone. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Let's see. Him detailing his nasty car. Him having photos of them on his phone, supposedly. Makes me think that he definitely did it. They just need to prove it. Right. Because y'all got to remember, there has been stuff put out. A lot of it came from News Nation and Ashley Banfield sources. Like him having the ID of one of the victims. We don't know if it's true or not. Um, and the only reason why I say that is because there is a gag order. But if it's true, all of that's going to be brought up in court. We just have to wait for the court, which is painful at times. Let's see. Prosecution overwhelmed defense, but defense now has requested everything on DNA. There's a lot of stuff that she's asking for from the first supplemental request that they haven't sent. And one of them, I can't remember if this is the first or the second request, but uh, she's asking for the interrogation from Officer Payne, Brett Payne. His interrogation. When did he interrogate Bryan? That's what I'd like to know. Because if he would have questioned him before he was arrested, it would have just been, he would have just questioned him. I don't think it would have necessarily been an interrogation, unless that's just what Ann Taylor's calling it. If he would have questioned him, which I'm sure he did after he was arrested, then his attorney would have been there. And I don't think Payne was in Pennsylvania, but he could have went out there. He could have flown out there after Bryan was arrested and questioned him out there. But he still would have had his attorney from Pennsylvania in there with him. Now, if he would have been done in Idaho, Ann Taylor was his attorney, she would have been in there when he was questioned. She would have known everything that was said. Hey, Jessica Lynn, how are you? So Ray is saying that he thinks that the MPD is withholding evidence because it proves that BK is innocent. I just hope that whatever they're withholding, it's a good reason and it doesn't turn out like the whole Lori Vallow thing. Because that's going to suck. Misbehaving, how are you? Especially if he did do this and they're going to go after the death penalty and the state doesn't do everything right and they get the death penalty taken away from him. Okay. So for us Louisiana girls, the drive is horrid, laugh out loud. It's the long strip from Baton Rouge to Shreveport, but it's not flat. It's very hilly, if that makes sense. I'm actually from Louisiana, and I know the exact drive that you're talking about. It's not mountains, but it is hills, and it's a boring-ass drive. Okay, Flames TV says, I think Bryan is involved, but I also believe that there is a lot more to the story and others might be involved as well. I agree. Oh, y'all, petty as Reba. Riddler, Louisiana has some of the worst roads out of anywhere, I'm sure, in the U.S. Horrible, horrible roads. Even the interstates are horrible. Let's see, we have some good comments in the chat tonight. Let's get those opinions and thoughts. Yeah, anybody who wants to come up on panel and give me your thoughts and opinions on this case, you're more than welcome. This whole new attorney lady coming in on the case, just the rumors that are going around. Like, I want to hear people's opinions. Okay, why do you think BK's reaction would be if Moscow PD let Steve G put a chair in front of BK's jail cell and sit there and look at him? Not allowed to talk to him, but just stare at him. Honestly, I don't think Mr. Gonzalez would be able to sit there and be quiet. Well, honestly, and that's not me saying anything bad about him. I think it would be eating away at him because he would want to know why, and I think he would have to ask that why. See, I used to work in Louisiana with pro wrestling. My goodness, the trouble with me. Yeah, Riddler, the roads haven't changed here. They're still horrible. I mean, I think that Steve would go and sit in the jail in front of his in front of Bryan's cell. I just don't think he could sit there and not say anything. Especially if Bryan just sit there and look back at him with that blank stare and didn't say anything back, just stared back. Uh, I think it would upset Mr. Gonzalez, and there's no point in doing that. So there are strict protocols on forensic DNA involving violent crimes. Could it be those standards may not have been followed? The reason why the defense has filed an order to compel discovery. Iris, honestly, it could be anything. I mean, I hope Moscow is doing what they're supposed to be doing, but I don't have 100% faith in them just because of the way they handled the case before. See, I think Bryan would talk back. I think Bryan would do something just to irritate Mr. Gonzalez, just to get him, just to trigger him. Because honestly, I don't think Bryan would have any emotion to any family member sitting there and staring at him. He wouldn't have any emotion. I mean, he's an emotionless person. Renee, how are you? Let's see. Ellie screwed up so much from the second that they walked into the house to the jacked up PCA. Everything that they turned over to the defense has to have every T crossed, I dotted, and just what we know of. Yes, they have failed. I mean, they're asking, the defense is asking for stuff that happened at the very beginning of the case. They should have had all of that and already had it together and turned over to them. I mean, do y'all realize that? Well, it's Sunday now where I'm at, but Saturday marked, it was the 6 month mark since the murders happened. The day that Kaylee and Maddie received their diplomas was the 6 month mark. Doesn't it say somewhere that BK was interrogated by MPD? Paige, I haven't seen that. Only place that I've seen anything about Bryan and an interrogation by MPD was, and I can even go and pull. Hold on, let me go to the website. I'll pull the court document back up. Let's see, where's the motion to compel? Give me just a second. This is the only place that I've seen anything about Bryan being interrogated. Let's see, doesn't. Wait, baby boo, which fact are you talking about, honey? Okay. Let me find which one it is down here. Okay, so number 3 right here. I'm gonna zoom it in where y'all can see it a little bit better. Okay, so number 3 says Mr. Kohberger requests an order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery. It's request number 119, all notes, recordings from all the officers from Moscow Police Department. Apparently, they have gotten all of the rest of it except for Brett Payne. They've gotten it from everybody else within the department, because it says, as of May the 4th, 2023, counsel for Mr. Kohberger has not received recordings and notes from the interrogation of Mr. Kohberger by MPD Detective Payne. So why why are they not? Why haven't they got his interview or interrogation or whatever? Why haven't they gotten his? They've gotten everybody else apparently, but they haven't gotten his. And I mean, this was sent out, and I wrote down the date. All right, let me just go back up here. The first one, the first supplemental request for discovery was sent out on February the 3rd. The second one was March the 24th. So this one here, they sent out on the 3rd of February and they still haven't got it. It's been 3.5 months later. So what is the reason why they haven't sent Brett Payne? There's got to be some reason because there's been a lot of talk around this Brett Payne dude. Hey, Chair K, how are you? And thank you very much. All right, real quick, just so I know, because I don't want to say hi to someone that tells me Happy Mother's Day and then me turn around and say Happy Mother's Day back to them and they're a guy. Uh, if you're a mom in the chat, put a 1 in the chat for me. That way I can keep up with kind of who was a mom in here. Pet mom. Okay, that pet mom counts King Scarlet. Stacy, how are you? See, I noticed the car on store camera has 10. BK's car has 010 on windows. Donnie, yeah, I noticed that too. I'd actually asked about that last night. If anybody could remember if Bryan's car had window tint or not. Let's see. 1, but to 3 angel babies. See, I hope I am one on this earth soon. Oh, Katie, but that still counts. Okay, so we have a lot of moms in here. I have 1 grown child and 4 fur babies. Hey, Justice A to Z, how are you? Okay, so to everyone who put a 1 in the chat, and if there's any that is coming in that hasn't put 1 in there yet, I want to wish all of you a happy Mother's Day. I hope you have a wonderful day today. I hope you enjoy your day with your kids and grandkids and fur babies and all that. And Casey, you were. Let's see. Wait, what did Casey? Were you the one that said that one? Okay, yes, yes. Many many hugs to Casey. I just want to make sure I had the right person. Okay. Have you or the third supplemental discovery? Uh, I believe it's on here. Hold on just a second. I guess I exited off the. Hold on, let me go back um, to the website. I think the third supplemental request is on here. I believe. Yes, it is on here. Okay, let me pull it up for y'all. Thank you, Betty Joe. Okay, Iris, here is the third one. And this is the one where they're asking, I'm not going to read the whole thing, I'll just kind of skim over it. But they are asking for standard lab discovery. They're wanting all the biological testing case file. And let's see if there's anything important in there. Basically, everything that has to do with DNA and all that. That's what they're asking for in this one. Number two, they're wanting the chain of custody and the current disposition of the evidence. They're wanting, in number three, profiles updated to a DNA database. And there's all the databases that's listed here: LDIS, SDIS, NDIS. They're wanted in CODIS, all of those. Wait, am I losing it, or did they have a camera inside, but it was lifted too high to see them? Wait, did they have a camera where? Misty, how are you? All right, if y'all have not done so, please go hit that thumbs up. Let's see. Okay, I swore before any arrest there was a quick news bit about security in the house, and they said some odd thing about it. That there was a camera in the house? I know that there was something said about, uh, was it a Bluetooth speaker or something like that in the house? Elliot repeating that they were looking for suspects, just so suspicious to me. Chief Rye would say suspect. And see, Paige, that was something else. And me and my husband were talking about this earlier. Uh, in the PCA, well, before the PCA, they came out, was putting it in their pressers that they were looking for that white car and the occupant or occupants of it. And it was like they didn't just say the person in the car, the person driving the car. They always had to throw in like there was an extra person in there. But then it turns out that it was just one person. It was there's a lot of things that they said, and then they ended up going back and changing it for some reason. Okay. Someone had a camera on a truck. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about now, Megan. Yeah, there was the camera that was outside of the house. Supposedly they had the camera back here behind the kid's house, which still does not make any sense why someone would have a camera recording at night behind a house that has all girls living in it, and nobody knows about the camera, allegedly. And it just so happens to catch a female running away from the house at 2 o'clock. The person comes out and says that they had the camera there. Then they said that they didn't. They said that that they, I guess, lied about it, is basically what it turned out to be. But then they came back after that and said that they were telling the truth. That they did have a camera there. So I don't know if they're just trying to play games with people, or if they really had a camera there, or they really didn't. Call me EBT and give me benefits because I'm about to snap. Yeah, go smash the like button. Wait, Little Baby is getting very clever with her comments tonight, y'all. Okay, so no. Yeah, that's what it was. It was the camera that they were claiming. That was, I want to say, was that right around the time that the creepy neighbor thing came out? Hey, Princess Megan, how are you? So wildlife camera. Well, they said, Casey, that it was at night though. That they dropped the camera was set up at 8 o'clock at night, and then it recorded all the way to 8 o'clock in the morning. And it was behind the house, and that it picked up a truck pulling into the driveway around 2 o'clock. And whenever the truck was pulling into the driveway, that's when it caught the female running away from the house. Now, at 2 o'clock would have been right around the time that Kaylee and Maddie got home. 150, was it 156 or something like that? Uh, so I don't know if they would have been. I don't think they would have been bird watching at night. It just seems weird that they would have a camera pointing at a house where nothing but girls live, and that sliding glass door into the kitchen didn't have a curtain or anything over it, and I don't think Kaylee's did either. So at night, when there's lights on in the house, you can see everything that's going on in that room. Let's see, what about the cat who set off the camera? Wasn't that the camera from next door? The cat, the one that the cat set off. I think that was the neighbors. Okay, sweet Candy, that is perfectly fine, honey. Yeah, I think that was that was the neighbor's cameras that the cat had set off. So I don't know. There's so much crap, honestly, in this case. I mean, could Dylan the reason why she waited the 8 hours to call? Was it because she was waiting for a shift change at the police department? Was there a certain cop that wasn't on duty at the time that she should have called? So she waited. Hey Todd, how are you? So she waited till the shift changed until that cop went on duty and then she called or had a friend call. I mean, it's like there's got to be some reason why she waited. I don't think it would justify anything because she should have called as soon as she seen this guy, but was Dylan supposedly with her boyfriend? No, Boomer Girl. Apparently her boyfriend has stated that he has never even been to Moscow. I don't believe that. Uh, he's from Boise. That's where he lives at, which is a couple of hours away from Moscow. You have a girlfriend who is going to college in Moscow, but you've never been there. So do you make your girlfriend, who, from my understanding, doesn't have a car while she's at college, somehow get to Boise to see you? Okay, so on this page, real quick, let me finish going over this. Um, okay, so I said that the profiles uploaded into the DNA database. They're wanting any data files, statistical calculations, and it lists like all the different calculations that they're looking for. Any communications between the laboratory personnel and any party that in regards with the biological testing in the case. And if I'm not mistaken, they wanted everything that had to do with any of these people working in the lab. Hey, Mountain Mama, how are you? All right. So they also wanted the standard operating protocols and interpretation guidelines. Keith, how are you? They wanted everything, including the manuals for any of their software. They were literally asking in this third request, they're asking for everything. Okay, hold on. Let me catch back up in chat real quick. Okay. Let's see. Someone says, "Are you going to live stream the motion to compel discovery on the 22nd?" Yes. Someone I do plan because I believe it's like at 11 o'clock their time. I got to see if they're an hour behind me or 2 hours behind me. I want to say they're an hour behind me, which would put it at about 12 o'clock my time. So as long as they're still going to allow it to be live streamed, then yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Okay, so I'm confident that Ellie vetted BF and DM heavily to rule them out, especially with them summoning friends first before calling 911. Misbehaving, I hope so, because I know there in the very beginning they were clearing people left and right, like quick. They cleared Dylan, Bethany, Hoodie Guy. Uh, they cleared Jack D. I'm pretty sure there's people that I'm forgetting that they cleared super quick. Looking for clues. How are you? Yeah, the DoorDash driver, the guy that brought Kaylee and Maddie home, they cleared him. Trying to think of who else. I'm sure some people from the frat house, the dude who, not the creepy neighbor, the other guy, the other neighbor. I can't remember. Is his name Jeremy? Is that it? They didn't. No, they haven't cleared Payne yet. I mean, they're actually still wanting his interrogation report. That means they cleared Emma Bailey potentially. I I don't know. I wonder if they talked to Emma regarding this case. I just don't understand how you have 4 kids murdered. They don't know who did it. They don't know the motive. They couldn't pin down a time. They changed the timeline twice, but they were good with clearing people super quick. That's what didn't make any sense. Okay, let me pull Ray and Vapor up. How are y'all?
Good.
Good.
Okay, and I do apologize. I wasn't on StreamYard. I didn't know y'all were sitting backstage.
It's all good.
It's good that Ray came up because he was the one I was going to address.
Hey, yeah, I was gonna address you too. I would just want to know what evidence do we have? You know, the evidence that they use for the warrants.
The
If
PCA.
yeah, if any of that's lies, because supposedly they woke up at this time and called 911, which is there's somebody saying that there was a group chat going around at 9:30 that
Yeah.
was saying that something happened. If that evidence of that group chat is there, they lied on the affidavit. Everything they got from the warrants is null and
Does
void. Has
is
to be thrown out.
is it stated in the PCA that they woke up?
It has Dylan's statement in the PCA.
Okay, do real quick because I don't have the PCA on this computer. White Widow Baby or Crime Crazy? Do either one of y'all have the PCA?
And
If
if it has
not,
Dylan's statement and she says she woke up at 12 o'clock and there's evidence of a group chat that at 9:30 was saying people are stabbed or they died of ODs or whatever, everything is thrown out.
Well,
oh
I'm
wait,
gonna say that there is some kind of a group chat went around between 9:30, 9 and 10, somewhere in there. Not that I have proof of it, but the people that I hear from that state stuff similar to that, I would think that those people would not lie. You're not going to have the Gonzalez family saying that they're getting phone calls to the kids before 10 o'clock stating that Kaylee's dead if something hasn't been going around.
yeah, because that came from her mom. That was it. Kaylee's mom's niece, who's also from Moscow, had actually called them and something about a shooting or something, and Kaylee had been shot.
I believe, I don't know if it was Autumn or which one of the siblings got the text or the call, but they came downstairs and said that so and so, I don't know who it was. I'm not going to name names. So, but so and so saying Kaylee's dead.
Right. And the mom was like, well, if something would have happened, Maddie would have called. And she tries to call Maddie and she can't get in touch with her. White Widow Baby, I got it. I didn't think about it being on the website, so I've got it.
So even though we can't prove there was a text message chain going around, I believe that part to be true, just because of what I've heard from the family.
Yeah, I mean, because that
Yeah,
was
but it would
something
still
they had
be,
put
there'll
out.
be a record of it. There'll be a record of
Oh
it.
no, they'll be able to subpoena all those phones.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure that they have Dylan's phone records and all of her text messages. I mean, that should have been the first person that they pulled.
And I'm wondering if any DNA from those people that are, that are being talked about was found in that house.
Yeah, I don't know any of that. But one thing I wanted to point out is it's funny because I don't believe that this gag order is helping the prosecution at all. It's doing nothing but helping Kohberger. And the reason why I say that is, if you remember back when he got arrested that first week, and we were all talking about everything in the PCA, and everybody was saying how screwed he is and how, this guy's gonna fry, and then all of this stuff. I don't believe it was probably somewhere in the 90th percentile that everyone was believing that he was guilty, and now we have zero we have zero factual evidence since the PCA, but because of all the bullshit that's been said between the time of the PCA coming out and now, that has not been able to be, vetted or proven to be true. I'm seeing it. All of that stuff is the only information we've got, and none of it has been proven to be true. But yet, I would say if we took a vote now, which we did take a vote earlier, and it's almost 50-50 now.
Well, I've always said that he's innocent till proven guilty.
Well,
and
that's the way it always should be.
I haven't seen proof that he's guilty. A white Elantra without a license plate. There's a white Elantra connected with those other people. Okay. They say his phone pinged within a 6-month period, X amount of times. There's only 2 towns in there. And they say that his phone pinged at 9 something on that Monday when he was teaching a class. How is that possible?
No, they said it was Sunday morning, right after they found the
Yeah,
body,
it was.
or
It was
before they
well
found
before
the
they
I
found
thought
the body.
I thought it was Monday morning the next day.
No,
it was Sunday,
it was
because
Sunday
everybody
morning.
was speculating he realized he left the sheath behind and he was going to try to go see if he could find it or
Yeah.
The
or
only
whatever.
true piece of evidence I see is the sheet. Everything else is not proven. I don't see it as true.
Yeah, I honestly think the sheath from what was in the PCA is probably closer to the weak side of evidence, in my opinion.
Where I believe the car and the pings are weaker than that, because I'm sorry, if I drive past somewhere and my vehicle pings on something, you got to prove that I was sitting there for amount of a time or I was just driving by.
Right.
Yeah, because his attorneys can say he was visiting something or someone, or going shopping in the area, or going to the restaurant there. What is it? The Mad Greek.
Well,
And another thing is, if the picture of the vehicle that they have from the cameras in the neighborhood shows tents on the window, Bryan Kohberger's vehicle didn't have tint on it.
yeah,
Sure.
but we don't know that though. We haven't seen any of it. But
And why would the prosecution hold back evidence? They know they have to turn it all in. Why would they hold it back unless it proves something different?
well, they're not holding it back from the defense. They're only holding it back from the public.
Well, then why is the defense for asking for all
Yeah,
this evidence?
there's certain things that they haven't turned over to the defense yet. That Ann Taylor actually did a. And hold on, let me get the correct name of it of the document. It was a. Where is it at? It was a motion. Was it a motion? A motion to compel discovery. And that's for stuff that she has asked for in the first two supplemental requests that they haven't turned over yet. So they haven't.
Maybe they don't have definitive answers to that evidence yet.
But like the
Well, they
one
would
that I
have
pulled up,
answers to all the DNA that was found inside the house, and they haven't turned it all over.
yeah, they haven't turned none of that over. Nothing from the Pennsylvania arrest, the car stuff they haven't turned over, and they haven't turned over Brett Payne's interrogation yet. And she was asking for like all of the officers at Moscow PD. So apparently she's gotten all the other officers' reports or whatever, but she hasn't got Brett Payne's yet.
Well, I wonder if Brett has something to do with Kopaka's incident.
I don't know. I mean, it's weird how she says as of May the 4th, she hasn't gotten that, and she requested that on February the 3rd.
Well, then, like I said, maybe they don't have a definitive answer for her yet, that they can't turn over something that they don't have an answer to yet.
Yeah, but wouldn't his report or his interrogation?
I don't know. I mean,
that's
these are the kind of questions that the gag order prevents answers
I
to.
thought they had talked about that Kopaka and Payne were connected through the military.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, they served together.
And so that is kind of questionable.
Well, I mean,
a lot of police officers are dirty. Like I said earlier, there's a town, just 2 towns from me, 1 town from me, that half of the police force, they got over 50,000, residents in that town, and half of the police force was fired due to corruption.
Oh, wow.
Well, I mean, we all know that there's a certain percentage of law enforcement that doesn't play by the rules.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, usually it starts from top down.
Well, I don't know if it does. I mean, some of it, it depends, really. I mean, how long was the top person there? Maybe they came in and cleaned house.
Well, that's what happened to the town over here, I guess. Something happened and they just fucking half of the force gone. I don't see the proof. I don't see, there's only 3 things that point towards him, and that's it. And that's the vehicle, which, they can't prove that it's his vehicle or not unless they actually got a license plate and we don't know about it.
Well, either that or whenever this car was seen on the surveillance camera, what was it, several different times the morning of the murder, are they able to see into the car and see him driving it?
Well, that's just it. Or a license plate, or they said
it was an unknown license plate.
Or persons from the beginning. They were implying that there was more than one person in the vehicle.
Right. That's what I always took it as, because they always said the occupant or occupants of the vehicle may have information regarding the crime.
But that's the only evidence that we've seen that they have.
Well, I mean, I've said all along that if they don't have more evidence than what they put in the PCA, then they're screwed. But
I say if there's no evidence in the vehicle, they're screwed, because he couldn't get out of that bloody scene into his vehicle without transferring some sort of DNA.
Well, I mean, just think of this, and I think I talked about this one night. Just to get in your car and actually make your car functional where you can drive it, you have to touch the outside of the door. You have to touch the seat. You got to touch the inside of the door to shut it. You got to touch the ignition, the gear shift, the steering wheel, your seat belt. So the floor, gas pedal, brake pedal. That's just 10 things right there. You have
I think
there's got to be DNA somewhere in that car if he had any on him when he got in it. Well, even if he's
They
on the
would still be
passenger
on the
side,
passenger side or the back door or anything like
yeah,
that. But my thing is, if he sat down on a seat, doesn't matter how hard he cleans, that shit is gonna bleed through to the other side, and there will be some evidence inside that seat.
the only way that there's not going to be anything in there, if there was any type of blood on those seats, is he would have to change the seats completely out of the car and put different ones in there.
From what
That
I've
would be the
seen,
only way.
without even looking or thinking about what was in the PCA, from what I've seen, an innocent person does not act the way he did, unless this guy is playing some kind of a game that he knows he's going to be able to get out of. Then he's, in my opinion, my opinion isn't proof. They're not going to call me up on the stand and listen to what I have to say to convict him. But
Well,
what I'm saying is that you don't act the way that guy has been acting and not be guilty, in my opinion.
we don't know how he's acting though.
Yeah,
My
but
thing is, I just watched a case where a guy got charged for his wife's murder, and he spent 9 months in jail and found out he didn't kill his wife. Somebody else did.
well,
And
I mean,
he
for
didn't
what
act a
reason?
certain way. He just spent that time in jail because he didn't have the money to get out of it. We don't know how Bryan Kohberger's acting other than the 2 times we saw him when he got
I'm,
perp walked, and
yeah,
then
no, I'm
when
not
he went
talking
to
about
court.
that. I'm talking about when they were watching him put his trash in other people's trash cans and stuff like that. I mean, that's nonsense.
Well, that could be a normal occurrence. I do it. If my trash can's full and my neighbor's trash can's right beside mine and I see it's empty, I throw my extra trash in it.
I don't know. We don't have trash cans where I'm at like that, out where you get your trash picked up. You have to haul your shit to the dump around here. So
I used to live in the mountains. We just burned it.
I'm just I've seen a lot of stuff, and I just don't believe that he's not guilty. Now it's not my burden to prove it. It's just my feeling, but I do believe that if he gets off because of some bullshit games that little liar decides to play in court, he's going to end up paying for it with his life, though.
yeah, I'm thinking that a lot of the stuff that Ann Taylor is doing is just a tactic. I don't know why she would do it, but I think that's what it is. I honestly don't think that there's any type of exculpatory evidence
No,
anywhere.
no, I
I
mean,
really don't.
I don't know how. I mean, I don't know how she thinks. Well, I mean, nobody obviously, other than Kohberger, knows why she would think that Bethany has exculpatory evidence. But like I said, if they come away from that little meeting they have with Bethany and they decide to still send her another subpoena, then you'll know that something came out of
Something.
that has to be put on court record under oath, and the only way
Right.
they're going to get that is have her show up to the preliminary hearing.
Right. Somebody has background noise or something.
Is it me? I don't have no noise in here. When
I
you
don't.
jump out, I'll jump back in.
Yeah, try to come back up, and I'll drop the link in the chat for
Well,
you.
just have him mute real quick.
Yeah, Ray, just mute and let's see if that helps it. Okay, I don't hear it now. Okay, so yeah, Ray, it must be something in your background.
Yeah, I mean, it's just my opinion, and that's just the way I feel. Is that
Right.
there's
I mean, because like I said before, if she had exculpatory evidence, why not keep the uh, the subpoena? I mean,
well,
that would make more sense instead of having to go to an interview and have to get her put under oath and all this and that. Just do a
well,
subpoena.
like I said earlier, they're going to agree to anything for them to sit in front of her and ask her questions. So just that, that meeting that they arranged, that's her agreeing to be able to sit down with them. And obviously they figure that meeting will get whatever information that they want, or they won't get it. So if they do get it, then they will turn around and subpoena her again.
Ray, do you have YouTube open while you're up on the panel?
Yeah, I guess so. You want me to
Yeah,
take it off?
just close out your YouTube and just leave the StreamYard tab open. Okay.
Am I still?
No, it's pretty
No, I
cleared
don't. I
up
don't
now.
hear it now.
I just think if they don't have more evidence that it's done with Brian's getting
Well,
off, if
I would
he's
hope that they
guilty,
have
getting
more
off.
evidence. I mean, they literally should have a shit ton more evidence with the way that house should have been in.
I'm just afraid they focused on Brian and didn't check the other avenues.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. There's just, to me, he's still, I don't know. It's still just my opinion that he's guilty. It's just something that I feel. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just saying that's the way I feel.
But I'm not saying, I would say prove to me that he's guilty. That's all I'm saying, because until it's proven to me he's innocent.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
hopefully they'll whatever they have, they will present it at this prelim, and at that point we'll know whether it's going to go to trial or not. And I'm pretty sure if this goes to trial, he's.
Well, I can say one thing for sure, that if the preliminary hearing goes down and they decide to not pursue the trial,
Uh-huh.
yeah, Steve's going to lose his shit.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I just, I mean, I'm really curious why Steve wants to talk so bad, other than the fact that this whole gag order shit is putting the victims, pushing them far, far, far into the background and putting Kohberger up front. And everything that's being said seems to help him. And everybody's forgetting about the 4 victims. And that's the one thing
Right.
that pisses me off.
Yeah, and I think I'm curious to know what Mr. Gonzalez is wanting to talk about. I don't know if it's maybe he's just wanting to talk, or if there's something he wants to clear up that doesn't have so much to do with the investigation or anything that would hinder the investigation. But
Right.
there's something that he's wanting to say, and that gag order is holding him back from it.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he or somebody in the family say, we as a family are not under the gag order, but our lawyer is, and we want our lawyer to be able to let us know.
That was Olivia, I believe, that made a post
Yeah.
a few days ago, and I think somebody had posted it. It was either on one of the Facebook groups or on Twitter,
Yeah.
where she had said that she wanted to make it clear that it wasn't the family that was under the gag order. Okay,
Well,
are y'all still hearing feedback?
A little bit.
She got another. I don't guess it was me. Hold on, let me move my phone away from my mic, because sometimes that causes. Do y'all still hear it?
No.
Okay, it might have been my phone too close to my mic.
Yeah, Paige, I see what you're saying. And I remember saying a couple of weeks ago that, with, I think it might have been Olivia that's been doing all this investigating. But I mean, how is it that Olivia is correcting the police department on timeline? I mean, she's doing some digging. The family's doing some digging. And if they're finding out stuff, that law enforcement isn't, then I don't care about your 90 years of experience. Your 90 years of experience is pretty shitty. There's no way a private family should be able to get more information than law enforcement.
But that 90 years of experience is accumulative. It's
I
not
know.
one person. It's like 10 people or whatever. So what is getting
Exactly.
2 years experience?
Right, because let me tell y'all, just in the little town or in the parish that we live in, there is 2 or 3 guys that have been in there, just each one of them on their own, for over 40 years each within the sheriff's department. So that's, I can't remember if it's 2 or 3. Let's just say 3. That's 120 years, just them 3 together. 90 years together in an entire department is not very much at all. And Chief Rye was just like bragging about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have been embarrassed if I would have been
Yeah, that's
him.
not very much.
I mean, if he could have came out and said, I've got 25 officers in this police department and we've got over 400 years experience,
Right.
then great. But you know,
Because I mean, if you take, especially when you're working on a case, a quadruple murder like this, you don't want to come out and say my office as a whole has 90 years experience. That makes you sound like you don't have enough experience. And your lead investigator is what, 2 years worth of experience is all
I,
he had.
I don't even know.
I think that's what they said, that it was like he had like 2 years experience
Is
before
Payne
this.
named as the lead investigator?
I think so. I think it was Payne that they said that about. That he had 2 years experience. I'm
As a
sorry.
detective or on the force?
I believe on the force.
Oh, Jesus.
I get he was military, but in military you see stuff when you go to war. I get that, but I think that seeing stuff that you see in war and seeing stuff that you're seeing as a police officer is a different aspect.
Well, seeing stuff in war, you're not going out and investigating it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like it's yes, people who are deceased, but at the same time it's completely different. Uh, a completely different scenario, I guess I should say. It's
Yeah,
it's
it's not even comparable.
right. Him being in the military doesn't give him any more experience in the law enforcement area.
No.
Uh, and I think that that's where a lot of people, when Chief Rye came out and said, "Well, my department has 90 years experience," I think a lot of people.
Was he an MP? If he was an MP, he's got police experience.
Well, I don't know if he was an MP. I know he was airborne. I don't know if he was an MP.
Oh, he's airborne, usually not. He's usually in front lines.
Yeah, it's usually infantry. But infantry still does have MPs.
Right, but are they going out and investigating for kids that had been brutally murdered for no reason?
Not unless he's an MP on a base and there's a murder on
On the base or the post or something like that, yeah.
Right.
So I mean, it's still, even if he would have been an MP, it still would have been completely different. Because don't get me wrong, I know that there are murders that happen on bases and posts and stuff like that, but
Do you
how
think they're
common
going to
is
put
it?
Chief Fry on the stand at all?
That would be interesting if they did.
It would be, because I can see Little Liar putting him up there and saying, "Chief, you said your department had over 90 years experience. Could you tell me where you got that from, please?"
I mean, I could see her putting Payne on the stand and asking him to break down his complete employment history and all of his experience, just like they did with Lori Vallow. And the different officers and detectives that got on the stand, they wanted, as soon as they told their name and how to spell it, the first thing was, give us your employment history and your experience and where did you go to school at, like all of this.
Yeah, that was the prosecution doing that because they knew everybody they put on the stand was going to spit out a long list of qualifications.
Right. And then I'm looking for Ann Taylor to do this as well. Like, she's going to...
Ann Taylor would have to...
She would...
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I mean, I see the prosecution, let's just say, calling Brett Payne up and put him on the stand and then telling him, uh, okay, give us all of your qualifications. And then he lays it out. He was military for so long. He did this in the military. He becomes a law enforcement officer with Moscow. And then I can see Ann Taylor whenever it's her turn to cross, and she's coming up there saying, okay, you said this and this and this. Could you explain that to me again? And like she's going to try to catch him in a lie or to see if his story changes. I don't. I think
I
it's
would
going to be
just ask
completely
him
different
how
when
many
me and
murders
Taylor on
you
this.
investigated.
Oh, that she's probably going to ask that too if the
Yeah,
state doesn't ask.
but this is what I'm talking about, her playing games. I mean, yes, everybody does it, but I think she's going to take it to another level. And that's what I mean by, you know, if he gets off on a technicality because she's playing games, you know, because she trips somebody up on something that's irrelevant to the actual case and then tries to paint that person as not being credible is, in my opinion, is just bullshit.
What I say is relevance is evidence, and when the defense asks for all the evidence, which the prosecution by law has to turn over, and the prosecution's not turning over, there's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I hate
Well,
to
I
keep
mean, if
bringing
they
it
don't
up.
turn it over, they can't use it.
No, but it can be
Well,
like what
if it's
happened to Lori
evidence
Vallow.
to
Yeah, they
prove
have
his
to turn over
innocence,
anything that's exculpatory. Also,
Yeah, anything that's asked in a request, they have to turn it over. And if they don't do it in a timely manner, then it's going to be like a Lori Vallow thing. The death
right.
penalty was on the table with Lori Vallow, but because
Hmm.
the prosecution didn't turn over some evidence until the last minute, then the defense went in was like, this is a death penalty case, but because they just turned over this evidence at the last minute, we don't have enough time to prepare for a death penalty trial. We asked that the death penalty be taken off the table, and Judge Boyce had to do it. He had no choice, and that's what I'm afraid that's going to end up happening with this case. You know,
Did she waive her right to a speedy trial?
uh, yes, I believe so. And then I think she tried to change it or something. I don't know. There was a bunch of bullshit going on with Lori Vallow and her dragging stuff out and changing her mind and doing all this and that. But in the end, they got it
I
taken
mean,
off the table.
even in the preliminary hearing, they don't have to present all the evidence.
No, I think they just had to. It's basically like a PCA. They just present enough to get it sent to trial.
Yes.
That's all they have to do. And then I believe, if I remember correctly, whenever they did Chad Daybell's back in like 2021, there was a lot of evidence that they had to enter uh, or present and then enter, and then they had to ask, if the defense objects and all this and that.
Well, you know, if it comes down to a discovery issue and they throw out the death penalty in this case, I think Steve's going to lose his shit on that too.
Yeah, because they're wanting that, and I don't know about the other families, but I know that they are wanting it, and a lot of other people in the public, which I know the public's opinion really doesn't matter because we're not the family of the victims,
Yeah.
but just for the justice of the victims and for the families, I'm for the death penalty if they prove that he did it. Why should he be allowed to walk around in a jail or a prison for the rest of his life when he killed 4 people for no reason? So
the sad thing is, even though they get the death penalty, doesn't mean they're going to be
No,
executed.
it'll be 20
oh
years.
yeah. Hey Red Bull, how are you? Yeah, they
Look,
have
look at
so many
Charles
appeals.
Manson. He's still in prison and hasn't been executed.
Who?
Charles Manson.
Manson died a couple of years
He
ago.
died, yeah.
Well, but he didn't get executed.
No, but he was never under. He got put under convicted under the death penalty, but then the death penalty in California got vacated, so everybody that was under the death penalty got sent to life in
It's a
prison.
life, yeah.
And then when they reinstated it, they can't just bring him back.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he'll have, if he gets a death penalty, he has so many appeals that he'll get, uh, which each appeal takes years,
Yeah.
So, and I believe you have like a certain amount of time for all of your appeals. Uh,
Yeah. You have to file
so,
it within a certain amount of time.
yeah. So, if he gets the death penalty, it's going to be, and if he's convicted and he's sitting on death row, he is going to be sitting there no less than 20 to 25 years.
Yeah. I mean,
At
yeah.
least. So, and that's to go ahead and get all of his appeals out. Then once the last appeal is done, then they have to go in and do like I guess what the death warrant or whatever, and give his date and all that. So
Wasn't he supposed to have like some sort of court this month or something?
it was scheduled for the 25th of this month, and it was supposed to be regarding the Gonzalez's challenging the non-dissemination order. But last month, whenever the Supreme Court had dismissed the hearing or motion or whatever it was that the media coalition did, and the Supreme Court told them they should have went to Judge Marshall to begin with and started at the lower court and worked their way up to the Supreme Court. Well, uh, Judge Marshall said she wasn't going to rule on the Gonzalez stuff until after the Supreme Court ruled on theirs. Once the Supreme Court ruled, Judge Marshall then set up for May the 25th for the Gonzalez family. Well, then after that, the media coalition comes in and brings their case to Judge Marshall. So then she says, well, instead of us having two hearings over the same thing, we're going to have one hearing and do them both together. So they canceled the 25th and moved it to the 22nd, which is next Monday. So a week from tomorrow. So, and it will be, we can live stream it. So that is a good thing.
I still think that live stream for that is just a trial run to see how many people screw it up.
Right. And hopefully everybody is going to be on their best behavior with that, because
Well, I mean, what do you do if there's a channel that wants him to get off and they screw it up on purpose?
oh God, that's going to suck, because then it's going to ruin it for everybody else that wants to live stream it and be able to watch it. So hopefully everybody is good and they don't
But
mess up.
that's just for that. That's not for his. I thought that it was closed for the June thing.
The preliminary hearing?
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know if they've even decided.
they haven't. There's no court documents out on the website yet saying if they're going to allow cameras in the courtroom for that. And now I'm sure that whoever's following this, News Nation, will probably put in a request to allow cameras in the courtroom. And then if they do, then it should be put on the website with the rest of the court documents if they grant that or they deny.
With the way News Nation has been acting with this gag order, I don't think that they want to even talk to them about it.
Probably not, but I'm sure they'll request it. I'm sure. What is the other one that's in? Is it KREM? I believe they're in Seattle, but they've been covering a lot of this case. And there's another one up, is it maybe in Boise, that's been covering it. So I'm sure there's going to be a couple of different news sources that's going to put in to put a camera in the courtroom. I'm sure Law and Crime is going to be one of them. Who else? Court TV, maybe they may request it, but they should put all of that on the website, showing if they granted the motion or the request, or if they denied the request to allow the cameras. Or if not, if they don't allow the cameras in for the prelim, or even if it goes to trial, maybe we'll get to hear the just the audio of it at least.
Man.
Yeah, I don't know. Regardless, there'll be somebody in there, and they'll be talking to somebody, and somebody else will be transcribing it.
Yeah. I don't know. I, I don't know. It's she allowed the
I
cameras
just,
in there when he first got to Idaho. She allowed the cameras in there at that time. Um, I don't know if she realized at that time the social media effect of this case and all that, like she probably does now.
well, they'll have to sequester the jury. I know that for sure.
Probably, but I don't know. Well, yeah, they probably will. I mean,
The way it's all over the media, yeah, I mean, you can't get away from it.
yeah. Well, I mean, with like Lori's stuff, that was some of the instructions for the jury throughout the whole thing is you can't watch anything about the case. You can't read anything about any of the witnesses or anything like that. So that's probably what they're going to do with this case also. Let's see, why was Lori Vallow's trial up? I don't know. That's just what Judge Boyce decided he was going to do. The only thing that they allowed the camera in the courtroom for was the reading of the verdicts, and that was it. And Lori looked like she had aged 50 years and 5 minutes waiting on that verdict to be read.
I still haven't seen that video.
I watched it. It's only like 2 minutes. The one that I was able to find on.
2
I found
minutes
it
of
on.
looking at the Joker's face will make you throw up.
Yeah, it's not a close up of her. There's a video.
Mainly shows the judge
Yeah,
reading off all the charges.
a camera on the judge. Then there's a camera on the prosecutors, and then there's a camera on Lori's table. And so it's not a close up of her, but you can tell she has no emotion whatsoever on her face.
What was her actual convictions on? First degree?
She got conspiracy to commit first degree murder for Ty Lee. Then she got first degree murder for Ty Lee. She got conspiracy to commit first degree murder for JJ. Then first degree murder for JJ. She got theft by deception for Ty Lee, and I believe she got that for JJ as well. Then she got conspiracy to commit first degree murder for Tammy. So it was like 7 charges total, and she was found guilty on all of them. Now, the state of Arizona has already let the Fremont County prosecutor and all them know, the courts in Fremont County, which is where all this took place, the murders and stuff like that, that the state of Arizona has now let them know that as soon as Lori is sentenced, then they will be extraditing her to Arizona for her to go to trial for Charles's death.
Yeah, she's going to get the death penalty for that one.
I'm wondering if she is, because it's supposed to be, I believe that the charges there, I have to look them up, but I believe it's conspiracy to commit first degree murder and first degree murder on that one too. And I've also heard that the state of Arizona is supposed to be going after Melanie Pulowski for the attempted murder on Brandon Boudreaux. And if I'm not mistaken, Lori is supposed to be getting charged with that too, for the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux.
And Steve, God, I can't look at the Joker for longer than 3 seconds, but as long as I had to just look at him, I would probably have to say little liar. As long as I don't have to smell her.
Yeah. But, I mean, I know that the Gonzalez family is wanting the trial. They're wanting all of it live stream, because his words was he wants the public who has been following this case, he wants all of us to be able to see Bryan Kohberger convicted for what he done.
I agree.
And hopefully the judge will take that into consideration, what the family wants. And yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I mean,
the courts are supposed to be public for public viewing, so I don't know. I mean, that's why they're claiming that they're going to let the May the 22nd thing be done, because of the Idaho Supreme Court ruling is that all courts are for public viewing unless that there is a court ruling saying otherwise.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to even be around her if it's over 65 degrees. Forget the hot yoga.
Did you see what Sybil just posted in chat?
Yeah, I haven't seen the other attorney yet, but,
Oh, wait,
but I mean,
hold
her
on.
attitude for being self-proclaimed the best defense lawyer is a joke.
Hold on. I got a picture of her. I believe King Scarlet sent to me the other day on Twitter. Give me 2 seconds and let me get it. I think she's the one that sent it, though.
I'll tell you what, I will personally volunteer to be Bethany's bodyguard whenever she has to go to court.
No, you can't do that. It's got to be one of the attorneys.
No. I would rather sit with Marsha Clark in court for 3 months.
Who is Marsha Clark?
She's the prosecuting attorney.
LJ.
Oh. Didn't she pass away?
Marsha Clark? No.
I thought I heard that she had passed away or something. Okay. I think I've got it downloaded on my computer. Give me a second and let me see.
I got to see this picture to see if she's worth having around as a sugar mama.
Well, hold on. It didn't download correctly. What the hell?
If you're in it for the money, the looks don't count.
Yeah, but I can't do it just for money. I have to be attracted first. I can't just sit around and do that. That's just, I can't do it.
Okay, so give me a
The truth
second.
will always come out.
It didn't download, so I got to try it again. I'm still getting used to the new computers. Y'all kind of have to bear with me for a second.
P. Fox, it doesn't matter as long as they can hold a conversation for longer than 20 minutes that's legible. You know, I mean, they got to have some brains. I don't really care what color their hair is.
But she's like the best criminal defense attorney in the state of Idaho. She should be able to hold a very good conversation, right?
I don't know. I mean, everybody I've ever known in my life that have been self-proclaimed the best at anything has always sucked at it.
Well, I mean, she did get a dude 4 life sentences and 50 years taken off by convincing the court that the witness misidentified her client.
Well, I mean, then that was the truth then, right?
I don't know if it was the truth. She just convinced the court of that.
But didn't they retry him and find him guilty?
I don't think
that
that
was Little Liar's case.
Yeah, that was Ann Taylor's case. Why the hell is it not? Damn it. And King Scarlet, she sent it to me, but I don't want to pull up. Can I just download it like this? Oh, this piece of shit. Hold on, let me just go to Google and find her.
Sybil, I've got an attorney that's, I'm going to say, is better than her, so.
Okay, so here we go. All right. Let me pull it up. Can y'all see it?
No. Oh. She's way better than Little Liar.
Sybil Sip of Vapor, she's the best. I mean,
I wouldn't say she's anywhere near the best, but
I say, I'm sorry, if you give that 1 to 10 scale, I'm thinking it's in the middle.
I think it's a 6.5. She's got a wedding ring on, so we're going to have to knock that down to a 4.5.
is that a wedding?
She could be in a poly.
Yeah, it's a little finger, but
I don't know.
let's see. Let me see. I want to know where her about page is, where she's claiming this. Let's see here. Okay, So her reputation as one of the top criminal defense lawyers in Idaho has been earned defending high-profile and high-stakes crimes. She is qualified to defend clients charged with the death penalty as co-chair counsel in the state court. Okay, but where does she say she is, and not her reputation?
Where did she go to school?
She went to U of I,
Oh,
and I believe. Okay, so here we go. So she's a graduate of the College of Southern Idaho, Boise State University, and the University of Idaho.
so she's never left Idaho.
No.
Couldn't get into Harvard or Brown? I'm pretty sure everybody that's graduated from Harvard or Brown with a law degree is going to laugh at her self-proclaimed best.
Probably.
This is the big fish in a tiny pond.
I mean, she could probably do better if she moved out of the state of Idaho and went. Trying to think of I wouldn't say California, maybe California, but somewhere that was New York, maybe.
New York, California should probably be below average.
You think?
Moscow,
But
what's the population of Moscow comparison to the population of New York or California?
I think Moscow's like, was it 26,000? But I'm thinking if she goes to somewhere like New York, she would get more experience where she would, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She would have better cases that she could work on.
Yeah, but better cases don't make you a better lawyer.
They could.
Might give you exposure, but it doesn't increase your aptitude.
Somebody said she could be Daryl Brooks good.
Hey, can we get an email sent to her and ask her to come up on panel so we can question her?
She probably ain't going to. She'd be under the gag order.
We don't
Yeah,
have to
I'll
talk to
just
her.
say
We don't need
gag
to
order.
talk to her about the case.
Wait, what are we going to talk to her about?
Qualifications. We just want to have a little sit down to get to know you. Sit down. You know, we want to know more about
If you want to get what you're just wanting to get to know her.
Well, I want to know where the hell she thinks
You're-
she's where she got that information.
You're
Huh?
telling on yourself.
I'm not. No, I just want to know why she thinks she's the best.
You're going to make Ann Taylor jealous.
I want to see receipts on her saying she's the best. If not, it's just hearsay.
Well, see, that's what they said on the other thing that I read, but up here it says that her reputation, it's one of the top criminal defense lawyers in Idaho.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
it's like it's they changed the saying in it.
How many defense lawyers are in Idaho? 20 something?
Death qualified.
The death qualified.
Well, death qualified is even less than that. Was it like 12 or 6? It's a low number. It's not that high.
But I think that number we heard was just in the public defender's office.
Yeah, it was. I think Ann Taylor is the only one in northern Idaho, in that district in northern Idaho, and I think the rest of them were in the southern part.
So we have Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell to thank for the fact that we got stuck with Little Liar.
Yeah, because
They
she
sucked
had,
up the death penalty qualified public defenders before this came along.
but honestly, like her public defenders really wasn't that good. Honestly,
I just wanted to smack that guy every time he opened his mouth.
he
All
literally
I object.
he
John.
cried. That's all. That's all he said is, "Your Honor, I object." I'm just going to keep objecting to this. This is he constantly whined about everything, and I think she was flirting with old Thomas, because for whatever reason, Thomas felt the need to stand up and hold her up in the courtroom, and he fought a little bit more than Archibald did, and Archibald was like the main attorney, but they still wasn't that good. And that's what I was saying. Like, even with Letitia's attorneys, they acted like they didn't even want to be there and have to deal with
Would
her in
you?
that case. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't even want to defend someone who's done something like Lori or Letitia.
Well, I
But
mean, would you want to defend what's her name?
no,
The
I
hell
wouldn't.
is her name? The
I
one
wouldn't.
that.
I
Oh,
wouldn't want to defend Lori. I wouldn't want to defend Letitia. Uh,
no. What the hell was that girl's name down in Florida that got off from killing her daughter?
um,
She was cute too. I mean, but she was a psychotic
that's
piece of
not
shit.
where. Oh shit! That ain't where Casey Anthony's from, is
Yeah,
it?
that's Casey Anthony. Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to defend anybody who had done anything like that to a child, or even the college kids. But I think with what we're going to see with Ann Taylor and even this lady here, I think it's going to be completely different than what we've seen with Archibald and Thomas, with Lori and Letitia's attorneys. I think these two women here are going to actually get up and fight back with the prosecution.
You know, I think that with all of the rumors and all of the stuff going around about Bryan being an a-hole to women, and all the stuff that's being said about how he talks about them, talks down to them, how he acts around them, I think that these two are going to sit him right between both of them.
Right. Yeah. And I'm just wondering though if he's going to try to get, like, if he's going to try to tell them how to do their job.
He's going to look at this new one and say, I'm not talking to you. You don't have the hips. I'm talking to Ann.
I just honestly, like, I don't see them allowing him to talk to them like that. I think they're too much of they're too high strung of women to allow him to talk to him like that, and I think that's where him and them are gonna butt heads with each other.
My thing about his women troubles that's been alleged, there's other women that have said the opposite.
Yeah.
And they've actually, there are people we know where the alleged stuff is coming from rumors, people we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, other than the one bar that the owner said he had to tell him to leave or whatever, not to come back.
Yeah, and then he acted like he didn't know what the guy was talking about.
Yeah.
Well, I know like a lot of stuff we see in the media today, females act like something's going on when that shit is not actually going on, like these gym women that bend down in front of guys and say they're staring at them when, you know, they're waiting for the equipment.
Yeah, it's just everybody's got their feelings hurt for whatever reason they want nowadays. I don't give a shit about anybody's feelings unless you're part of my circle, really. I mean, I don't purposely go out to hurt somebody's feelings, but if it happens, you know, I didn't do it on purpose and you're going to lose your shit over it, then sorry.
Oh, I'm trying to catch back up in chat here. Who is Jose P. Fox? Jose has never lost a murder case.
Is that Baez, the one that defended Casey Anthony?
Oh, okay.
I mean, there was a lot of really decent rumors going around about that couple.
Let's see, if BK has a good legal mind, he will definitely sit between the two female attorneys. Great tactic. I mean, because just look at Letitia sitting off away from her attorneys and how odd that looked.
They didn't want to get stabbed with a pen.
I mean, but it was so weird though because she was sitting over there, but then the one attorney you could see him going over there and he would like pull his notepad up in front of their face where nobody could see him, and he was all laughing with her, and then he would go sit down, and then he would run back over to where she was at, almost like he was happy to be over there by her, but she never sit in front of or in between them until she went to flipping people off in the courtroom. And then it was like,
s-
we need to put her in between us so we can make her behave. And then her and the other attorney was watching something on the computer, and they were literally laughing in the middle of the court.
I don't know. Yeah.
The player suggests to the jury that he is comfortable. Oh, so I get what Crime Crazy is saying. Not a player suggests to the jury that he is comfortable with women. Kind of contradicts what other people are saying
That's what
about
I'm saying.
him.
They're going to
And
sit him right between the two of
yeah.
them.
Oh shit, y'all! I've just spilled ice cream. Oh my gosh.
I wonder if anybody's done a psych evaluation on him.
I don't know.
I mean,
I would think that'd have to be like court ordered, or the defense is going to do it just to do it.
But that would probably be something that would be court ordered, and because there's no uh, reason, no insanity pleas in Idaho, but you can still bring up their, what is it, like their mental health or whatever. You can still bring it up, and it can still play into your sentencing and all this and that, but you can't plead not guilty by reason of insanity. So I'm pretty sure she will eventually there will be a psych eval done on him. Uh, so Jay Clark wants to know, does it matter where he sits? In
in
the
It's all
courtroom.
about perception.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's all about perception for sure. He doesn't have a designated seat as long as he's sitting at the table.
Yeah. I've just never, until Letitia's trial, I'd never seen a client sit away from their attorney like that. That was very, very odd, honestly. And I don't know if she was doing that to try to make herself look crazy to the jury or what, but
Maybe she just didn't like him. You don't have to like him, you know. And I think she was crazy as it is. I think all these people that kill their kids or kill somebody else's kids have to have something wrong with their head. Period.
right. Well, I read that Lori Vallow, when her attorneys were doing their closing arguments, she got upset with them because they tried to place all the blame on Chad, and she got mad over it. Didn't matter if her kids were murdered and buried on his property in the manner that they were. She was mad because her attorneys were blaming all of it on him to try to benefit her. Hey, Jamie, how are you?
He'll get his day.
Oh yeah, I mean his is supposed to start June of 2024.
Jesus.
And his attorney, they said, from what I understand, was in the courtroom every day. So he knows everything that's going to happen when it comes to Chad's court. And more than likely, because of Lori's outcome on hers, Chad's probably going to end up pleading guilty.
I wouldn't even let him unless he's going to plead guilty to the death penalty.
Yeah, he's not going to do that, though. I think that they're going to end up letting him plead out, letting him plead guilty, and they're going to just give him life in prison.
No way.
But,
I mean, I guess they could, but I mean, I wouldn't.
I mean, it's somewhat of justice served, and him and Lori will never get to walk free again. But then again, if you think about it, it's really not a full justice because Tylee and JJ and Charles and Tammy are no longer here.
Yeah, but I
I
bet
mean,
money. I bet put money one or both of them will end up being killed in prison by another inmate.
with her reaction and that coming out about her being mad at her defense about blaming him, I mean, that's just another dagger to her for not getting the death penalty if they could sentence him to the death penalty.
Yeah. I don't know. I think, though, if somebody does something to either one of them in prison, I think it's going to be done to Chad before Lori. Chad just seems like he's too sissified. compared to Lori.
I don't think it's about sissy fighter. I think about an angry parent that is an inmate that will take out the garbage.
I mean,
Well,
it could be because I mean, there's some women that they get upset with stuff like that, and they could go after Lori. But I don't know. I just see them going after Chad before I do Lori.
Look at all these ones that already have been like these mass murderers or serial killers that have went to prison and got shanked by somebody else.
Yeah.
I don't know if I know any other than Dahmer.
There's a few that I've just recently, like, because I watch stuff all the time that I've watched, but I can't remember who. I can look them up, but there's been like 3 or 4 of them.
Well, shit, we should put money on those books.
I'll do something intentionally go to jail just to take out one of them.
Unfortunate. I mean,
I don't know. Well, I don't see Chad getting off at all.
no chance.
No, yeah, that's I really feel he's going to try and make a deal, take the death penalty off, and plead guilty.
Probably
I
throw
mean-
it all on Lori.
I mean, that's a win for him if he can get rid of the death penalty and plead.
But I just think him going to prison is a death penalty. I don't think he'll last but 2 years, if that.
Yeah, because right now that this whole time, I mean, he was arrested June of 2020, the day that they found the kid. So he's been in there almost 3 years now. Lori's been in there since February or March of 2020. So she's already been in there 3 years. And all they've been doing is sitting in jail. They haven't even went to prison yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're probably PC'd up too, though. They're probably being watched, 24/7.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is that if they decide to take Kohberger to trial, it's not going to happen until 2026.
Yeah, if it goes to trial,
Well, I'm pretty sure it's going to go to
I
trial.
just hope they have a lot more. If he's the one that did it, I hope they have a lot more evidence because of that. If not, with what they have, he's getting off.
I mean, we're probably only hearing 5% of what they have, 5 or 10% of the evidence they have.
Yeah, but
I'm
when
pretty
you-
sure there's a lot more.
Yeah, I guess when if they start producing all these videos of that car driving around that night, if they start, I mean, it's all circumstantial unless they have his blood mixed with somebody else's blood in the house.
Or his car or his house has any DNA evidence.
Even that's explained. You can explain that away. I mean, all he has to do really is say, okay, well, you know what? I drove Brett Kopaka to the house. He did the deed. He got in my car, and that's how the blood got there.
I think Ann Taylor's going to argue every little thing about this case that they bring. I think she's going to try to argue all of it.
Yeah.
Well, my thing is, they got to have at least the time of death by the ME, what the actual time, it's still a guesstimate. It's not exact.
Right. Yeah, I think that was
Well, when
12
did
o'clock, I believe. It's what one of the things that I seen that came from the coroner. It said that the cause of death, the manner of death, and then the time was 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock? Because what? That's when somebody showed up on scene to pronounce him dead?
But
But
see,
when
the
did
thing
the
is,
coroner actually show up? I heard that was
she
like
didn't-
5 or 6
yeah,
o'clock.
it was like 5 something that afternoon. So technically, I don't know if a law enforcement can they give a time of death. I thought it was always had to be a coroner.
Paramedics were there.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, paramedics
So
aren't qualified to give a time of death.
I think that's only a coroner that can give a time of death.
Even a manner of death, the paramedics can't give.
Oh no, they can't give cause or manner.
Yeah, unless it shows that the cops showed up at 12 o'clock and they have body cam footage showing that they were already deceased, and she just went with that time or whatever.
Quite. I'm pretty damn sure they have body cam footage of that.
Hmm. So I don't know. Idaho may be different, but I think here in Louisiana it has to be the coroner that pronounces the time of death, or
Well, I
like
think
a doctor or something like that.
yeah,
I
a
think
doctor
it's
can. If
it's,
if they would have transported him to the hospital, then they
Hmm.
could have.
it's
Right.
the ME, whoever does the autopsy. That's the one that's gonna say what time of death it is, and then the coroner just goes over what's written down, and they're the one that disseminates that information.
Yeah, but the ME, I thought it was the coroner that did the time of death, not the
Well,
Well,
the
it's
ME.
whoever
medical
does the
examiner.
autopsy. I don't know if it's the coroner or the
Oh,
ME, but
that's gonna be the pathologist. It'll do the
they're the
uh,
ones that are going to say what time the person died, what the manner of death was, so on and so forth,
right.
because they're the one actually going over the body and going through the evidence.
Mm. I don't
Because
know.
if the time of death
Oh,
doesn't jive with that 4 o'clock time, then it could, clearly say that white Elantra driving around,
Shush.
no
right.
relevance with the deaths.
I mean, I don't. If the law enforcement shows up at 12 o'clock or a few minutes after 12 o'clock in the afternoon, why did it take her several more hours to get there?
Oh man, she
Probably
was.
they have to process the crime scene. You know what I mean?
That's
They have to get everybody
yeah.
out. They have to start collecting evidence, and they don't want all these other people walking through the crime scene. Adding more, contamination to the evidence. I
Yeah.
still want to know how many DNA profiles they found inside that house.
Yeah, that probably won't come out until the prelim.
Uh,
Well, it probably won't even come out then. You know what I mean? Because
yeah.
the prosecution's only going to use the evidence that bolsters their case.
I don't know. I'll just be glad when it all comes out and we get to hear all of the evidence that they have, and then it all gets pieced together, and it all makes sense at that time. Oh, we lost Ray. Let me put the
We lost Ray.
yeah, he dropped out. Let me put the link back in the chat for him because I know sometimes it's hard for him to type in the chat.
Oh,
Uh, see, what do you think of the story of Xana was dealing? Um, I honestly, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's no proof of it.
yeah. I
So I
mean,
don't want to.
there's
I
no
don't
proof.
want to say that they were doing that and they wasn't because of there not being any proof or whatever.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say nothing about it because there's no way that I want to. I mean, I wouldn't even want to think that she would go there.
Right, and
And I'm not saying that just because somebody dies that they're innocent of anything.
right. It's just we don't. There's no proof of that,
Right.
and
There's
for
no
us to
reason.
say, for anybody to say that they were doing that without showing some type of proof, in my opinion, that is being completely disrespectful to the kids and the family.
What
Yeah.
you talking about? I'm sorry. Somehow I got disconnected.
Somebody had asked, "What did I think of the story about Xana was Dylan?" And I know it's going around that she was, but there's no proof that she was.
Yeah, Iris, I know that her mom is into that kind of thing, but
Yeah.
she also didn't, from what we understand, she didn't have contact with her mom for a while. Her
Yeah, I
mom
think
really
they were. It was explained that they were. Or it was said that they were
estranged.
estranged. Yeah. So
What wasn't it said that not just the mom, the father as well had problems with drugs,
No, that was
or the
Maddie's dad.
stepfather?
Yeah,
yeah,
because
that was Maddie. Her dad. I think he spent. Was it 90 days in jail on a drug charge? And then Maddie's stepmom did as well.
yeah,
So
and
what? Who
they
was
were
the other
represented
person?
by Little Liar.
Who was the
Right.
other person that Ann Taylor was defending that was in Xana's family? Because it
Xana's
wasn't just her
mom.
mom; there was two people in her
No,
family.
it was Xana's mom, and it was Maddie's dad and
And
stepmom.
stepmom, yeah.
Okay, I know she was connected to more than one person in this case.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I know that there's rumors going around, but uh, people can come out and say anything about these kids
Mm.
or stuff that's happened, and without any proof, it just becomes hearsay and rumors. And I don't want to comment on something like that uh, without any proof, honestly, because that, like I said, that's just being disrespectful to them, and I don't want to go there. I don't want to be disrespectful to the victims and it hurt the family. Let's see. Xana's dad and stepmom had drug charges too, right? I know, Jen, that Xana's mom did.
Yeah, I thought her
Did her
dad did
dad?
too. I thought I heard that.
Because her
I mean,
dad
it's
is
easy
from
to check out.
Arizona.
Well, yeah, it
Xana's
doesn't matter where you live; you can still have drug problems.
right. No, no, I know that. I'm just saying that that's where he was from. So I never heard anything about him having charges. I do remember Maddie's dad and stepmom did. But I don't remember if I heard anything about the dad though, about Xana's dad.
I haven't heard anything about Xana's dad.
'Cause I think the only ones that okay, I'm hearing a huge echo right now.
I dropped my phone. It might be me.
Oh, okay. Um, the only ones that I remember was Xana's mom, and then Maddie's dad, and Maddie's stepmom. I guess I think Maddie's dad and the what's her name, Corey. I think is her name. I believe they're married now. But that was the only three that I had heard of.
Yeah, Paige, I heard the same thing. It's just that I don't know. I'm not gonna even speculate on something like that yet
Well,
because
the thing is, if I was the defense, is I'm going to bring up every kid that was rumored to,
oh
be
yeah,
in the drug stuff, and if any of it's proven, then it is what it is.
well true, and I'm sure that there are private investigators looking into all of it. If it comes out in court and then it's true, then it's true. But before, I'm not even gonna try to go there with somebody, that was the victim. I'm not even gonna go, even if she did, it
It's
doesn't it doesn't,
it doesn't justify what happened to her.
exactly.
Yeah, it she could have sit there and sold drugs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It still doesn't justify her being murdered at all.
No. I
And
mean,
if I don't understand why people, unless they have actual facts that this girl was selling drugs, why they even put it out there?
that's what I'm saying about the gag order. It's because of the gag order that we're getting all of this crap that
Yeah,
we've heard for the last 5 months.
because
Because
they can't clarify nothing. They can't come back and say no, that is a lie. Xana did not use drugs. She did not sell drugs. Whoever started that is putting out false information.
Right. And so this is the other reason why I'm saying it's doing nothing but helping the defense.
Yeah.
And if they wanted to put the gag order out there so that it wouldn't taint a possible jury, well, then why are you letting the jury get tainted in the opposite direction?
Yeah, because that's all it's doing is just letting all these rumors fly, and everybody in that area, if they do pull a jury from there, is hearing all this.
It's not even in the area, though. I mean, we're not in the area and we're hearing it.
Right. And I mean, it's basically he said, she said bullshit. It's all it is.
Yep.
One person comes out with it with no proof. Other people hear it and run with it. And I know that there are times people can make mistakes and they may put out the wrong information by mistake. But if you're going to do that, you need to come back and fix your mistake and let it be known that you put out the wrong information and correct it. And some people won't even do that. And it's ridiculous that people will just run with bullshit. Let's see, deserves the same consideration, prove him guilty. And just another thing, just because Xana's mom has multiple drug charges doesn't mean that Xana was selling drugs.
No.
There's people out there who have drug problems and sell drugs and everything else, but their kids are the complete opposite. Let's see, enough people in that state, 1216 with alternates, wouldn't have heard of the case. Jay Clark, you talking about the Idaho 4 one? And that is true. The parent choices in history doesn't define who they are. I mean, yeah, Xana wasn't even around her mom. I'm sure she was at some point in time, but not all the time. And Maddie was around her dad a lot, but he caught a drug charge, but that didn't mean that she did that.
It'll all come out.
Yeah, it will.
It'll all come out.
I'm pretty sure
Truthful
that
or not, it'll all come out.
a lot of the stuff that's going to come out, we're probably going to go like, oh, damn, I didn't even think of that. It's going to be shocking, some of the stuff that's probably going to come out. Hey, Humblebee, how are you? Okay, so Humblebee says, serious question. Why is it that only taboo topic to speculate about, but everything else in this case is on the table as far as acceptable speculation? It's okay to speculate about anything or give your theories or your opinions. What's not right is when people come in and
try to smear the victims.
Yeah, do that to the victims or try to take information that they've heard and post it as a fact without anything to back it up as being true. Speculation is fine. That's what we do a lot here. Theories and opinions and talking about it, that's completely fine. It's just if you try to make it as a fact without the proof.
And try to blame the victims why it happened because they were involved in something nefarious. That's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's there are certain activities that if you are involved in that can put you in harm's way.
Hey, well, the saying I hear is you lay down with dogs, you get fleas.
Correct. Mm-hmm. But until you can come with proof, I don't really want, I'm not going to go there.
Right.
And even if it is proven that Xana did something like that or any of them, then it still doesn't justify.
Right. I mean, if that's what they did and there's proof that that's what they did, then that's what they did. But What's the reason to murder them?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if that's the situation, I mean, in that type of environment, then there are plenty of reasons why people do this that happened. But
But why Bryan if he's the one who done it? Like, what is his reason
Yeah,
for it?
I mean, jeez, I don't even know
Yeah,
what the
like
connection. I mean, other than him being, a heroin addict before, that
right.
doesn't prove anything towards. I mean, I don't know unless somebody can come out and say that they've done this and done this and done that with him recently. I mean, that's in his past, and you know,
Yeah.
But
Uh,
my thing is, if people were doing with him, wouldn't they come out and say it? I mean, everybody else is saying about everybody else, but
right.
nobody's really talking that negativity about Brian Kohberger.
I don't know. I mean, Ray, you want me to run down the street here and get his cousin to come up on panel?
Yeah, well, he did what he did back in the day, but supposedly he wasn't that way anymore.
yeah, he said
And
he went to rehab and straighten up, but then I mean, did he get back involved with it? It's a pot. I mean, he could have,
I
but
mean,
we
it's
don't
the
know
first
for a
time he's
fact.
actually been away from home too.
Right. That is true. But I mean, he could have very easily got tied back into the drug scene, but we don't know it as a fact. You know, and,
Right.
uh,
I mean, who knows? Maybe those long nights of grading papers needed him to have something to stay awake.
right.
Yeah, but heroin don't keep you awake. Heroin does the opposite, makes you nod.
Well, I mean, maybe he decided that he didn't want to do heroin, but it was okay to try something new. I don't know. I mean, it takes a lot of thinking to decipher who you're going to give an A to and a D to. Think of all the papers he had to read.
Oh yeah. Probably 2 and 3 pages per student per night on each assignment. Long nights of sitting up grading, but still, there's no proof that he was back into the drug scene. And
No, there's no proof.
honestly, is there any technical proof that he was a heroin addict before?
Uh,
Other than just the girl claiming who all of a sudden bust out whenever he was arrested and said, "Oh, I know him. I grew up with him. Him and my brother were friends."
right.
And I got upset with him because he asked me to take him somewhere and kind of find out it was to buy drugs. Is there anything showing from him saying that he was an addict other than him claiming, well, her putting it out that him saying he's in rehab?
Well,
Yeah, I don't think he's really said anything. Just like with everything that he said supposedly in Pennsylvania, there's nothing to back that up other than word of mouth.
Right.
other than saying he's eager to be exonerated, what did he say in Pennsylvania, supposedly?
Well, that's what somebody else said. He said, you know what I mean? Again, that's hearsay.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. It's not proven that he said anything. I mean, if he's as smart as he claims to be, or people claim to be, or whatever, I know myself if I'm in that situation, I ain't saying shit. I ask for a lawyer and I let my lawyer speak for me. I plead the fifth until I go to trial.
Not me. I'm gonna be screaming, I ain't done shit. Y'all
That's
got the
me too.
wrong
Me too.
person.
I'm gonna be like, let me have the fucking news in here. I want to talk to the
Exactly.
news.
I'm gonna
I
be.
need
I ain't done nothing. Y'all got the wrong person. Y'all need to go find the person who did it. I'm
then
innocent. Yeah,
yeah, it's
I couldn't sit there and do like he's doing. If I was to go into court, I would look straight at the judge and be like, "Your Honor, y'all got the wrong person." I couldn't go in
So
and sit all calm and quiet like some of these people do.
if your lawyer tells, yeah, well, if he speaks to you, but if your lawyer tells you don't say anything, are you going to listen to your lawyer, or are you going to just
Nope,
go on your own way?
nope. Because if I'm innocent, I'm gonna be like,
nope.
Judge, I didn't do it. I'm telling y'all, I would be every chance I got to say something to that judge. I'm gonna be like, I'm innocent. Y'all have got the wrong person. I don't care what the attorney says.
And then the
I,
judge is gonna tell you, well, ma'am, that's what we're here to find out.
and I'm still gonna be screaming it as I'm going out of the courtroom. I'm innocent person. I really honestly I don't get how some of these people who are accused of the stuff that they're accused of and they're innocent are able to sit there as calm as they are.
Well, there's a lot of them that say they're
Honestly,
innocent and say they're innocent and spend 35 years in prison and come to find out they were innocent.
right.
Yep.
I don't see how people can be that calm though if they're truly innocent.
Well, I think the system shuts you down before you get a chance to speak your mind.
True.
I mean, what's going to be really sad here is if they have the wrong person and it really gets proven. I mean, something, not some stupid game that Little Liar plays, but really, like if somebody can actually prove that he was nowhere near there, and it turns out that this guy is just shy and an introvert, and he's just going to come out of the courthouse, like, what the fuck's up with my life? I mean, that's going to be really sad because, I mean, I don't believe he's not guilty, but on the other hand, I'm not the judge and jury, so, and I don't have any, I'm not privy to the evidence that prosecution has, but they better have something because, if they don't have anything and they did just find something that was convenient and then work their timeline around it, this is just basically bullying by the law enforcement and the prosecution. I don't know. I still think he's guilty. All I'm saying is that if it's proven he's not, it's just going to be really sad because that means somebody else is out there for the last 7 months that
Right.
can do
And
whatever.
these families are going to have to relive everything with this other person still walking free, not know who it is. Why aren't the police out there looking for them? And then if they do find them and they bring them to court, it starts all over the whole court process with the families again as well.
Yeah.
And it's heartbreaking for the families.
I mean,
What will be
if
sadder is if he gets proven that he didn't do this and that Ellie is complicit.
well, complicit as in you mean manufacturing evidence against him, or complicit as in they're just stupid?
Maybe planting evidence per se. Maybe they're corrupt and they're in some sort of circle. You know what I
Some kind
mean?
of thing where they're just like, we need to solve this shit right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I felt. That like they were pressured just to, oh, okay, we found this DNA evidence. Because I don't think it was just only Brian Kohberger's DNA evidence that's there. I believe there's probably 30 different, if not more, different DNA, pieces. The only reason they went with that and was their blood. What else was on that sheet other than just a little bit of touch DNA?
There's got to be more though,
That
more
sheet was
DNA in
clean as
that
a
house.
whistle. Because leather like that, if you touch it with your hand, you have oils on your hand,
It's
it'll
gonna
Yeah.
soak
burn
into
your
it.
fingerprint into that leather that it'll never leave. Even if you
Right.
put oil on it and everything, it'll be there.
I mean,
It
can you
won't leave.
imagine the grip you'd have on that sheath while doing this?
Yeah, it would probably bend it, and if it's able to be bent, I mean, just think of how tight you would have it in your hand to try not to drop it, and then you end up dropping it.
Right.
Well,
If that,
it
if
was it
that,
under her or beside her? I've heard both things. It was beside her or it was under her.
In
right.
the
And it wasn't
PCA,
found on the first go through, it was found on the second go through.
well, in the PCA, it says that it was found beside of Maddie's body, but it doesn't say if it was found the first go around or the second go around. It just says that it was seen that he noticed it from the door of the bedroom.
Well, that sheath, when they show that sheath in court, better have a bunch of blood on it.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how it wouldn't have any if it's laying in a bed with two girls that's been done like that.
And it better be only the blood from those two girls.
I mean, it's got to have something on it. Honestly, take the plane to. All right, well,
My
y'all
thing
need to
is the
know.
FBI the FBI is involved, I would think they would have a lot more evidence. You know what I mean? Digital as well as forensic.
Well, I mean, what I don't understand is why didn't they use the FBI crime lab if they had because it wasn't the crime lab allegedly set up in the Moscow Police Department parking lot? Why didn't they use their lab to do the DNA on the sheet? Why send it to
What?
uh,
I don't
out
know.
of state?
I don't know if they have the correct test because you could do it. The FBI has our government has DNA tests that DNA test can come back in 2 days. It's not the genealogical. That genealogical takes 6 to 8 weeks, 6 weeks minimum. So
Then
that's
how
why.
did they get it in 2 days?
Yeah, how did they get it back? So it was less than 2 days, wasn't it? From the trash, from the
From the
trash.
trash.
Yeah, they got it back within like
Well,
24
that's what
hours.
I'm saying. That
Not
test
only
is a like just the check for genetics. You know what I mean? The other test, the genealogical test, the one that they did off of the touch DNA, that
Uh,
takes minimum 6 weeks. You can look it up. I know what I'm talking about. It takes 6 to 8 weeks. So at
yeah,
minimum, that's why I say I don't believe the FBI was following or even knew that it was Bryan Kohberger because if I'm the FBI and I found out who it is and supposedly I'm following him driving to Pennsylvania, I'm gonna stop him the first chance I get and arrest him because I don't want him getting rid of any type of evidence from that vehicle.
yeah, that didn't make any sense. I mean, this dude in
you
those
still
12
need a
to
warrant to
14,
arrest him though.
right? But I mean, in that 12 to 14 hours that they lost him, he could have been out of the country, and they would have never knew where he went until they finally realized that he was out of the country and went to tracking, plane tickets and all this and that. I mean, it seems like they would have been like on this case, on the ball with it, and it's like every here they've dropped it a lot of times. They've dropped the ball.
Yeah, I say even the FBI.
I don't know why
Yeah,
the FBI doesn't take over a crime scene from any law enforcement that has a situation like this that's a small town.
well, especially well, I guess to begin with, they didn't know that he crossed the state line to commit a murder, but
Yeah, that'd make it a federal case.
right. But I mean, at the beginning, though, I kind of see the point in that because they didn't know at the very beginning that the person who done it had crossed the state lines. But it seems like once they realized that, though, that okay, he crossed that Washington Idaho state line to commit these 4 murders and the felony burglary charge. Okay, that is it. We are taking the case from Moscow PD and we are now lead on it.
Yeah, but how long would
Did that
that
come
have
from
taken?
Howard? P Fox, no, that wasn't from Howard. That was who put that out first? The thing that came from Howard was that the sheet uh when they tested it in Idaho, they didn't find any DNA, so they sent it to Texas. Howard's the one that came out with that. I can't remember who came out with them losing him for it was like the first 12 to 14 hours. I can't remember which one of the news people had came out with that first.
But my thing about getting the warrant, you were saying it takes time to get a warrant. It only takes as long as you can get a hold of a judge.
You still have to have the evidence to present to
Yeah,
the judge, though.
Well,
yeah, I
well,
think
once they
that's what he was
got that
talking about.
DNA evidence, they're able to get the warrant.
Yes, but they didn't have that DNA evidence until he was already back in Pennsylvania.
So how were they following him then?
How would what?
How was the FBI following him then if they didn't have the evidence?
Well,
They didn't know who he
they
was.
say they weren't following him.
Well, that's what. Well, supposedly they were following him and knew who it was
Oh
while he
no,
was
no.
driving
They
away.
say the FBI says that they didn't ask Indiana to pull him over.
Yeah,
No, but everybody's saying the FBI was following him. They
Yeah,
had a
they
plane or a helicopter following them.
oh, I don't know about that.
So why
Yeah,
were they
allegedly
following him? They wouldn't
they
know
were
who he was. They
allegedly
wouldn't
they
know.
were following him from when he left Washington. They followed him all the way to Pennsylvania, and then
Right.
they were staking out his parents' house, and that's when they saw him at like, what was it, 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, putting his trash in his neighbor's trash cans.
So the
Right.
only way they'd know he was who they say he was through the DNA evidence, and that means that they had the DNA evidence. Once they got that, they're able to get a warrant.
Well,
Yeah, because
I remember, wasn't it said that they were trying like 4 or 5 times to get a warrant from the judge, and the judge kept sending it back saying you don't have enough evidence.
yeah, that
Right.
was also said too.
But that's allegedly. We don't know that for a fact. But what I'm saying is once they had the supposed evidence and got that warrant, because the only way they could be following them is if they had that DNA evidence, because they didn't know anything else.
Right.
And
Well, I
it
don't
was
know when they got all the. Obviously, they had the video of the car in the area because they were looking for that car, and I'm sure that wasn't just from the gas station person taking a
no,
picture.
if y'all remember, the guy over at WSU said
Found
that
the call.
he was going through the database at WSU and he saw Bryan Kohberger's name with that type of car, but it had a Pennsylvania plate on it. Then, like 30 minutes later, a cop from WSU was out patrolling on the campus and he come across the same car sitting at Bryan Kohberger's apartment, but it had Washington plates on it. And
Yeah.
apparently he hadn't went in and told them that he had changed the plates uh, from Pennsylvania over to Washington, so they didn't have that in their system yet. And they ended up turning it over to Moscow PD because they had also looked and seen where he had been pulled over in Moscow. Like they had all of that information, Moscow police did. And whenever they looked it up and looked up his driver's license, they seen that he had the bushy eyebrows. And allegedly, the bushy eyebrows on the driver's license is what got Moscow PD interested in him.
Hmm.
Them bushy eyebrows, y'all watch, is what's going to end up screwing him and getting him convicted.
Well, he won't have bushy eyebrows when they go back to court.
Oh, I bet you Ann Taylor's got that on lock right now. Like, dude, we can't have no bushy eyebrows. We got to have somebody come in here and take care of all that for you.
I don't know what you call bushy, because to me those don't look that bushy.
I mean, look at the dude that was on the body cam footage in the Banfield, the little young boy that got the ticket that night. He had the bushy eyebrows. It literally looked like he had, them black caterpillars that you see crawling around on the ground. It looked like he had 2 black caterpillars up above his eyes. That's how bushy they were. Bryan Kohberger's doesn't look that bad. So I don't know what Dylan defines as bushy eyebrows, or what even Moscow Police Department defines as bushy eyebrows.
Well, Dylan
But my
lives with
thing
a
is,
bunch of girls, and she's used to seeing manicured eyebrows
I
or
guess
whatever.
so.
She's used to seeing, eyebrows that have been threaded or taken care of or whatever.
hey,
Right.
I'm kind of vain. I don't want to see wings. I trim my eyebrows.
I I can't stand it.
I mean, how many guys around a college town trims their eyebrows?
Depends. I
Yeah, it
couldn't. I
depends.
couldn't even answer that.
I mean, most frat guys, do y'all think they're going to be trimming the eyebrows?
No.
Well, if you're trying to pick up women, you're gonna look your best, I say.
I mean, I think not all frat houses are worried about partying and all that, but I think more than not they're more worried about going to class, getting their stuff done with school, and then partying on the weekend. I think the manicured eyebrows are like the last thing that they're worried about. And I honestly, that is not 100% identification of somebody of what Dylan gave. I mean,
Hey,
put
about
10
Dylan,
dudes in a lineup and
I kind
say Dylan pick out the bushy eyebrows. I mean,
my
D.
my thing wasn't the police first saying from the beginning both the girls were asleep, and then it changed
right?
to Dylan having a different story.
Yes. Well, it
So
said
I'm just
it.
wondering if they were interviewed more than once, and the first time they did say they were sleeping, and then Dylan changed her story.
Mm,
So they'll
I
have
don't know.
record of that. They'll have record of that. So if she changed her story, if she testified once and said this is what happened, and then changed her story and said this is what happened,
Well, I mean, I'm sure they questioned her that same day, that Sunday. And, I mean, maybe she was still in shock or whatever, and then she came back and said, you know what? I remember this now and I remember that.
But
yeah. But if she said she was sleeping
Yeah,
downstairs
no, you can't
with
change
the
that
other
story.
girl, that's a complete fabrication. That's not. I'm in shock.
well, I mean, whenever the cops go through the house and there's only one room that's occupied on the first floor, and there's two rooms occupied on the second floor, and
Well,
one of the rooms is Xana's, then somebody's got some explaining to do if they were both sleeping on the first floor and one room is empty and the other one is not.
just to play devil's advocate, I mean, maybe Dylan and Bethany talked.
And sleeping in the same bed, maybe
No, maybe
that
they
night.
talked later after that day, and Dylan changed her story to I don't know, match something that maybe they knew who this person was and they don't want to say it, but then she changed her story to kind of identify him without actually saying they know.
Right.
Like I said, I mean, that I've said since the beginning that Bethany's going to be the key for some reason. I don't know why, but it just turns out that Bethany has been,
Super quiet.
yes, it's been too quiet for somebody that was in that house, allegedly. And
Right.
there's only one reason why you keep that quiet.
But see, that's where I was thinking at one point maybe she wasn't even home. And that was the reason why she's been so quiet because she truly didn't know anything because she wasn't there.
Well, what's going to suck is if she wasn't there and she was at Bryan's house.
Okay, wait. Do what now? I was reading something else. I'm sorry.
I said what's really going to suck is if she really wasn't there, but she was at Bryan's house.
I mean, I even said that. What is people going to do when does the exculpatory evidence? Is it she's his alibi?
Yeah, I mean,
You know.
no, I mean, I don't know.
I mean,
She's way out of his league, but then again, she also looks really, not saying she is innocent, but she looks pretty innocent. She could have been duped into going out with that guy. I
right.
don't know.
I mean, and she could. I mean, that's what I'm saying. What are they gonna say when she comes out and is like, I know Bryan couldn't have done it because I was with Bryan that night and we were in his apartment all night, or we were here all night. But it's wherever they were at is not at that house. And she's able to prove that. But honestly, I don't think that this whole exculpatory evidence thing that Ann Taylor's throwing out here, I think that's bullshit.
So do I. I think the reason why Bethany doesn't want to go back there is because she I don't know if they know what day they want her to go up to testify, but I know damn well she doesn't want to spend one night in that town.
No, and they told her that they wanted her to be there June the 28th.
Okay, not they want her to actually be in court that day. They don't want her to be there for that whole week because they don't know when they're going to have her come up.
No, it said on the subpoena for her to be there June the 28th at whatever time that day, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, something like that. So they had picked out a specific day for her to be there. And that's why I was thinking, okay, well, they're not going to push the prelim back because there's a certain day that they want her to be there. Oh, that's on the subpoena.
But wasn't that subpoena sent to her by the defense?
Yeah, Anne's the one that she went through another attorney in Nevada,
Right, but I
and
mean,
but
how
yeah,
is the
it was up from the Hey H Town. It was from the defense, so yes.
how is that? I don't understand that then, because the preliminary hearing is for the prosecution to present its evidence. It's not the defense presenting evidence. So why would the defense be send her a subpoena and not the prosecution?
The only thing I could think of is because of the whole exculpatory evidence. Because
Or also to rebut the evidence that the prosecution supplies.
that could be it.
But that would be a trial. That wouldn't be the preliminary
And see,
hearing.
that's what they were. That's what they had. They had threw out there was that it's well, Bethany's attorney had said that this is a preliminary hearing. This isn't a mini trial, and it was actually Ann Taylor's private investigator is the one who went through all of this and allegedly found this exculpatory evidence that had to do with Bethany, and that's where the whole subpoena thing came in, is because of what he claims that he found.
No, Steve, you're right. I mean, and I seriously don't understand why they haven't just done a grand jury. And I mean, I don't understand why they haven't done it.
I don't know. Well, I kind of want them to stay with the prelim, but
Oh, I want them to, because I want to hear evidence, but
right,
I mean, the grand jury's closed.
yeah, and
We
we
wouldn't
would
hear
never.
anything out of it, and so it's kind of
Well, we wouldn't even know
um,
if they had one until it's
right.
over with. So
I mean, if they had a grand jury, we don't know about it, and then but for the judge to say that the preliminary hearing might take the week, then then they obviously didn't have a grand jury, because if they were going to have a grand jury and they did, it would only take one day for him to come in and plead.
right. And see, if he pleads, whatever day they allow him to plead, I don't know if it'll be before the prelim starts or if it's going to be after the prelim is over with. But whatever day he enters his plea, which I'm sure is going to be not guilty, then the state has 30 days from that day to let him know if they're going to if they're going to pursue the death penalty.
Yeah.
So by the end of July, we should know one way or another if they're going to do it or not.
Or if there's even going to be a trial.
Right. Now I wonder if she should, because they're claiming it's going to go from June the 26th to June the 30th. So she should rule whenever they're done, whether it's during the week or even on the 30th. She should rule that at that time if it's going to go to trial or not. I'm hoping.
Yeah, they don't do a preliminary hearing if they're going to do it. If they did a grand jury, they don't do both. They do one or the other.
Okay, sorry about that. But I forgot now what I was going to say. I had to tell Troll something, and it just like completely slipped my mind what the hell I was about to say.
Yes, Steve, and that's the reason why I'm saying I don't understand they didn't do a grand jury. They want to throw this gag order out there so no information can get out there, but yet they're not going to do a grand jury to keep all the information hidden, because they're saying that they have the gag order because they don't want to taint a possible jury pool, but yet they're going to do a preliminary hearing where all this evidence is going to come out, and then it's going to be year or 2 years before they actually start picking a jury pool. So why didn't they do the grand jury?
Yeah. I mean, it could be like 2025 before this goes to trial, if it goes to trial. Or even further out than that. I mean, look at Letitia. How long it was.
I don't know.
Didn't she murder Gannon in 2020? I didn't follow the whole case. I just kind of kept up with the trial or whatever, but look how many years it was.
I think they said 3 years last time I was listening.
And I mean, Tylee and JJ were murdered in 2019 and found in 2020, and it was 3 years before Lori, and it's going to be 4 years for Chad to go to court to go to trial. I mean, it could be years if this does go to trial before Bryan goes.
I don't understand why it takes so long, because if all of the evidence is given to the defense before the preliminary hearing, you have a preliminary hearing, and then everybody presents whatever. Right. It should just be bound over for trial next month.
Yeah, I don't get what, but I mean, there's other courts, other trials, and everything else. So they have to, that's on the docket. So that's probably one reason. It's just ridiculous how the court system, how it's so slow.
It's done deliberate so all these lawyers can make more money.
Yep. I mean, Latal, they're going to be, however many years it takes it, they're going to be paying $200 an hour up to 40 hours a week just to Kootenai County. And then anything over 40 hours goes straight into her pocket. So, okay, so Letitia was charged March the 3rd of 2020. So 3 years just for her to go to court. And I'm sure the whole Rona thing probably pushed a lot of court stuff back too. So that's probably another reason
True.
why it's taken so long, and they're still trying to get caught up on all that. But look at Daryl Brooks. When did he run over the people at the parade? That wasn't 3 or 4 years ago, though, was it? And Houston went to court, and I think he has to go to court for something else, I believe, some type of restitution, or maybe so November 2022, and Houston went to court. So it was November 2021. Oh my God, that don't seem like it's been that long. Yes, we spoke some about Emma and her boyfriend earlier. Still gonna look more into Emma though, because she seems like a very interesting person as well. Tried in 20. See, so it didn't take him long to go to court. Granted, he was attempting to represent himself. That's what you want to call it. That was just like a whole clusterfuck of I don't know what in the courtroom, but
that just tells me he got trust issues.
I didn't watch all of it, but what I did watch was crazy. Honestly. See, Sarah Boone was charged in 2020, and she just got another extension. Yeah, because I remember hers was supposed to start. Wasn't Sarah Boone supposed to start April the 10th? I believe. Let's see. Emotions, the lawyer's file have a lot to do with it as well. Yeah. So, I mean, it could be years. I'm sure Ann Taylor's probably going to drag this out.
It depends. When is the next election for judges? I mean, she wants to get a judge position, so she wants this done by then.
Yeah, I don't know when that would be.
What are they, every 2 years, or I don't know when they are.
2? Is it 2 or 4 for judges?
It might be 6. I don't have any idea.
I don't know.
You guys talking about? I was thinking about that other lawyer, the new lawyer for BK, and about how if she went to New York or California, well, their bars are different in each state, so the bar might be harder in New York or in California. And she just couldn't pass it.
I mean, yeah, she never left Idaho, so that could be true. Daylight, how are you?
Jeez, I'm telling you, man. I don't know.
Musical. You don't answer to what name?
I
I'm
don't
gonna.
know either. You know what I was thinking though? I really think if they don't have much more evidence, if Bryan did do this, he's going to get off. He's going to walk.
Well, what they've shown in the PCA so far, I believe that little liar can poke holes in. I don't know if she can poke enough holes in it to get it, not get it to not go to trial, but I think she can. She can poke enough holes in just the PCA to.
Well, I
If it
say, like with the vehicle, his doesn't have tint on the windows. That one in that mini mart picture, that one had tint on the windows, so that can't be Bryan Kohberger's vehicle. And if the ones they have that on those, videos from the neighborhood showing the vehicle driving around and whatever, if it's got tint on the windows, it's not his vehicle.
Yeah, they're going to have to prove it because they came out saying that it was an unknown license plate. They didn't have the years right and all this and that. So they may have a lot more evidence than what they have put out to the public, which
You
I hope
hope,
they do. But
you hope, yeah.
yeah, but they've got a lot of stuff that they've got to prove to say that it was Bryan that did it. They're going to have to prove a lot of it.
well, I don't know.
My thing is, it's screaming to me why they're resisting on turning over all the evidence unless it proves something other than their narrative.
Okay, Ray. So if you had to pick, if you were a lawyer, okay, if you were a lawyer, which side do you think you would pick that would be easiest for you to defend?
Bryan Kohberger. I have to see the evidence, though. You understand what I'm saying? What they put in the PCA was just enough that they could get the warrant. And if
That
it is so that they tried to get the warrant several other times, why didn't they have that evidence before? How did it, you know what I mean? Other than the DNA evidence, why
well,
didn't
they
they have
they
enough evidence? You know what I mean?
I think they had all the evidence other than the DNA before.
But I would think if they had all the evidence, they would have had enough evidence. If supposedly they got a lot of evidence, they would have had enough evidence to get a warrant.
Well, I think that they were the only thing that pushed them over the top was the evidence they got from the sheath and then picking through the trash to match it. That doesn't mean that the evidence from all the DNA that they took from the crime scene had come back.
Well, like I say, regular DNA only takes a day or two. The genealogical takes 6 to 8 weeks. So that's why it took so long for them to be able to grab that other evidence from the house, from the trash can, and get the warrant.
So, do you know how long it would take to sift through all that blood evidence, not knowing whether or not there was DNA, multiple DNAs mixed in that blood?
Well, they would have to send it all out, and within a day or two, they would get back X DNA, X DNA. We got 20 different DNA hits. And so then they'd have to go through, okay, genealogically, who is this person? Who is this person? Who is this person? Who is this person? Where they only pointed to Bryan Kohberger. Why? Because he had a white Elantra. Why? Because he pinged 12 times within a 6-month period. If you're going back and forth from Moscow to Pullman and you drive within the vicinity of one of those towers and it says you pinged there, that doesn't mean you was driving in their neighborhood skulking at their house.
Well, I mean, how many people have come out and said that the shopping was better in Moscow than Pullman?
And that again is hearsay, right?
Well, true, but I mean that's a reason for him to be there.
No, I'm saying, somebody said that he said the shopping's better in Pullman. I say that's hearsay, but I believe, I live in one town, my shopping don't isn't that good. I drive like 40, 50 miles to go to, the outlet stores or whatever. And if I'm going to eat somewheres, and maybe, once a month I go eat. So when I drive one way, it pings, and when I drive back the other way, it pings.
So what if it turns out that, and this is again just bullshit because we don't know that it's true, but what if it turns out that he does have one of the victim's IDs in his possession that they got?
He's fucked. He's fucked. But until I see it, I don't believe it.
Well, that's true, but that's with everything in this case. That's why
No,
I'm
but what I'm saying, if he has an ID and if he's following people, and these are things, circumstantial evidence that piles up. And whose ID did he have? Was he involved with either one of the surviving roommates? We don't know these things until they come out in court. We do know he's in jail. He was arrested. He's got a white Elantra. His DNA was found in the house. We do know that. We do know that he pinged a few times. Like I say, 12 times, 13 times in a 6-month period. Because from the first time that he was in Washington, you know what I mean, until when it happens, that's not a lot. That you can't say he was stalking them. If he was stalking somebody, wouldn't he
he'd
ping
put them
around
up.
like 100 times?
Right. I mean, they said a minimum of 12, right?
Well, that's what they said, but I mean, if they put it in the PCA, that it's used as evidence. And was he pinged on their actual, like,
Well, we
on
know
their
that,
Wi-Fi? You know
right.
what I mean? As in, because, like, 99.5% of people have passwords on their Wi-Fi. So you can't get on someone's Wi-Fi unless you have the password.
I don't know if they had a password or not. I'm not sure.
I just, everywhere I can pull up my phone right now and say all these Wi-Fi things are available. Every single one of them, I
Yeah.
can't get into their password protected.
I'm still here, y'all. I'm just trying to catch back up in chat.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I like this discussion. I like people that think like I assume he's innocent. I'm never going to say he's guilty until he's proven guilty. I've known people that went to jail for something they didn't do.
Yeah.
I got pulled over by police and harassed for things I never did.
Well, I mean,
With people in my group.
especially if it turns out to be a death penalty case, then yeah, before they give him the death penalty and send this man to death row, yeah, I think that they, without a shadow of a doubt, need to prove 1000% that he's the one who done it. Um, Even if it's not a death penalty case, they still need to prove that, just for the sake of the families and the victims,
Yeah.
and that whoever did this is actually the person that they have in jail and have convicted, and not an innocent person sitting in jail, and the guilty person is running around free and possibly doing it to more people.
Well,
Nah, I think
I
it was
think everybody
personal.
agree with that.
I think it was personal. Most, a knife is not used in a lot of murders. And I really think it's a personal thing. I really think this was sexually oriented. And I believe whoever went in there, it was a certain intent and they weren't expecting what happened. And that's just my personal belief. And if it wasn't that way, it was drug related. One or the other, I believe.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at and I don't want to a choking case. I guess I'm trying not to be too graphic, but um, that is like Gabby Petito.
Mhm.
the case that and what happened to her. That's very personal. Like you're literally within arm's reach of the person, and it's the same way with a knife. You're very up close and personal with them within arm's reach. Whereas a gun, you can be back. You can be in a position where the people don't that you're doing that to don't even see you, have no idea who it is. Um,
And I still don't,
it,
I can't fathom somebody being able within less than a 20-minute, maybe less than a 10-minute window, being able to create that much carnage.
That part is. Uh, I hate to play name that tune, but I could do it quicker than he did it.
I think that it can be done by somebody who is skilled and has, and I even hate to say experience, um, military type people. I guess I could see doing it. That's why I think that there was. I don't know if he was in the house longer than what they're saying, and that's why I'm thinking maybe somebody else was driving the car and dropped him off sooner. I just don't see him doing it in that amount of time, if that makes sense. He just doesn't seem like he has the skills to do it.
I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
but I
you
think
have to
even the
figure.
time frame, I think the time frame's even less because when did that actual DoorDash driver arrive at the door?
4 o'clock. But his car was seen on camera at like 3 something. And then the car keeps showing that it's turning around like 3 other times before the last time it showed up at 4:04 and then left for the last time at 4:20. So could he have been in the house longer than that and it was somebody else driving the car and they just kept making a loop through there to see if he was ready to be picked up?
And whose fingerprints is on that bag of Jack in the Box?
I don't
I
know.
don't even know if they tested it.
I don't know.
Well,
I mean, there's pictures of it sitting in the kitchen like it's never even been looked at.
because we can assume somebody picked it up. We can't assume who picked it up
All right.
because it's inside the house. It's on the thing. It looks like the bag's been opened.
I mean, I don't know.
Too many questions and not enough answers.
That is true.
Well, we don't have answers because of the gag order, and we haven't gotten that far into the case. But and that's what that's why we all sit here and do this. It's I mean, if we don't get a lot of answers in the preliminary, I don't really want to sit here for the next 3 years and do what we're doing right now.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, but they're going to have to put out all their evidence and put their case forward to be able for it to
They don't
continue.
have they don't have to put all their evidence out there.
Well, they got to put out enough for the case to continue. I don't think what they have is enough.
Oh, we'll get more than what we got in the PCA. I
Oh
don't think
yeah.
we're going to get
It's basically going to just be like, I mean, the prelim is going to be like they're going to have to do basically like what they had to do with the PCA in order to get an arrest warrant. Now we've moved to the next step where we got to have the prelim and we got to provide enough evidence to get a trial.
right.
And then once we hit the trial, that's like the big mama of the whole thing, and we got to present the evidence to the jury to get a conviction. So it's like a bigger step that you got to conquer each time. I just hope that if he is truly the person who has done this, I hope that the state has enough evidence to prove that fact.
Me too.
Because not only is it you have the families of the victims out there who are worried about this, but I also think about the lady out in Oregon who her and her husband were attacked in the same manner around the same time of night, and her husband died. And they haven't solved that murder yet. And you know that this lady, knowing that this crime has not been solved or her case hasn't been solved, she's scared to death.
I'm
And
still curious what she thinks about this crime versus hers.
I mean, yeah, because I mean, a knife by somebody early in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right, but I mean,
You know, it
she obviously, because she was stabbed also, what, 19
night.
times?
She survived 19 stab wounds.
So she was up close and personal with this person.
Right.
So, I mean, she may not know what this person looks like, but she definitely knows the build, and she knows
Possibly what they were wearing.
yeah, she knows more than,
Right.
you know.
She knows more and could probably tell more because she survived it than what could be told in the Idaho 4 case.
Then again, a lot of people that are severely traumatized, they lose their memory. They
That is
block
true
that shit
too.
out intentionally
That is true too.
or subconsciously, whatever you want to call it.
And that's why I keep saying, like, if Bryan is a person, I hope there is enough evidence, because I just keep going back to her, to that lady in her case, because she was a victim of it. She was stabbed 19 times and she survived, but she also lost her husband in this
Yeah.
attack. And you know that anytime that there is a case that comes up with that's the same circumstances as hers, like the Idaho 4, you know this lady has got to be scared to death. Even up until they caught Bryan, because how did she know that it wasn't the same person that did this to her? You know, and she survived it. And this person, I feel like she's just scared, and
Well, or she
they
could
need to.
identify the person.
Right. But even then, she would still be scared, because how does she know that that person's not going to come back after her because
Well,
of
that's
that?
make you more scared. You know what I
Right.
mean? Make you
And
quiet, not
I,
want to get in it.
I feel so bad for her too, along with the family of the 4 victims, because she doesn't know who did this. And it hasn't been solved, and she has to live with that fear because this person hasn't been arrested.
I say, like, the sad thing I say over and over again, only 50% of murders are solved
True.
nationwide.
Yeah. And that's sad, honestly. Let's
That
see.
says something for our law enforcement.
Technically, it was too advanced. Probably didn't. Okay, so King Scarlet said in 2023, you can't get away with anything. Technically, it's too advanced. Bryan probably didn't read that in any book.
I'm thinking she meant technology, right?
Well,
Instead of technically, I think.
technically, it's too advanced. Yeah, she probably meant technology is too advanced.
Hence the reason why I am not a serial killer.
My thing is, though, technology's not that advanced if only 50% of murders are solved.
But does that fall back on the people who are working the cases and they are just too lazy and don't care? Or the ones that are getting solved, is that they're getting solved by
Also,
people who really truly do care about the victims?
right. I mean, if you're talking about gangbangers getting murdered by gangbangers, do you think Ellie's really trying to solve all of that?
Probably.
Nah, I
Just
don't think they really are. Why put the effort? It's helping them out. You know what I mean?
what I'm saying. Take Chicago, for example. I mean, how many murders are committed there every
Oh
weekend?
God, there was like 9 in one day up there one time, one weekend, and that was just in one day.
Hey, I used to live in Oakland for 20 some odd years, and for
Oakland,
a while there, we were like at the top of per capita for murders.
yeah, it's not. Yeah,
And I think they just got rated like one of the most criminal, crime-ridden cities in the U.S., like in the top 6.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I was muted. What was that?
oh, we were just talking about Oakland.
Oh,
I was talking about the murder rate when I lived in Oakland. Like they had per capita was like for a couple years straight, they had topped the nation.
oh wow. I mean, look at Louisiana, y'all. We got three just in our state, three cities that are in the top 10 for the worst cities as far as crime and all that. And that's New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and Shreveport out of the top 10.
The only cities I know that are in Louisiana.
And I mean, we have other, like, we've got Lafayette, and which Appaloosa ain't that big, but Alexandra, there's Natchitoches, Bossier City. Like, there's other cities that are pretty good size in Louisiana, but that's just our state has three in the top 10.
No, you can't blame the gun laws
That's,
for any of it.
so you can blame.
Yeah,
I,
you can.
I mean,
Or you can. It just depends on what side of you are on the issue.
I mean, the
It
gun
doesn't matter
law.
what side of the issue you're on. Criminals are not going to abide by any law.
True.
Yeah, I know, but Louisiana's gun laws are some of the laxest laws in the U.S. You could pretty much own any type of weapon in Louisiana.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to go through the whole registration process and the background check and all this and that. But no matter what the gun laws are, the criminals are still going to have guns, no matter what, and they're not going to
Right.
the guns. And police are not going to know if these criminals have guns or what kind they have or anything else. And last time I checked, and this is just my opinion, so I'm not trying to get all political on the gun thing, but a gun can't pull the trigger its own self. So
I'm on your page. I mean, if you take the guns away from the citizens, only the criminals have them.
are still going to have them, exactly.
That's right.
And so the law-abiding citizens who do the right thing whenever they go and they purchase a gun the legal way. If you take it away from the citizens, they can't protect themselves because the criminals are still going to have the guns.
I was wrong with that. Okay, only the criminals and the government will have guns.
Yeah, I mean,
Same thing.
And I'm more afraid of the government, honestly, than criminals. I get along with some criminals.
I would agree with you on that also.
Let's see the other. Okay, I'm just catching up real quick. The other what? Civil. Wait, the other. Oh, the other side. Okay, never mind. She had me confused there for a second. Let's see. 11.2a. That is all. Okay, I'm just catching up, y'all. I get to talking and then I don't pay attention to the chat.
Up where, Jay Clark?
I think he is from Nova Scotia.
Oh,
I believe is where he's from.
well,
Yeah. Wait, ain't Nova Scotia in Canada?
yeah.
Okay. Okay, I thought that's where he had said before that he was from.
Hey, I remember when I was a kid, Canada, they had more weapons than people at a certain time. And now it's the United States have more weapons than people.
Right.
And we still don't have enough.
And some people, I'm I get it because I'm from the country and what we use guns for here. But there is some people who don't understand why people need more than one gun. And people don't.
No, I need a rifle and a shotgun to hunt. I need a handgun to protect myself.
Right. It's certain things that you use for different things, and there's some people who just they don't get it, and I sit here and like there's some people I try to explain it to, and my husband even tries to explain it to. There's 4 people in my house, and we all hunt. And so you need different ones for different types of hunting. And some people just don't get that.
Well, because they blame the guns, and as you said, a gun doesn't pull its own trigger.
Right.
Guns don't kill people, people kill
It's
people.
right. It's the people behind the gun that does it. Yeah, it's Jay Clark. It's hunting is huge here. Hunting, fishing, anything outdoors is like Louisiana's the sportsman's paradise, and it's really big here too.
Yeah, I'm going fishing for a river monster tomorrow.
That sounds like fun. It is unturned too hot in Louisiana to do any type of fishing right now. Let's see. Game bears, look at them. I was reading what Duncan said. Have y'all looked at the prices for some of these knives? No way in hell I'm gonna spend that much on someone I don't like. Just P-Fox, yeah. There's some knives that are super expensive.
Especially handmade.
Right. Hey Bobby, how are you? Let's see, I agree, Scarlet. Criminals don't care about gun laws. They don't care about any. They have no regard for human life. Uh, they will literally shoot at each other and don't care who gets hit in the crossfire. I mean, there's little kids who get hit by stray bullets and they don't care. It's ridiculous, honestly.
Well, I saw how the criminals, the gangs, whatever in Oakland worked, and their territory was like a block.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just one block, and they would kill each other over just one
Yeah.
block.
I mean, there was a thing that me and Troll was watching. I want to say it was in Florida, and it was like this. The projects is what it was, but there was one part of the projects was territory for one gang, and then literally next door was the territory of the other gang, and you didn't cross that line, or they would have shootouts with each other, and there's kids living there, and it's sad. It really is. But people don't care. The criminals don't care about the law, no matter what. They're not going to care if they can't have a gun. They're going to find something to hurt somebody with.
Yeah, like a vehicle, plow down 10 people at the same time.
Right. Good Lord, y'all. It is almost 4 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got an early morning myself. Luckily, I slept really late today. I don't think I went to bed till 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it was like daylight before I went to bed this morning. See, it's at Page. It's 3:46 where I'm at. I thought I gave up the daylight lives once Lori's thing ended. I mean, we were sitting up until like 6 or 7 o'clock my time, listening to Lori's audios. Baby Boop, are you feeling okay? Depends on what type of criminal. I mean, I honestly, it doesn't. I don't know if it really matters what type of thing the criminal is into. If they want to hurt somebody, they're going to find a way to hurt them. And P-Fox, yes, it has been a good night. We've had a good panel, a good discussion. Good people in the chat.
Well, I mean, back to Kohberger. I mean, like you said,
It's a big clusterfuck of stuff. That's what it is. That's the best way for me to describe it as a whole.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm curious to see what happens with this hearing for the gag order thing.
Right. I honestly, I don't think that they're going to lift the gag order.
No,
I really don't.
they're not. I mean, they're only doing it for because they have to. Basically, they have to address that.
So I would be surprised if they lift it, but
I mean,
mean,
they should.
I honestly, I think thinking about it, I think I would be happy if they did lift it, just so law enforcement and the Gonzalez's family and their attorney can come out and they can talk and they could try to get rid of some of these rumors.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't they just show up to court and have an hour-long video of clips of all the bullshit that these people like Banfield are spitting out there, and then tell the judge, now, if that's not tainting a possible jury pool in the future, what is?
My thing, I believe they should lift it just to address this stuff, to say this is true and this is not true. Or just say this is not true and not say this is true, but whatever's not true, say that's false.
Oh
It's
Lord
not true.
Jesus. I'm sitting here clicking on stuff, y'all. I don't even. What the heck have I clicked on? Hold on. Okay, here we go. I'm sitting
And
here
that feels
trying
like me.
to type in the chat and it went to change and stuff. Valerie, thank you so much. I was trying to answer Valerie back and it went to doing crazy stuff. Rosie, thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful Mother's Day as well.
Yeah. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers.
Thank
I
you.
believe we'll find out more evidence on the prelims because they're going to have to put enough evidence out there to be able to continue with the trial.
Right. Yeah, they're gonna have to put something. There would be different evidence than what they put out for
The PCA.
the PCA. So there's
Yeah.
going to be different evidence, and it's going to be more evidence.
So only reason we know Bethany had a subpoena was because she decided to fight it.
Right.
But I'm going to assume that Dylan has one also.
I would think so.
Well, she's already put herself out as a witness to something, so she has to come in. And she don't
Right.
I
have a
don't know if
choice.
she has to. I mean, that's already a sworn statement that's been put down. She doesn't really have to come in there.
Well, if she made two sworn statements,
Well, we don't know though.
well, they were saying from the beginning that both the girls were downstairs in the same room.
Well, they said a lot of stuff that we know were all lies in the beginning.
But what I'm saying is, if Dylan actually said that stuff, if she was, interviewed more than once and she changed her story.
Well, Dylan's got a lot of explaining to do regardless of if she's changed her story or not.
Well, I think they both do, because if Bethany as well said in her statement that they didn't wake up till 12 o'clock, and what's been talked about is true, that is a false statement.
Right, but there is no statement from Bethany in the PCA.
Yeah, but they had to interview her.
Oh yeah, but we don't know what
They have to have a statement from her.
Yeah, but
And
we
if
don't
that
know anything
statement,
about
what
it.
they said was both girls were in the same room downstairs, that's what they first said.
Right, but that doesn't mean
That was,
that's what she said.
yeah, I guess they lied.
Well, they lied about a whole bunch of. They lied about everything actually in the beginning. It wasn't until that they came out with the PCA that we found out anything true, and it proved everything that they said in the beginning was a lie.
Yeah. And I will say that the whole thing about Dylan and Bethany being on the first floor and sleeping through the whole thing could have been to protect them. But what was the point of even coming out and saying anything about it to begin with, if that's what they were trying to do?
The only thing, like you said, the only thing I can think of is just to protect them.
Right. Because, I mean, I get if that's the reason why that they did it, because they were wanting to protect them. But was it a
But if it
targeted
was to
attack? It
protect them,
wasn't. Yeah, I mean, if it was to protect them, they should have even brought them up to begin with. Just
why would
not
they
even,
change the story afterwards?
well, in the PCA, they had to bring the truth. So they had to come out in the PCA and say that Dylan was on the second floor and what she's seen and all that. Uh, but then again, if they would have had any other evidence, they could have put in the PCA to get their arrest warrant without putting Dylan's stuff in there. People would still be believing that Dylan and Bethany was on the first floor and slept through the whole thing.
That's true.
Exactly.
So maybe they had to put Dylan's stuff in there because that's all they had to put in there.
Well, I would think if they had more evidence, they would have put the more evidence in there instead of, putting her, in harm's way if they were protecting her.
We don't know what they put in for the evidence when they tried to get the arrest warrant for the first 4 or 5 times that they were talking about, because who knows what they left out once they got that DNA.
Right. Yeah, and that is, I don't forgot where I heard that from though, that they tried to get, it was like 3 times they tried to get the arrest warrant.
I heard 5, but I don't know where I heard it either.
Yeah, I remember hearing it, and I even think I had put it out on the channel that's what was said, that they tried to get it multiple times and they couldn't because the judge kept saying there wasn't enough evidence. I just don't remember where I heard it from.
Well, I thought it was the prosecuting the district attorney that they were going to that kept telling them that's not enough. We're not going to get the warrant with that.
I heard they went to the judge with it. I don't know.
Well, you would think that the district attorney would know just as well as the judge of what they needed.
Well, the DA would be the one that's putting that forth for the warrant.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know.
You'd look pretty stupid if you keep marching into the judge's chambers with stuff that he's, he or she has told you. That isn't going to do it. I mean, if you're a district attorney and you don't know what constitutes getting a warrant, we're all screwed in this case.
True.
And again, that's hearsay.
Well, true.
We don't know if they applied for it. We only know what somebody said. I think they did. I think they wanted to get somebody as fast as they can.
I could have swore that the chief even said it, that they were going back and forth. Even, I mean, then in the press conference that he had after Kohberger was arrested that next day when he announced all that stuff, I could have swore he said something about them going back and forth.
I don't remember. There's so much in this case.
But that's easy to look up because they have all his interviews on the Moscow PD site. I've looked at them several times.
I need to finish going through all the press releases and trying to find, because I want to go back to the very beginning and start over and compare then what we were told to what we know now and find all the different discrepancies in it. That's what I'd like to do.
There's going to be at least 5.
Possibly. Or more.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because, I mean, there's probably stuff that we heard back then that we don't even remember now until we start going back through it.
Well, what did they say, the first time for the window was 3 to 6 a.m.?
To begin with, it was 3 to 4 a.m.
I thought it was
3 to 6.
3.
Well, what time was it when the girls got home?
1:40 or 1:56.
And then they said that they were calling Jack D at 2 something. So the murders happened between 3 and 4. And that's what we believe for the whole time until the PCA comes out. And then they said that they knew it was between 4 and 5 because Xana was on TikTok at 4:17, and they knew the whole time that they had the car on camera starting at 3 something at night, and it was last seen at 4:04. Xana was on TikTok at 4:17. The car leaves the house at 4:20. Like they knew that the whole time.
I thought she was on TikTok at 4:12.
Yeah, I think it was because 417 to 420 is not enough time to take out 2 people and run up to your car and drive away. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what was 4:17 then?
What was 417? I think 417 was that neighbor's
Oh,
The
the
dog
camera.
barking,
Okay, yeah. So that
with
is
the noise.
yeah. The camera picked the noise up.
But then again, nobody's heard that, right? Or did we? Because I don't remember. I remember somebody playing something, but I don't remember if it was real.
Yeah, I don't believe it was real.
I think I saw it on TikTok or somebody had a clip or something like that saying that this is the audio that was picked up from the neighbor's camera or whatever.
Okay, who is wanting to come up?
It sounded, I think it was like a bang and then a dog bark, like a scream, like just one scream.
Yeah, I mean, Xana's room was right above Bethany's, correct?
No. Bethany was in the room below the living room.
But okay.
But wasn't Dylan below Maddie and
Yes, Dylan's
Yes.
room is below
right below?
Maddie's
But they never
bedroom
hit
and
the
the
floor.
bathroom.
They never hit the floor.
No, they were in the bed.
Yeah.
But there was enough noise that she thought somebody was playing the dog, so there was something going on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to hear Dylan's whole story when she has to actually say it.
But yeah, I believe Bethany's gonna have to come in because if she does write down a statement, I mean the defense has the right to be able to rebut that statement, and you know what I mean.
Right.
If
Ask her
they use it
questions
in the
about it.
preliminary.
Well, not necessarily preliminary, but when and if it goes to trial,
Oh yeah,
she's gonna have to
she'll
testify.
have to be there for that.
Yeah, she'll have to testify to what she said.
Okay, Daylight, do you want to cut your camera off? If you do, just give me a thumbs up and I'll give you a chance to cut it off. Hold on, let me see if he was going to cut it off or not. Are you going to? Okay, well, never mind. His device got disconnected. Okay, so he'll have to come back up. Ow. Let's see. Roger, have a good night.
And I believe that that probably Dylan and Bethany are gonna have to give up their phones, their computers, so that they can, see if they were, on, if there's a digital footprint between those times.
Right. If they haven't already went through their stuff.
Well, they should have already gone through their stuff.
Well, I think some of the neighbors had said they didn't even get talked to. The police didn't come and ask them anything.
Well, like I said last night, I don't understand why they have all these videos of him driving up and down the street, but nobody checked those same cameras to see when people started showing up at the house and who they were and how many and all that stuff.
Well, I think the defense will ask for that stuff.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Because still supposedly the front door was open at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
yeah. I mean, I don't believe that the defense is going to. The only thing that the defense can use that video of all these people is to say, to go towards contamination, probably. I mean, it's not going to go towards anything other than that, I don't believe.
Okay, Daylight, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can talk to you too, I guess, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
LNC.
I was just enjoying the show. Just thought I'd just come on to say, I thought you're asking intelligent questions and making intelligent commentary. Anyway, ideas and things that I hadn't thought of. I really like the idea of whose fingerprints are on the DoorDash bag. That'll answer a lot of questions right there, because you have entire crime channels that are saying that Kohberger was the DoorDash guy still. So, and there's been nothing put out that disproves that if you look at it. They don't say the DoorDash driver wasn't involved, so he could have well been the DoorDash driver. We don't know it yet.
When
Right.
did they say that the DoorDash driver was a girl?
I haven't. That's one of those
come
things
from
that
the Bushes guy. That the Bushes guy went and talked to the Jack in the
No.
Box employees, and they said that it was the DoorDash driver was a girl, and that she ended up quitting right after the murders because she had PTSD from it.
Oh, well, I mean, it's quite possible that she did get PTSD, but we don't know anything.
But the Bushes guy records everything
except for this,
and the Bushes guy did not record that. From what I've understood, he did not record that.
Nice.
So,
But my thing is, okay, they got to have that. If he recorded anything, they got to have that evidence.
Yeah, even if he did record it, doesn't mean that it's true.
That is true. But I have also heard, now this is another rumor that has been going around Twitter, that Emma is a DoorDash driver and that Bryan was the cleanup person.
Oh, that's an interesting theory.
Yeah. Now, a lot of people have said that they think that Emma could be the DoorDash person. I don't know.
I mean, that's easily proven, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
one thing this channel did point out was that, at the very beginning, you heard the word DoorDash coming out of the law enforcement community very regularly, and all of a sudden it stopped. If you notice, none of the press releases anymore, the few that there are, don't say anything about the DoorDash driver. And I think this person is right in that they got sued. DoorDash is just a big company, and they needed to change it to delivery service, from DoorDash because of the negative publicity you get from something like that. So, yeah, for what it's worth.
Well, I think all the blunders, just like with the rideshare that dropped off the girls. First they were saying a guy, then was a girl. I don't know if it was a guy or a girl.
It wasn't and it was a private thing too, right? It wasn't a
It was something set up by the school or the sorority or something like that.
Yeah, it's supposed to be for any of the kids who have been drinking. They don't want them to drive home, so they offer, I guess, a free service to come and pick them up and bring them home. And apparently, the private driver that brought Kaylee and Maddie home only lived like so many feet from where Bryan Kohberger lived.
Oh.
I remember whenever Bryan was first arrested, the private driver came out, and I want to say like 250 yards or something like that. He said that Bryan lived from him.
And when they arrested him, what's the first thing he said, right? Just me?
Do what now?
I think it was something like, has anybody else been
arrested? Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
That again is hearsay.
Yeah, I mean, he could be just, throwing bullshit to throw him off the tracks, which is probably what he's doing. But Could also be
No, I'm
true.
saying what somebody said that Bryan said that we get
Yeah.
through sources is hearsay.
But
Yeah, because
can't.
allegedly that was what Brian Itten came out and said that the people in the sheriff's department in Pennsylvania had told them that yes, Brian did say that. Now, once again,
I
that was
think it's in
not
the affidavit.
reported.
I think it's in the arrest affidavit.
Well, it can't be in the arrest affidavit, David,
Probable
because
cause.
No,
oh,
because
I think
that
it's in the
yeah,
No,
that
probable
was
because that was
cause
before
in
he got
affidavit.
Pennsylvania.
arrested.
yeah, the PCA came out before he
Before
was
that.
arrested. Well, it was done before he was arrested, and then came out once he made it back to. Was it when he made it back to Idaho?
I thought it came out the next day.
It
My
was
thing is, where
when
did the
he
warrant
appeared in
come from?
court.
Doesn't it have to come from Pennsylvania? Idaho can't
No,
arrest
Idaho can.
somebody
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can
Extradition.
issue an.
Extradition warrant.
Yeah, they can issue. Idaho can issue a warrant, send it out to Pennsylvania, let them know that they have that person in their jurisdiction. Then Pennsylvania would go and make the arrest.
If he fights extradition, I believe, I'm not an attorney, and I watch enough of this crap. I believe that if he fights it, which he didn't do, so he went right back, but if they end up fighting those, they get something called a governor's warrant, and
Right.
that's what gets him out.
Yeah, it takes it a little bit longer doing it like that, but yeah, they can go through the governor's office and all that.
But he was like, bring on the trial, you know? He really wanted to get going, you know?
Okay, so the PCA was released when he got back to Idaho because if y'all remember, a lot of people were saying that that's the reason why he didn't fight the extradition. It's because he needed to get back to Idaho so he would know what evidence they had in that PCA. And
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
when it was released.
Yeah. And, you know, you'd want to know that as an innocent man or as a guilty man. You'd want to know, you know? It's like, okay, I did this. What do you have against me?
Right.
You know, let's take a
Well,
look at somebody and somebody
I'm-
believes it.
I mean, honestly, I could see it whether he was innocent or guilty. I would want to know, like, how are you saying that I'm guilty of something when I'm actually innocent? And the only way that I'm going to be able to see that is if I go ahead and let y'all extradite me back and get my attorney and let my attorney do their
Yeah.
job while I'm sitting here screaming, I'm an innocent person and y'all have the wrong person and I want to go home. But yeah, that's what he did. He didn't fight the extradition, so they extradited him back into Idaho, and then once he went into that first court appearance the next day, that's when it was released, the PCA.
Okay. And I think that he went for the speedy trial, so that gives him what, 30 days, 60 days? I forget what it was.
He waived his right to a speedy trial, didn't he?
Yeah,
Oh,
he
he
waived
did?
his right. Yeah.
No. He shouldn't have done that. You know that? Should have said, okay, let's go. Let's go to trial.
I disagree. Look at all this the rumors that are coming out. If even half of the rumors are true, this is more evidence to prove his innocence instead of proving his guilt.
Very interesting. It's an
Because
interesting
if you don't waive the right to a speedy trial, then that gives the state less time to build a case against you. But then if you waive your right, it gives the defense it gives them more time to build a case to prove that you're innocent. So it's
look at the Vallow trial. There was nothing to gather. You know, Archibald basically said, "You didn't prove your case.
They didn't even
it out."
Yeah, they didn't even. The defense didn't even call not one witness.
When I was listening to that on your show, Scarlett, I was. My jaw dropped. I was literally in bed with, you know how you start to doze off after a while, but when that happened, I was like, I didn't know it was coming. You guys probably knew it was coming, but I was like, wow.
Because I was keeping up with all the tweets, and I was just like, they literally didn't call no witnesses. He's complained the whole time and objected to everything, and then they call no witnesses.
Well, I don't know. I don't think he did a terrible job. It was probably the only chance she had. It was a near zero chance, but it was something. Okay, and now he may be able to on appeal, bring in ineffective counsel. That's what they'll try to do, or whoever takes over the case after him. I didn't think he did that terrible a job for somebody who had the cards all stacked against him from the very beginning, and she's obviously guilty as hell. I mean, for somebody in that position, I think he did better than Letitia's lawyers did. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Archibald did better than Letitia's lawyers did. And those were a couple of nobodies. They subjected us to that. What was her name? Mrs. It's evading me right now. The crackpot psychologist that testified for the last 3 days. Oh my God, she was terrible. What a horrible witness.
That's what I'm thinking, though, based off of what we've seen with those two cases, that Ann Taylor is going to be completely different when it comes to her defending Bryan.
Everything I've seen that she's filed, she's sharp. And she has Kohberger to help her, you know? It's right there. And there are only two people. So there's no communications problems. I'll just tell you this really quick. I won't take up your whole show, but in software engineering, they have something called the Mythical Man Month. And what the law says is adding more people to a late project makes it later. So on the government side of things, you have all these agencies. You know, you have the city police, probably have county sheriffs, you have the state police, you have the FBI, all trying to communicate on these things. And they're all crossing wires, you know. I mean, we got this, you got this, you know. I mean, we have to straighten it all out. But on her side of things with Bryan, all they have to do is just sit there and poke holes in the whole thing, you know. Say, what about this? What about that? So I don't know. Whoever asked that question, you know, which would you rather be? I think it's less work for Kohberger, and and for every ounce of work you put into it, your probability of getting off goes up by a large percentage, you know, for every point you score. So interesting. Anyway, see.
Yeah, Vapor asked me that, and I said I'd rather be the defendant than the prosecutor in this case.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's going to be an easier case to be the defense attorney than it is going to be for the prosecution, because the prosecutor has to work with these dipshits that screwed up this whole crime scene.
Well, if you're in the jury and they present that piece of forensic evidence to you, the sheet with undeniably Bryan Kohberger's DNA on it, right?
Yeah.
And what is that going to be for a piece of evidence? I mean, how do you deny that? You know, I mean, of the stack of circumstantial evidence which they'll put in front of that jury, and that's what it becomes, right?
I'll deny it in a couple words. I traded it for drugs.
Oh, I traded it for drugs? Oh, that's really
Yep.
good, dude.
Well, I mean,
yeah, that's what you do, right? I haven't seen that sheet in months, you know.
Exactly. I mean, let's think about how that sheet's going to be brought into evidence. It's going to have to be either Payne or the guy that found it first. I don't know who it was. So either one of them can bring it into evidence, right? So when they bring it into evidence and the prosecutor talks to him about it, but then when little liar gets up there, she's going to say, well, can you tell me when that DNA was put on that?
Yep. She's right. She's right. You know, might not. He could have had a friend who he traded knives with. You know, I mean, hey, let's throw knives at our feet. You know, here, you throw mine, I'll throw yours.
I mean, my retort, if I was on the stand, I would have said, if you want an answer to that, you should ask your client.
Well, good point. And he may very well, you know, if he was playing knives with somebody, let's just say that it's a hypothetical example, okay? So that's how his DNA got on that. They would call the witnesses that he's playing knives with. That's what they'll. Of course, then that leads down that trail for those people being guilty. But it's going to be interesting. You know, are we going to have just real quick, are we going to have the three, you know, the perfect trifecta between Letitia, Vallow, and Kohberger this year, 2023? Maybe they'll all be found guilty. We're 2-2.
Kohberger's not going to go to trial for probably 2 more years.
Yeah, it's going to be a while.
Now that's a bummer.
But
Well, you know what, though?
will
It
get
depends.
convicted before Bryan even goes to trial, in my opinion.
So why
It
are they doing the
depends on
pre?
what the actual evidence is. If they don't have much more than what they've shown, I think it'll get thrown out.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
They'll certainly
they've
file a
got
motion. She will file a motion for insufficient cause, right? Insufficient evidence
yeah.
at the
Well,
prelim.
like I say, two of the pieces of evidence, the car and the phone pings that they've shown, you know what I mean? Like I say, if they don't have much more than what they've shown, I really believe they'll get thrown out. If those videos show tint on that car, it's not his car.
Hmm. Just saying. You know, you guys were talking about the phone pings and the routers. A lot of the ways the cops track you is by your phone trying to attach to a Wi-Fi. So as you're driving around, you're hitting the Arby's, you're hitting the McDonald's, you're hitting the whatever, and as you do that and reach out, it leaves your IP on that router, and the cops have software that can track you by doing that by hitting by. So if you ever really want to, if you ever want to make yourself somewhat silent but leave your phone on, you can turn off your Wi-Fi. It'll give them less data. You'll just have the sector data off of the towers. Just an FYI. Well, you guys got me eating a ham. You guys got me cooking a hamburger and eating a hamburger out here. It's actually quite delicious.
Yummy. I had hamburger for dinner tonight.
I haven't even ate yet.
That doesn't surprise me. Something tells me you don't take care of your health, Scarlett. I'm not sure why.
I literally eat usually while I'm live, and I haven't even ate tonight.
You sound like me, Scarlett. I always say, "Oh, I haven't ate anything," but you were eating ice cream earlier.
Yeah, I did eat ice cream, and I ate some egg rolls earlier today, but that's all I've had today.
That sounds yummy. Scarlett, do you have kids? Did I hear your kids running around in the background?
Oh, my kids are grown.
Okay. I thought I heard kids in the background in one of the things. So
No, my kids are all grown.
I have none. So
Matter of fact, my kids should be asleep by now, being it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning. Hey,
I have
Paul,
4 kids I know of.
You know of?
Yeah.
That's great. That's awesome. Can I have who are the other? What handles do you guys go by? The person who has 4 kids.
That's
Ray.
What is it?
Ray.
Ray has 4 kids. That's cool.
And I'm lucky. I got 2 and 2 boys, 2 girls.
No, that's so nice. I was down at the pool today. Usually when I go down, we have a pool at our building. And usually when I go down, it's during the week. Everybody's working. I have the whole place to myself. But I actually like going down on a weekend because there's families there. So there's kids throwing things around and screaming and jumping in the pool. And I kind of like it. There was a time in my life where I would have found it annoying, but I actually kind of enjoy watching them just like have fun. I mean, when's the last time you had fun like that around the pool? Just jumped in, threw the football, hit people in the head. I don't know, jump off shoulders. They were doing all this stuff, and I thought, wow, that's cool. That's what being a kid is. And
children are my favorite people. They tell the truth, and they accept pretty much everybody.
I miss the boat. Could still happen, but I miss the boat for now.
Oh my God, y'all, I gotta sneeze and I can't.
Where are you guys located?
Bend and snap. I'm located in Bay Area, California.
Nice.
I'm in Louisiana.
I'm in Nevada.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead.
I said I'm in Nevada.
In Nevada.
Yep.
So Bay Area, Nevada, Louisiana, and then over to me in Florida. We're coast to coast. We made it coast to coast on the
Pretty
on
much.
the Lincoln.
Hey, I love that show with Art Bell.
Isn't that? Did they still try to put it on with somebody else? That might be
I
something
don't
worth
know. There was like
listening to.
3 of them. The next one was George Norrie, and then they had
George
somebody
Norrie.
else. I thought it was Knapp or something like that. The third one. I don't think George Norrie does it anymore.
Yeah, that was really good to listen to. I would take a ride. Used to live in Portland and couldn't sleep. And in those days, I would just take a ride to like the Jack in the Box at like 2, 3 in the morning. You know, hang out there and listen to him talk about space aliens. It's kind of interesting show.
I used to listen to that in the 80s.
Wow! Imagine
I
the
mean,
money they pulled out of that thing. Oh my God! Since the '80s, running advertising on it. You know, cool. It was a good show. You know, people like sort of oddball stuff at weird hours in the morning. You know, I think that's an untapped market. That's what I'll say.
well, they talked about a lot of things. I mean, I think of somebody that kind of reminds me of that show, and that's Joe Rogan.
Okay. You know, I don't watch that. So does he go on late?
I don't know. He does, I don't listen. I just watch it when I watch it. You know what I mean? I'm not
Right.
looking for lives or anything
Yeah.
like that.
I'm always looking for lives. I'm like constantly, to me, that's the part of the YouTube experience that I like is actually communicating back while I'm listening to this channel of information. So there's intelligent people talking in my head, but you know, I can make points and talk to people that I see that I know in the chat. So I'm constantly looking for live chats. And Lost Souls is, you know, you've really been there, Scarlett, so many nights. You're like the last person to go off the air, which is pretty amazing.
Oh yeah, I'm always on here when everybody else is in went to bed.
Yeah, take the spot that nobody else wants.
Right.
There's nobody else in that. Even I won't mention another channel, but another channel that goes off just well. There's 2 things that I've done and have done that are in the early part of your cycle, but then I'll jump over. That's what I do as soon as those end. They'll never go past midnight, 1 o'clock. So, and I'm pretty sure that if I come over here, they'll be alive. Unless you've been doing lives until 4 a.m. for like 4 or 5 days in a row, you'll be here. There's a day off or something in there. But every time I come back here, and it really is interesting. It's great to have a place to come and discuss these true crime things. You know, at wee hours in the morning when a lot of us are awake, and you know, there's that kind of brain trust that's out there to talk about these things. Because the last thing you'd want is Kohberger getting out.
True, especially if he's the person who did this.
Yeah.
Now, if they can prove that he is not the person who did this, then I think that Ellie needs to get on the ball and go find the person who did.
What the?
So what is going to be a little too late for that?
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they have the evidence. It's just if he isn't the person, if he isn't the person, they've lost a few steps, and possibly the person or whatever.
Other people.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is if it's not Kohberger, they're going to have to wait for this other person to do this again.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
They're not going to stumble upon somebody that did it if it isn't Kohberger.
Well, unless they have the evidence to prove that person did it or those people did it, and they just haven't followed those leads. You know, a lot of times when a murder gets solved 20 something years later, they had the person in their crosshairs but went with another person.
Yeah.
Yep.
You would think with the way technology is now that wouldn't happen as much because of, you know, all the crap that they can get you on now that's irrefutable.
I think they'll be able to prove that he came back, guys. I think that they'll be able to prove that he got home and he was missing his sheet, and that's why he went back. He didn't go back to voyeur the thing, okay, which, a lot of these guys would, okay, but there's too much risk in that. But there's less risk in leaving evidence that might have just fallen out on the snow outside your car. And I think that's what he was going back for. It's like, where did I leave the fucking sheet? It might be lying on the ground between where I might park my car and the thing. That's what I do. At least retrace those steps and then go home if it's not there, and deal with it later. And I think that that's what happened with the sheet. I may be wrong, but that's what I think happened with it.
It's possible, but I've also heard that the police had said that that he didn't go back.
Oh,
That the
Stayed in that
thing that
area.
they
Get
said
it,
the
Rona.
next day was not actually him coming back. That there was some sort of. Sometimes they were saying sometimes if you're in Pullman that you could connect to Moscow.
All right. Well, then, if that's true, why can't that have been the reason for the other 12?
I don't know. That'll have to be argued, but that's what I heard. Like I was listening to another show earlier today. I think it was Drunk Turkey.
Oh,
wonder if he did it. I really wonder if he did it. What's like the word? Like if we did a poll across, one of the things I've thought of doing is doing how do I say this? So there's a lot of court programs out there that go courtroom to courtroom, right? I mean, and survey all these courts and stuff like that. And they all use each other's videos and stuff. And I'm wondering if you do an aggregate for all the crime shows and go across each one, just pull out 10 minutes or 5 minutes even from each show, and talk about it, and see what, if you polled across all those shows, what would you come up with, innocent or guilty, as a final thing, knowing what we know right now. And I wonder how they would come out, whether it would come out innocent or guilty. I don't know. There's a lot of doubt out there.
there wasn't a lot of doubt when he got arrested.
No. They put on a big show.
I mean, like I said earlier, the reason why that all this doubt is because of the gag order. It's totally biased in his favor.
Why did they do it?
What?
Why did they do it?
Somebody said in chat earlier that Kohberger's attorney asked for it, but I don't remember exactly who initiated it. I don't remember.
If I were the judge, I would have said no. I mean, people have a right to know. But maybe it's because of the victims, the number of victims that are involved.
I think they did it for the jury pool.
Well, that's one of the reasons that they gave. But I mean, if you can tell that, because of the gag order, the jury pool's still getting tainted. It's just getting skewed in one direction.
I talked to people in Oregon. I talked to 3 different people in Oregon on 3 different nights from out here in Florida. And neither of the 3, this was on the, the front radar. I had to talk to them about it for 2 minutes where they said, oh, yeah, that must be the guy that's out in Idaho, or whatever. But it's not on, it's right on our front burners. But for a lot of America, it's, nobody's looking.
Right. But I think for people that live in Idaho, it's it's pretty much up there.
Yeah.
Those are the people that are going to get pulled for the jury.
It's the next state over. Oregon's the next state over. Well, it's not. It's 2 states over. Is that right?
Yeah, it's one. It's next state over.
It's
next
like
state
kitty
over.
corner. It's kitty corner,
Yeah, it's
because you got Washington.
Southwest.
Yeah, I'm kind of. Is it getting? I don't know. Are they going to have trouble seating the jury? That should be interesting. Whether they'll get a lot of rejections in the, what do they call it, the voir dire or whatever the hell they do. Voir dire.
Oh, the voir dire.
They're going to have
I was going to
problems
say
if
something
they
about
ask them
that.
if they've heard anything about this case.
I was going to say something about that to Paige too. I've asked a lot of my friends here in California about the case, and they don't even have no clue about it.
Yeah, I have one. Did you say Berkeley? Is that where you're at?
No, I'm
Oakland.
in the East Bay. I'm a little
Okay,
south of Berkeley.
Yeah.
a little south of
Um,
Berkeley.
I'll tell you what. If you guys want to do a poll on it, pick an area code in Idaho and randomly call any number in Idaho until you call and get an answer from 500 or 1,000 people and ask them if they've heard about the case. I
Mm.
understand that in different states they probably don't, but if you took a poll of people in Idaho alone, not necessarily in Moscow, but in Idaho alone,
Yep.
because that's where the jury pool is going to come from.
Yep. It has to come from inside the state, right? But
Well,
various counties, right? Various
whatever county
counties.
they're going to have well, I'm not quite sure. They could pull.
Yeah. The jury from a different county. That's what they
Yeah.
will do if they
Hey,
start to have
Scarlett,
problems.
Yeah.
do you know when they have to decide whether or not they're going to relocate the trial?
I don't think there's a specific time. Just whenever they get a trial date, I believe at that point they will then
Have a
go
discussion.
go in and have a discussion if it needs to be move, like the change of venue or whatever.
Change of
Yeah.
venue. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
And the defense has to ask for it, and the judge has to grant it. It's the judge's choice.
Right.
Provides all kinds of, you know,
Well,
a lot of these trials, I think, are just being done for appeal, for appeal possibilities. I think that was both Letitia and Vallow. I mean, neither one of them had a shit chance of hell of winning. So they hope to win on appeal. I guess that's the thing. So, put Letitia between two attorneys, one of them who jokes around with her the entire time, the other one who ignores her, and see what happens, Call that one witness at the end who's a complete dingbat, that nobody would ever listen to, and leave her on for 3 or 4 hours. I mean, you begin to think, what are these people incompetent? Who are these lawyers? And I think that that's part of that game on that thing anyway. But I don't know about Vallow. I respected Archibald. I know he was a pain in the ass and everything, but that's kind of his job, to be a pain in the ass. And he really did a good job, not jumping up and down all the time, but just kind of, as you guys were saying, poking holes,
I don't know.
poking little
He
holes.
got on my nerves. Archibald did. Every time he spoke, it was like nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah, a little nasty guy.
Just irritating. I don't,
Irritating.
and maybe it was just because he was defending Lori.
Yeah.
And that could have been it. I don't know, but
Somebody's got to do it. That's what you think, It's like
right.
somebody's got to do that job, and that's how they feel about it too. If I don't do it, somebody else will, and she may very well be innocent. She hasn't told me she's guilty. I think
And
there is some ethical law that if you tell your attorney you're guilty, he can't defend you as innocent. You have to recuse yourself after that.
I don't know, but I know one thing. I don't know if it was Archibald or if it was Thomas, but one of them kept breathing in the microphone the whole time that court was going on, and that was annoying as hell.
Yeah, it was him. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, just constantly breathing like a damn donkey snoring.
Well, thank God that's over. That's all I have to say.
I mean,
what's the do to that thing?
Now we just gotta wait on Chad's.
Yeah, whole year before he comes up.
Right.
So if Kohberger goes to next year, those would be the two big trials next year, I guess.
Well, Vallow's going to Arizona.
Oh, because he killed her there.
Because of Charles Vallow.
From Charles, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where she's finally going to get the death penalty.
Yes, they have done let Fremont County know that they will be pursuing the court proceeding down there, and as soon as she's sentenced, they were gonna have her extradited.
Oh, because they believe she assisted in Tammy's death.
No.
That must be
Charles.
No, Charles. See,
he was killed in Arizona. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
See, she was found.
Her brother killed her.
Alex.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, killed her. That's right. Okay, so will they bounce her down there now to go through that, or are they just gonna let it go?
Oh no. They're gonna try her. They done said that they
Oh,
are.
yeah.
They've done
Oh,
let Idaho know
shit.
that they're gonna pursue the charges and take her to court and all that.
No,
Jay
so life's
Clark.
not too bad for her right now. She's going to be a part of a traveling road show. At least she gets to go on the road, and she'll see her lover Chad again when she gets down there.
Well, Chad, Arizona's not charging Chad with anything, not that has to do with Charles's case.
So
No.
his wife was killed up in Idaho. Is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
And Lori was found guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder for Tammy Daybell. So now Chad will go to court next year and have his trial, basically on the same charges, except for the theft by deception. I don't think he has.
I did not know that, Scarlett. So they got her also on Tammy Daybell as well.
Yeah, she was
Oh,
found guilty on conspiracy to commit first-degree murder for Tammy.
Chad's going down. She's going to turn state's evidence. Things are going to change for her. She's going to go state's evidence.
I think he's going to end up pleading guilty, and so he can plead out and not get the death penalty.
He's got to. If that's what's on the table, because they've got all the evidence. I mean, they buried the kids in the backyard. What an idiot. I hate to say that, but, these people are cruel in ways that are unimaginable, but they're also all stupid.
Yep.
Who does that?
Fruit Loops.
Fruit Loops. Yeah, good point. Yeah.
And
People that see there's little accountability in our nation. So many crimes just get looked over and nobody cares.
she literally thought, her and Chad both literally thought they were going to get away with it.
And so when they didn't.
They thought that the world was going to end on whatever day it was, and then when that day came and it didn't happen, I guess they still continued to believe that they were just going to get away with it.
And they needed money if they were going to survive past that.
Well, she thought she was getting a $1 million life insurance policy off of Charles, and she didn't know that Charles had gave it to Kay.
His sister.
Yep.
The irony is just, imagine that. You murder your husband only to find out you get nothing.
Exactly. So she got like $4,000.
She's getting something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, she's getting 3 hots in a cot right now, so
she's going to get the death penalty out of it.
She got $4,000 for a few months, and then she was arrested, and Chad got, what was it, two or three life insurance policies off of Tammy. So
what was going through their head? You've probably seen the arrest video from Hawaii.
Oh yeah.
I wonder what was going through their head.
It's okay because the world's going to end, and we're going to get away with it. That's at that time what was going through their head.
These cops are
even beyond that, free room and board.
Yeah.
It's not so bad in jail, I guess. If you think about it, you get a tablet, right? You get a tablet, 3 square meals a day, place to sleep.
Yeah.
If you're whacked out, you get your own room. How bad is it?
I mean, and honestly, 10 months out of these 3 years that Lori's been in jail, she's been in a hospital.
And you get better medical treatment than on the street.
Yep.
Yeah. She just won't be getting her Botox and her hair dyed, her hair, whatever colored, and she won't be getting none of that. But she still will have.
Give her Seroquel so she could stay high all the time.
Well, she will still have the Jolly Rancher makeup. She will have access to that.
You are so cruel.
She can still roll her hair with toilet paper rollers. She still got that going for her, but the Botox, she won't get no more.
Botox. They must have some sort of something from the commissary that they can substitute for Botox.
I don't know because I'm serious, y'all. She literally
aged. It could get smuggled into a prison wallet.
Puts it in the prison wallet. Somebody used that in another chat the other day. Thought it was funny. Prison wallet.
Oh yeah, and I mean she does still have her portal, so she can teleport to Hawaii or wherever it was that she claimed she teleported to.
Yeah.
And she may be able to use the portal to hop on over to Chad's cell every now and then. So
Right,
she
for a
still
little
got the portal
conjugal
going for her.
visit.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, she still got the portal going for her.
Yep.
Astral projecting.
Yep. She and Ned Snyder, can project themselves over to Chad Daybell's cell.
Yeah.
Ned Snyder was the who possessed her husband.
Now, if they get Melanie Pulaski for attempted murder on Brandon Boudreaux, then her and Melanie will have to play, be portal buddies as well, because they would have to teleport back and forth with each other.
I was thinking about defense lawyers and what do they call them? Dump trucks, the public defenders. I believe, like, if you're a public defender and you're a person is a murderer, you're probably not going to like your job. But if you're just a defense lawyer, it's all about winning. It's not about, who's guilty or not. You just want to win your case.
Yeah. Make a name for yourself. Get the hell out of that business. Become a private attorney and make big bucks, like F. Lee Bailey, something like that. In the old days. But I think in the end they'll have enough on Kohberger to seal the deal, but they can't let it out. You guys are right, because of the gag order right now. But you really have to win the case in the case in the theater of public perception too. Really, people have to really believe that he's guilty, and I just keep hearing more and more out there that, oh, gee, is Kohberger really guilty? It seems thinner and thinner by the day. Keep expecting the silver bullet, but the silver bullet never emerges in Kohberger case. But they may have their silver bullet somewhere locked up. I don't know. We'll have to see.
You say silver bullet, makes me think of my mom had to have radiation treatments. It wasn't chemotherapy, but they would give her this thing, and she called it a silver bullet, and she'd be like radioactive for a week.
Radiation. How did she make out? Was she? Do you
She
mind me
died.
asking?
She died.
Was it breast cancer?
She got several different types of cancer. She actually survived for 20 years before she gave up the fight.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that happened. And people fight for a long time. You had her for 20 more years there.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm a survivor myself. Went through lymphoma.
I've had melanoma and carcinoma.
Yeah, you just kind of fight and go on. And a doctor of mine, an oncologist of mine, said it's random. People come in saying, I'm going to fight this all the way. I am never going to let it beat me. And they die. And then other people come in, throw their hands up and say, how long do I have? And those people just last forever. So he said it's like totally random. It's not like this Lance Armstrong thing where, depending on how you go in there, your attitude. But that's what they say. Anyway, that's what my oncologist told me.
Yeah, I have a friend that got diagnosed with ALS, and they told him 2 to 5 years, and it's been 7, and he's in Mexico.
Yeah. Good for him, right? Didn't stop him from living his life, right? So fuck that. I'm gonna die sometime anyway. So.
Oh yeah, I used to bring him over to the house all the time and party like a rock star with him. I said, "Hey, dude, you got an expiration date." I told him, "You got an expiration date. Might as well enjoy every day you live."
Yep, let's sit on the lawn, drink some beers, or watch a movie and drink some beers. Just talk about do what you would do if you thought that your next day was your last day. Yeah, that's how we should live every day, because it's really the truth. I had 2 really good friends. We're way off track here, but I had 2 really good friends in the investigative journalism field that dropped dead. One of them, Leo Stratton, was my best friend. And he didn't drop dead. He got into a flaming truck accident. This guy drove the same route out in Oregon every week. And just one night, had an accident, and he never came home. He was younger than I was. He was 50 at the time. I'd just gone to his 50th birthday party, and I had to come back for the funeral. Isn't that terrible? Oh, poor Lou. That's terrible. To see his widow was just... yeah, heartbreaking. Just heartbreaking. You wonder what, life, why does a god operate like that? Just take out random people, and you have to see, like, you're sick for 5 years and then you died, okay. But, it's just like your friend's there one day and then he's gone next, just completely gone, Never see him again. Kind of crazy. But hopefully at one point, Kohberger will be gone and we'll never see him again, because that's what they're going for, right? The death penalty there. I'll segue back to Kohberger. Yeah. Hopefully he'll go.
Yeah, I hate to get out of here, but it's like almost 5 o'clock in the morning.
Well, let's see. We got almost 6 o'clock in the morning here, so it's probably good that I rest my head for a little while too. My mother would say, "You don't have to go to sleep. Just put your head down and close your eyes. See what happens." That's what she would say to me.
I'm about to go pass out in a few minutes after I eat.
Yeah, I don't think I'm even going to fall asleep. My friend's going to show up at 4 or 5 or 6 in the morning, pick me up, and I'm going to have to try to pull in an 8-10 foot fish.
I hope you have fun with that, Ray.
I hope I hook up.
Hey,
I'll take a picture. I'll take a picture and put it as my little avatar, so next time I come on panel, you can see it.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, I want to see it. What are you fishing for, if you don't mind me asking?
White sturgeon, the largest freshwater fish in the world.
Wow. A sturgeon is like a cod, I think.
No, sturgeon's like prehistoric. If I had my other avatar on, you would see me holding one up that's 6 foot long.
I'll Google them after we get off the phone. That sounds like a nice fish to catch. Where are you fishing for that? You're California, is that what you said? Or
Sacramento River in Martinez, California.
Okay. So you go to the Sacramento River to fish some sturgeon. Will you have success, or is it usually pretty dry? Yeah, I don't know. Pretty slim pickings.
I'm a lucky guy. I always catch them. My friends hate me.
That's so cool. There's guys down here too. You can do net casting from the shore here, and I see people throwing nets out when I'm down walking on the waterfront and do little net fishing and stuff too. And they fish on the little inland lakes, like where I walk in the swamps. They fish for bass like we did up north. Bigger. They're much bigger down here, but they fish smallmouth and largemouth bass like I did when I was a kid.
Well, a white sturgeon can get to be 20 feet long.
Jimmy H. Man. You
weigh over 2,000 pounds, yeah.
I can't go out on the boat all day like that. But it is really rewarding to bring home a 20-pound fish. I mean,
I caught one with an 81-inch girth.
That's incredible. That's twice the width of a real fat guy.
I couldn't measure the length because we couldn't pull it out of the water. It was so big.
That's insane. It's a monster. Oh my god. That's really, is it? And it's round like that, 81 inches. That's crazy.
They're like torpedoes. They're not, like I say. You Google it, look it up. You'll see what I'm talking about.
I'll see like a big barracuda or something like that. I'll have to look it up. A sturgeon. I don't know what a sturgeon is. Oh my god. It's the sturgeon's not the
that's what you get caviar from.
I love caviar. Oh my god, that's so good. On crackers. Oh man, I could eat that.
Yeah, I've made my own a lot of times.
That's so good. That sounds like a fun day fishing. You go with your friends.
Yeah, we just sit around, drink beer, smoke weed.
Sounds like fun. I haven't had fun like that in so long.
And play Texas Hold'em. We sit all day long playing Texas Hold'em, smoking weed, and drinking beer.
Nice. That's the American way right there. Look at these gangbangers out in clubs and shooting each other up and drinking too much beer in the bar. It's not fun. You look at it, it's not fun. But things like going out and doing sports, I think that's fun. That's a fun thing to do with your buddy.
To me, 2 beers is drinking beer. I don't like getting high off of alcohol.
All right, y'all. I got to get out of here.
All righty. Thank you for having us.
Tired. Oh, thank you so much for coming up. I enjoyed it.
I really enjoyed coming up. I'll drop out too.
Okay,
guys.
Daylight.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming up. You're very welcome.
Thank you for the invitation. I really enjoyed the conversation.
Oh,
and I wish you a nice I wish you a nice sleep, Charlotte.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Good night,
Gentlemen,
all.
too. I'm going to drop out as soon as I can find my phone. But it's really great talking to you. Thanks for having me out, honestly.
All right,
We'll
thank
talk
you
to
for
you
coming
soon.
up. I enjoyed it. Have a good
All
night.
right. We'll talk to you guys soon.
All right. Okay, y'all. Uh, Casey, love you too. I love all of y'all. Thank y'all so much for coming and hanging out with us tonight. It was actually a good panel, good chat, good conversation. I hope all the mamas out there. Hey, Vaughn, how are you? Leah, sending hugs to you too. Thank you. I hope all the mamas out there have a wonderful day today. Happy Mother's Day. So all the dads out there who are doing the mom thing, happy Mother's Day to you as well. So I love you all. I hope y'all have a wonderful day, night, morning, wherever y'all are. Wait, little baby. If I go live, it may just be like a chill night. So if you want to take the night off, that's fine. I may just open the chat up and let people come up or whatever. Vaughn, we love you too. I may just do that and just have like a chill night or whatever. Okay, well that's fine. Wait, little baby, if you got plans, honey, go ahead and do them. I'll get Troll to come and chat, and then that way me and him can handle it. If you and Crime Crazy want to go do some stuff with the kids or whatever, that will be perfectly fine. So I'm gonna get out of here so I can go eat and go to bed. I love y'all all. I hope y'all all have a wonderful day. For whoever asked me about the pictures of the kittens, I will try to get some tonight or tomorrow and post them on my community page because they are like, they've grown a little bit, but they're bad as hell though, y'all. All right. I love y'all, and I will see y'all later.